Am I live? Is it showing there? Okay, good. All right, good afternoon. Did you get a chance to vote? How was the rush at your polling booth? Not much? Much? 2 or 3 people. Yeah, I did vote. Learning increase, respect. Okay, thank you very much, Mohammed. Hi, Prakhar. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How is Josh after long con session? Did you like the con session? Yeah, it's kind of fun. I went at 6:30 a.m. Still crowded. Does it even open at 6:30? It's 7:30 it opened. 7 o'clock I think it opened. 6:30 it starts. You look like a South movie hero. I don't know if that's what, but okay. I'll take it in the positive spirit. Thank you very much. Jai Baba ki, sure. Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Himanshu. Rocking Feb attempt. Vote or don't vote, corrupt will always be there and increasing. Yeah, that's a very cynical view of the world, but sure. We have local elections here. Okay. All right, so let's start. We have a really long day again ahead of us. How do I get rid of the screen? Cancel. Today's crash course, we're doing 2 subjects. We're going to do PM and economics. Now, good news for you is the economics, you probably already know if you're writing exams. I'm sure you've seen the books before. Economics syllabus is substantially shorter than what it used to be. So last time when I did a crash course, it took me a lot of time to cover economics. Hopefully today it will be a little swift. I think it's fun to start with PM. Most of you must have had your lunch, right? So in the teacher's world, this time, the afternoon time, 2 to 4, generally no one likes to teach. Okay, this is called the red zone because people eat and come. I can see it on your faces. I can see Maharaja Thali right there. Okay, thank you. Something wrong with the mic, is it? YouTube, can you confirm if the audio is alright or does it need some fixing? Mic gaya. Mic gaya, wait a minute, let me test. Yeah, how about now? Can you confirm if the audio is good now? It's low, mic band hai shayad, it's cracking. Are you using old receiver or new receiver? It's alright, it's good. Prepared for, okay, nice. Alright, glad. Chalo, shuru kare. So this is what we have to deal with in the first half. Wait a minute, I still have to do some settings. What's with the screen? Not visible. Okay. Okay, never mind, let's start. 6 LMs in PM. Chalo, everyone please focus. Now first session, we'll do it for about 90 minutes. We'll try to cover as much ground as we can. My screen should be visible now. As I said, we have total 6 learning modules to deal with here, which is LM1 to LM6. The first one is mostly theory. So looking at a few points here, I'll identify the important pieces for you. Then we have LM2, LM3, which is where most of the juice is. All the calculations that you would see would be on LM2, LM3, primarily calculations. Then some basic theory in LM4. LM5 is very interesting. We'll do behavioral biases. I'm expecting a minimum 1 question to show up from this section. Generally, I mean, the law of probability will say that, plus a lot of juicy areas where you can set up some interesting questions. And then finally, some technical aspects of risk management. Okay, not many calculations, mostly theory. That's the setup. We're starting, this is about 2:30 India time. Let's try to finish portfolio management by 6:30, right? So then we'll have another 3-4 hours for economics. So let us start. Theory, I'll be covering from the juice notes. I'll be highlighting important pieces for you so that you would be able to figure out what is important. Now, there is some discussion on what is a historical return, what is expected return. I don't think there is anything technical here. There's one question that might show up though, which is something like this. If I tell you that a nominal interest rate is maybe 5%, if I tell you that real interest rate is 2%, what is your estimate of the inflation? Inflation is how much? 3. But know that that 3% is not precise, it's approximate, because they're not just adding up, right? So how do you find out precise estimate of inflation? Tell me then, how much? What is the precise inflation? 2.9. Correct. The precise inflation will be 1 plus 5% divided by 1 plus 2% minus 1. Okay. Now, those of you who are new to this concept or maybe struggle with this, understand there is a simple, let's say, a linear addition world versus a geometric, think of it as a geometric compounding world. In this world, whenever you have to add, you have to multiply. So whenever we say 5 plus 10%, we actually do 1.05 into 1 plus 1.1. Whenever you need to deduct or subtract, you need to divide, okay, by adding 1. So when I want to remove 2% from 5%, I need to divide. So 1 plus 5% divided by 1 plus 2%. Since I added 1, I'm going to deduct 1. How much is that going to be? 2.94. Okay. One more quick example. And of course, for the class notes, I will be adding all these screenshots so you don't have to worry about taking notes. But one more example. Let us say if I tell you that inflation is 5% and real rate is 3%, what is the nominal rate? So now approximate nominal rate is 8%, but a precise nominal rate is 1 plus 5% multiplied with 1 plus 3%. Since I've added 1, I need to deduct 1. So that will become how much? 8.15%. Okay, so you should be able to do this simple algebraic manipulations. Question in the curriculum on this. Then in theory, generally a larger risk results in higher return. Okay. A lot of times in finance we assume that the data distribution is normal. Normal distribution, remember from quant crash course, mean is equal to median is equal to mode. Okay. However, in real world, there are some violations of normality. And typically there are two major violations. One is skewness and the other one is kurtosis. Now we've discussed this in depth. Skewness basically means existence of extreme events or extreme numbers, and kurtosis means bar hota hai, right? Kurtosis means fatness of the tail. That means those extreme events are happening with multiple frequency. Okay. Then some basic discussion, we've also discussed this in earlier crash course, I think in equity. But if you know that a bid-ask spread is higher, what does it mean? That means distance between bid and ask is larger. What does it indicate? Remember this, okay? If you don't know this, I'm going to mark it a 3-star. A higher bid-ask spread. A higher bid-ask spread. Come on, tell me, what does it mean? It means markets have low liquidity. It's a sign of low liquidity in the market. Okay? And a narrower bid-ask spread automatically indicates high liquidity. Easy points on the exam if these questions show up. Okay. Then next discussion, we have typically three types of investors. Okay. We have a category of investors which we call as risk averse. Then we have a category of investor which we call as risk neutral. And then we have a category of investor which we call as risk loving. Okay. Now, though a related concept will be repeated, will be shown later, I'd like to cover that. Generally, how do you want to think? Tell me, can I say risk in neutral investor is rational? No. Risk loving investor is rational? No. Risk averse investor is rational. The entire portfolio management theory is made with an assumption of rationality, which in behavioral finance topic we will challenge. We will say humans are not rational. We will say there is something called as a bounded rationality. They show rationality sometimes, but they show irrationality a lot of times. Okay. Now, what does risk averse mean? Should I say that this investor hates risk? No, not necessary. Okay. The way to think about risk averse investor is that if this investor is being asked to put their money into a higher risk asset, then they will expect higher returns. So more risk should result into more returns. That's the concept. Okay. Now, let's simplify. Okay, risk and return. Okay, let's assume we have two investors. Now, first investor, you told him, hey, listen, you want to take a risk of 5. Investor will say, okay, cool, I want a return of 10%. Okay. But the second investor, you tell them, you take a risk of 5. And this investor will overreact. They will say, okay, risk of 5, then I want a return of maybe 20%. So then these investors we call more risk averse, and these investors are relatively less risk averse. But at the end of the day, both of them are risk averse. Higher risk is higher return. Are you with me? Now, how are you going to think of a risk neutral investor? So risk neutral investor, can anyone tell me? Does not look at risk at all, or does not care about risk. Okay, which is kind of stupid if you think about it. But we'll be using risk neutrality quite extensively in the derivatives crash course. We will be using this concept to derive certain numbers. That time we'll deal with that. And risk loving investor, do you think he loves, can I say he loves risk? Yes. Okay, or she or he loves risk. Can I say don't like return? Not as much? No, that's wrong. They love both. They love risk as well as they love return. Okay, it's just that here a risk averse investor said higher risk, more return. That's not necessarily true with a risk loving investor. Okay, now there is an equation that is a, I don't know, my 5-star maybe. Okay, I feel very high chance something like this might show up. It's a very fundamental concept in portfolio management, which is called risk adjusted return, okay, also referred to as utility score, which is calculated as expected return from an asset minus half into risk aversion score into variance. Return minus half into risk aversion score into variance. Okay. Now, when you're going to use this formula, there are two variants of this formula. Okay. There is also a variant where instead of using 0.5, use 0.005. If you're going to use this formula, one trick you need to remember is you need to use data in percentages. I'm going to show you an example. Let's do an example of risk averse client. Okay, we have risk averse client, and here is a mutual fund investment. Okay, this mutual fund investment gives you an expected return of 10%, and it has a standard deviation of 4%. All right. Now we have three clients. Client A, client B, client C. Client A is the least risk averse. Least risk averse. Client B will be moderate risk averse. Client C is the most risk averse. Most risk averse. Now, in order to quantify the risk aversion, we generally give them a score, a mathematical score. Typically, those scores are between 1 to 9. Okay? 9 means highest level of risk aversion, 1 means lowest level of risk aversion. For the first client, I'm going to assign a score of 2. So when you see a lower score, uska kya matlab hai? Lower score means less risk averse. Less risk averse means, now those of you who feel like I was very confused with this averse concept. So in my head, every time I was studying this, the moment I see the word averse, I used to replace that with avoid. Right? So less risk avoid or risk avoid. So someone who's very high on risk avoidance, someone who's relatively low on risk avoidance. So when you see a score of 2, what does it tell you? They don't like risk. They're okay with risk, right? So let's think of risk aversion score as a score of fear. Okay? So score of fear. So when it's 2, that means it's lower. So level of fear is lower. Lower the score, lower the fear. When the score is 9, the level of fear is higher. And let's say someone in the moderate, a very common score is 4. Okay? Now, how each of these investor is going to perceive this mutual fund investment. Mutual fund investment is giving risk return of how much? 10%. Okay. But what would be the risk adjusted return? What is the utility that they're getting? That we can derive with the help of this particular formula, which is what? Returns minus half into A into variance. Okay. So let's do it together. I'm going to write down the formula for you here. Returns minus half into A into variance, not sigma, variance. Let's solve for the first one. 10% minus half into, what is the score here? 2. So here we'll have a multiplier of 2 into 4% square. Okay. Now when you're solving this, I will recommend you solve from the opposite direction. It's a little bit easier. Let's do it together. On your screen, type in 4, type in percentage, type in square. 4% square into 2 into 0.5. Now make the number negative. Okay, and then say plus, and here's where most of the people will make mistake. Now when you say plus, you need to add that 10%. You cannot do 10% equal to. If you do that on Texas calculator, it tends to calculate percentage of the previous number on the screen. Okay, so what are you going to do? Plus 0.10 equal to. Hmm? 9.84 percentage. It should be 0.0984, right? So 9.84 percentage. Let's do it for the second guy. 10% minus half into risk aversion score for second client was 4. So plug in 4 there. Tell me how much are you getting? 9.68. So see what's happening is the mutual fund is giving you 10%. Right? But client A, who was a little bit okay with risk, less on fear, for that client the perceived return is risk adjusted 9.84. But client B, that risk is kind of spoiling the thing for him. Right? So client B says, you know what, okay, but risk की वजह से थोड़ा मजा कम हो गया. Now I'm enjoying this a little bit less. Now my risk adjusted return is 9.68. Intuitively, what do you think would be the return for client C? Will it be less or more? Of course less, right? So 10% minus half into 9 into 4% square. Let's do 9. Tell me how much is this? 9.28%. Okay. Now, let's think from client B perspective. Okay, and this is the question I would write if I were to set paper. I will, because people will memorize formula. So I would like to go a step beyond. Okay, my question framing will be like this. For client B, if I were to offer them a RFR, what should be that RFR number so that they would be indifferent between mutual fund and RFR? That would be my question. Understood what? I am dealing with client B. There is a government bond which is an alternate to mutual fund investment. How much return should the government bond offer so that client B will be indifferent between mutual fund and government bond? That number should be 9.68%. Why is that? Because for RFR, what should be the risk? 0, right? So think about what happens if I insert RFR into equation for B here. Think about what will happen. 9.68% minus half into 4 into 0 square. Right hand side will become 0. The second term will become 0. So return will be how much? 9.68. That is the interpretation of this risk adjusted return. The interpretation is that this mutual fund is giving me 10, but with a risk of 4, which is equivalent to earning RFR of 9.68. Okay. But then if I go to client C, For client C, I will offer RFR of how much? 9.28. Client will be okay with a lower RFR because client C does not like that risk of 4 at all. Client A will need more RFR of 9.84. Are you clear with this? Okay, let's move forward. For a risk neutral client, this is a question in the CFA curriculum. Let's assume we have 3 mutual funds. Okay, mutual fund return 10, 12, 15. Standard deviation 2, 5, and let's say crazy standard deviation of 48. But the client is risk neutral. Which one of these do you think the client will select? It has a risk of 48%. Which one of these do you think a risk neutral client will select? X, Y, or Z? Z. That's right. Why is that? Because the risk aversion score of this client is 0. Think of this equation. If A is 0, this negative term becomes 0. So client obviously will select the one which has the highest return. Are you with me on this? Okay. And finally, a risk-loving client. For a risk-loving client, this A number is going to be negative. Okay, negative means it would be a -2 or a -5. So if you have different investment, let's say A, B, and C, return 10, 15, 20, standard deviation 5, 10, and 40. Which one do you think client will select? C. Because for these clients, higher return and higher risk, both of them will increase their utility. Okay, let's assume a score of -5, just for fun. Let's compute the risk adjusted return super quick. Here it will be 10% minus half into -5 into 5% square. Since the second term is also negative, negative will become positive. So do the math, tell me how much is that. And some of you please solve for B, some of you please solve for C. Please do not make mistakes, give me final numbers. Okay, how much for A? 10.625%. How much for B? How much for B? Come on, super quick. Use -5, make sure the second term is positive. It's added because minus will become plus. How much? 17.5. And how much for portfolio C? 60. 60. Are you sure? Okay then, 60 it is. If you're telling me, then I'm trusting you. So then which one do we select? We select portfolio C. Is it correct or do you want me to solve this? थोड़ा confidence नहीं आ रहा है मेरे को. सही है ना? It's everyone in agreement. Are the numbers correct? YouTube, Sneha, Amin, Lucifer, Namansood, Vaibhav. Okay, I'm assuming it's correct. So let's move forward now. This section we've already done. Risk averse, A is positive. Risk neutral, A is 0. Risk seeking, A is negative. Okay. Now, something on indifference curves. Again, very juicy, and that's the beauty of portfolio management as a subject. Once you get hold of the concept, you can get out of points on the exam. It's fairly easy, you just need to know the concept. Indifference curves. What is an indifference curve? Okay, I'll show you like one simple example because I know some people struggle with this concept. Let's assume we have a client okay, who has a of, let's assume 7. All right. Now, we have asset 1. Let's assume this is a mutual fund. This gives you a return of 10% and it has a standard deviation of 1%. Can you quickly calculate what is the utility for this client? Utility means risk adjusted return. Can you please do the math faster? 9. Okay. Now, how does the equation look like? So please look at this. 9.96 is equal to 10% minus half into 7 into 1. Okay, now let me give you a slightly trick question. Okay, fair enough. Now for the same client, if the standard deviation is 2%, but I want the utility to remain 9.96, what should be the return? Can we do reverse calculation? You would say, sure, why not? Reverse calculation will look like this. I want answer to come out to be 9.96. I don't call it X percentage. Okay, minus half into 7 into 2% square. Do you think it's possible to reverse compute that X? Yes. Can you please find out how much is that? Reverse calculation. We want utility to be same. For 2% level of risk, what is the return that's justified? 10.1. So now think about it. Let's call it mutual fund 1 and let's call it mutual fund 2. Okay. If you are the client, would you prefer mutual fund 1 or mutual fund 2? You would say I am indifferent. Doesn't matter because both of them give me exactly the same level of utility. Correct? Now let's assume there is a mutual fund 3 that has a risk of 3%. We want utility to remain 9.96. 10.275%. Is everyone with me? So mutual fund 1, sorry, is it lagging? Your live is not working well. Okay, wait a minute. Should I switch back to Gamma? Sure. Glitch. How about now? Please let me know once it gets okay. It's typically a 10-second lag on YouTube, I guess. Is it good? All right. Thank you for the feedback. So what was I saying? Chalo, idhar, everyone. What was I saying? I was saying, guys, please, suno. For this client, you're indifferent between mutual fund 1, mutual fund 2, mutual fund 3. Okay. Let me introduce a fourth one. What if we have a RFR? In this RFR, I offer a return of 9.96. RFR risk is how much? 0. How much is the utility? 9.96. Okay. Now, all these mutual funds, I'm going to dare to put this on a graph. On this graph, on x-axis, I'm going to have standard deviation. On y-axis, I'm going to have returns. The intercept of my graph basically means when I have a risk of 0, how much will be the return? That's called intercept. X-axis is 0. You tell me, when risk is 0, how much is the return? 9.96. When risk is 1, how much is the return that the client wants? 10%. 10%. When risk is 2, 10.1%. And when the risk is 3, okay, of course I'm not to scale, but when risk is 10, it is 10.275. 10.275. And if I were to just connect them, like this on a curve, what would this curve be? This curve basically would mean that on this curve, you give client any portfolio, doesn't matter. They are indifferent. They're same, right? This is called indifference curve. Okay, so every portfolio on an indifference curve has the same level of utility. And what is that utility? Nothing but the intercept, risk adjusted return. I would frame question around this. Just draw an indifference curve, give no other information, and then ask and give some points, like something like A, B, or C, and ask people, what is the risk adjusted return? Is it A or B or C? What would be the answer? A, the intercept. Okay. Now, can one client have multiple indifference curves? Yes, why not? Client can have multiple indifference curves, right? So, ideally, for a client, we can generate hundreds of indifference curve. Okay, like this. A, B, C, D, E. Given a choice, a client would like to be on which indifference curve? Higher one, right? So client should love indifference curve E. Why is that? Because it has a higher intercept. That means it's giving you higher returns. Correct? Now, let's assume we have different clients. Client A and client B. Client A is less risk averse. Client B is more risk averse. Okay. How will their indifference curve look like? Someone who's less risk averse, indifference curve would be flatter. Someone who's more risk averse, indifference curve would be steeper. Tell me, why is that? Because more risk averse means client is saying, you know what, the moment you're increasing my risk, please give me more return. You increase risk a little bit, I want lot of returns. Okay, sorry, I'm exaggerating here, but small increase in risk, large increase in return. Not so much for this guy, right? Increase in risk, more or less same return or slightly higher return. So higher risk aversion will result into, bolo? Steeper indifference curve. Okay, these are easy, low-hanging questions on the test. If you're a risk-loving investor, reminds me of that Harshad Mehta movie quote. Kya tha? Risk hai to ishq hai. Your indifference curve is kind of stupid. So koi ishq nahi hai yahan pe. Look at this. If you're a risk-loving investor, your indifference curve is downward sloping, which is kind of stupid, which basically means this investor says, you know what, you give me more risk, I'll be happy if there is a lower return. Okay, and obviously these are your normal risk averse clients. I hope you've understood this. Let's move forward now. This part I'll be covering a little later. All the capital allocation line, all of it will be doing separately. So I'm skipping it here. Okay, covariance piece and correlation piece we've discussed extensively. We know that covariance is bounded by -1 and +1. Some of you were in. Covariance is not bounded. -infinity, -infinity. Covariance, number of covariance doesn't matter. Only sign matters. Correlation is bounded by -1 and +1. This part also I'll be dealing with a little later when I do the whole reading 2 and reading 3 for you. But this one is useful. Okay, we have a formula here. This is again one of those formulas that tends to get ignored, but there is a concept that we need to learn from this formula. So I'm going to pick it up, give it a 3 star. What is the use of this formula? This formula is an approximation formula. It is generally used for equal weighted portfolio. Equal weighted portfolio. YouTube, please confirm my audio is all right. This is for, it's okay? Okay. This is for equal weighted portfolio. Okay. What do you mean by equal weighted? If I have 100 stocks, in every stock my allocation is going to be 1%. Now, when I have two stocks, what is the portfolio standard deviation formula? Weight 1, sigma 1 square, weight 2, sigma 2 square, plus 2 into weight 1, weight 2, sigma 1, sigma 2, correlation. Wow, wow, shabash. You know, the funny thing, I've met students who studied CFA like 6-7 years ago. I ended up bumping into them. So, ek bar, we went together for a coffee. And then we were discussing, and finally, I just teased them. I said, do you remember the formula? This was one of the formula they remembered. The other one they remembered was duration formula. RCL1. Very nice. Now, if I have 100 stocks, can you please repeat the formula with me? नहीं होगा? शाम तक तो हो जाएगा, है ना? Weight 1 sigma 1 square 100 times. Weight 2 sigma 2, weight 3 sigma 3 100 times. Then plus 2 into weight 1, how many combinations? How many combinations? If I have 100 stocks, yes. If I have 100 stocks, then how many correlations will I have? I will have 100C2. C stands for combination. Okay. But a quick shortcut for you to solve this combination is 100 into 99 by 2. Can you do it? How much is that? You will have 4950 correlation pairs if you have 100 stocks. So imagine the length of your formula, right? It's a nightmare to do it. However, we have a shortcut. This is an approximation. When number of stocks increase, here is how your formula looks like. Okay, there is a subtlety in this formula I want you to notice. I hope you get hold of that finer thing. Your formula will look like average variance of all the 100 stocks. How do I calculate average variance? Just take total, divide by 100. Okay, divided by n. N in this example will be 100 plus n minus 1 divided by n multiplied with average covariance. Okay. Now, please observe this formula and let's see if you are cut out for becoming a CFA charter holder. Observe this formula. Tell me what is an economic learning out of this formula. There's something very subtle. If you capture that, I'll be super impressed. There's something for you to learn out of it. I'll give you a hint. Think of what's happening, what will happen if n starts increasing. If n increases, what do you think will happen? Okay, so as n increases, come on, anyone? As n increases, okay, the first term will approach 0. Would you agree? The first term will approach 0 and this term will approach 1, which means as the number of stocks are increasing in a portfolio, the individual volatility of those stocks doesn't matter, right? Individually how volatile they are, I don't care, because anyways average variance divided by n will, as the n becomes infinity, that number is almost 0. What matters is the average covariance, that means relationship that they have with each other. That is going to be the learning. So whenever I have 100 stocks, 200 stocks in the portfolio, even if individually stock is very volatile, I don't care, right? Because that does not matter. What matters is what is the relationship of two stocks with each other or those multiple stocks with each other. So the volatility of the portfolio is captured by covariance, not by variance in a large number of stocks. Is this okay? Have you understood this? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, make sure you answer this, you're able to answer this theory question. Okay, power of diversification, obviously lower the correlation, lower is the total risk in the portfolio. Okay, efficient frontier, we have to do a little later, so I'm not capturing it. Have we moved to reading 2? Oh, in my juice notes, the first reading is missing or what? That's why I'm wondering what's happening here. Okay. Correct, we directly started with part 1. Never mind, no problem. We'll do that reading directly. Okay. So then let's start with the whole thing sequentially. Step number 1, and I'm going to do it in sequence. I'm going to cover the whole 1 and 2 with you comprehensively. Can someone check curriculum, please? What is the reading number 1 called? Check CFA curriculum.
Oh yeah. So on the juice notes, the reading 3 is
reading 1. So sequence has changed, is it?
Yeah. Page number 31.
Page number 31. Okay. Vishal, can you just note it down and get it fixed? I'll move it at the beginning. But now that we've started with this, I'd like to continue with this reading. So let's do it then. Okay, so next 30 minutes, I'll cover the whole story for you, the crux of portfolio management. We have 2 assets, A and B. We are designing a portfolio. Expected return 10%, expected return 15%. Standard deviation 8%, standard deviation 22%. Correlation between them will assume different scenarios. Correlation will assume a scenario of -1, a scenario of -0.2, a scenario of 0.7, and a correlation of +1. In each of the scenario, and we have to assume a weight of, let's assume a weight of 30% and 70%. In each of the scenario, you have to calculate expected return of the portfolio and standard deviation of the portfolio. Do you think you can do it? Okay, start. Calculate expected return, calculate standard deviation. Sequence Shukla. So you did not upload the notes of QM. Okay. Alright, in a while we'll upload. Fine. Can you please, you're using the same formula, weight 1 sigma 1 formula. Can you tell me what is the standard deviation of -1? What? Let's solve it together. करो, चलो, साथ में करो मेरे. 30% into 8% equal to x square STO1. 70% into 22% equal to x square STO2. Then the last term 2 into 30% into 70% into 8% into 22%. Okay, don't multiply with correlation, into 22%, let it be as it is, STO3. Now the simple thing we are going to do is RCL3, multiply this with -1. RCL3 into 1 negative equal to plus RCL2 plus RCL1 under root. How much are you getting? You're getting 13%. Is that okay? Now, RCL3 into 0.2 make it negative. RCL3 into 0.2 make it negative. Plus RCL2 plus RCL1 equal to under root. 15.10. Okay? Then again, RCL3 multiplied with 0.7, RCL3 multiplied with 0.7 plus RCL2 plus RCL1 equal to under root 17.16, and finally RCL1 plus RCL2 plus RCL3 under root 17.8. How would you get expected return? Just a weighted average. So this would be 13.5. How do you do that? 10% into 3, 30% 3. This is 10.5. So 13.5. Return will not change based on correlation. No matter what the correlation, return is same, but risk will change. Now there are two learnings from this. Learning number 1, which is testable. Lower the correlation, bolo, higher benefits of diversification. Okay, corollary to this is when correlation is equal to 1, there is no benefit of diversification. When correlation is equal to 1, absolutely zero benefit of diversification. Okay, but, and here is what CFA Institute really loves, testing multiple questions in your ecosystem as well. How about a correlation of 0.99, which is slightly less than 1, but positive correlation? Will there be a benefit of diversification? Yes. Some benefit of diversification, right? And that's the learning. The learning is, as long as the correlation is not 1, even if it's marginally smaller, I will start reaping some benefits of diversification. It does not necessarily have to be negative. So even at 0.99, I get some benefits. Samajh mein aa raha hai? The only correlation number where you do not get benefit is what? 1. After that, even if it's fractionally smaller, you will have some benefits of diversification. Fine. And when correlation is -1, that time I will get the highest benefit of diversification. Because notice, when correlation is -1, my standard deviation is the lowest it can be. My standard deviation will become the lowest it can possibly be. Are you with me? Okay. Learning number 2. Learning number 2 from this, there are 2 special cases. Which are the 2 special cases? You must have noticed that when I set up the question for you, immediately wrote down the answer as well, right? Because I'm making use of those two special scenario when R is equal to 1 and R is equal to -1. In this situation, all that you need to do is simply A plus B and A minus B, and you will get your answer. Now, how does A plus B work? Okay, so observe. 30% into 8%. So 8% into 30%. How much is that? 2.4 percentage. In the same way, 15% and 22% and 70%. So 22% into 70% is how much? 15.4 percentage. Okay. When I add up these two numbers, 15.4 plus 2.4, I get 17.8 percentage, which is the standard deviation here, A plus B. This will work only and only when correlation is equal to 1. No benefits of diversification. Shortcut, you don't need the whole formula. In the same way, if I take the difference of the two, larger number minus smaller number, how much do I get? 13. That is the standard deviation here. So these are two special cases, when correlation is equal to +1, when correlation is equal to -1. Are you okay with this? Now one trick question on the exam, they will give correlation is equal to 0. And you might think if correlation is equal to 0, maybe some shortcut will work. No. If correlation is equal to 0, your formula will be weight 1 sigma 1 square plus weight 2 sigma 2 square. The third term is 0. Okay. This is not same as weight 1 sigma 1 plus weight 2 sigma 2. You might think it is like that, it is not. So don't be confused. If you end up doing weight 1 sigma 1, weight 2 sigma 2, you will get answer for correlation equal to 1, not correlation equal to 0. A square plus B square under root is not equal to A plus B. Am I speaking Chinese? Are you with me here? Okay, good. So let's move forward. Next concept. Now we are starting with the Harry Markowitz work. Okay, I have to give you certain primer more from exam perspective. The first graph, standard deviation, expected return. These are all the different portfolios which Harry Markowitz generated. Okay. Now when Harry Markowitz generated these portfolios, what was the condition? Condition was, you go to the software and you tell your software that, hey, listen, I want a return of 5%. Please generate all the portfolios that you can to earn me the return of 5%. I want a return of 6%. Please generate all the portfolios that will earn me 6% and so on. Then what Harry Markowitz did is he said all these portfolios which are in the corner, okay, like this. These portfolios look like the better ones. Why is that? Because they're earning me the same return with low risk. So he built a graph like this. This was referred to as minimum variance frontier. Okay, minimum variance frontier. Then graph number 2, we have sigma here. We have expected return here. He said, okay, this is my minimum variance frontier. This portfolio, which is an absolute tip of the bullet, let's call it portfolio C. What is the property of this portfolio C? It has the lowest possible standard deviation. This portfolio would be called global minimum variance portfolio, GMVP. Then all the portfolios which are above GMVP are smart portfolios. All the portfolios which are below GMVP are stupid portfolios. Why is that? Because same level of risk, but I get more return on those. So then I plot them on a graph, which becomes graph number 3. Sigma here, return here, this one. This is referred to as efficient frontier or Markowitz frontier. Now these are the bestest of all the portfolios, the smartest of all the portfolios. Of course, on the extreme left, what do you have? You have GMVP. Now, here's one exam question. This is your MVF. This is your EF. I'll make statements, you tell me if they are correct for MVF and EF. Statement number 1. MVF will show lowest risk for given level of return. Is this sentence applicable for MVF? Is this sentence applicable for efficient frontier? Yes. Then it will show highest return for given level of risk. Is it applicable for MVF? No. Is it applicable for efficient frontier? Yes. You need to know this for the exam. That's my 2 stars. Maybe 3 stars. Right? Conceptually, it's critical that you capture this. Okay. So now we are back to efficient frontier. On my efficient frontier, there is one portfolio which is like, really nice portfolio, smartest portfolio. So this we'll call as the smartest portfolio. Now what is the property of the smartest portfolio? It will have the highest Sharpe ratio. Highest Sharpe ratio. So what I do next is if this is my efficient frontier and if this is my smartest portfolio, I'll draw a line of tangency. The y-axis intercept of that line of tangency will be RFR. Okay? We have still sigma here, we still have RFR here. Now this line that you have, this is called what? Capital allocation line. In your capital allocation line, every portfolio will be a combination of RFR plus the smart portfolio. Are we okay here? And then you draw the same capital allocation line one more time, but this time you change the definition of your capital allocation line. You say now my smart portfolio is the entire market. The whole market is my smart portfolio. And then you draw your line, and now this line would be called as capital market line. Everything else is same, but it becomes CML, capital market line. And then last 2 graphs. Then you design one more structure like this. Remember, all this while on the x-axis I was measuring sigma. Now on the x-axis I will put in beta and draw a similar line. And now this line would be referred to as SML. SML stands for security market line. Equation of SML is what? CAPM. Have you studied CAPM in equity class? CAPM, Capital Asset Pricing Model. Expected return is equal to, help me out, RFR plus beta into equity risk premium. There is one more line left now, the final line. Now, on this line, y-axis will change, x-axis will change. All this while on x-axis I was having risk. Now on x-axis I will have excess returns on market. On y-axis I will have excess returns on stock. What is this line called? Security characteristic line. Okay, and the slope of this line is what? The slope of this line is beta of the stock, whatever stock that you've put on the y-axis, and intercept of this line, intercept of security characteristic line, come on, what is that intercept? Navid, alpha. So here intercept is not RFR, intercept is alpha, slope of the line is beta. So how many? First minimum variance frontier that we converted to efficient frontier, then we picked up the smartest portfolio, from that we built capital allocation line, then we changed the definition of smart portfolio, we converted that to CML, then we said let me change the measurement of risk, let me use beta instead, it became SML, and finally then how to calculate beta to use in SML. So this is calculated with this particular line called security characteristic line. If you look at CFA curriculum, a lot of questions on what is the slope of this line, what is the intercept of this line, right? So if you have this structure in your mind, you should be able to answer. What is the intercept of CML? RFR. Intercept of SML? RFR. Intercept of CAL? RFR. What is the slope of CAL? Come on. What is the slope of CAL? Sharpe ratio. What is the slope of CML? Sharpe ratio of whom? Market. Sharpe ratio of market. Okay. This was the Sharpe ratio of your smart portfolio or smartest portfolio. And how about SML? What is the slope of SML? I'll give you two options. Equity risk premium or trainer ratio. Which one? Both, because they're same. Okay, how do you calculate trainer ratio? Return on the portfolio, or in fact return on the market minus RFR divided by beta of the market. That's the trainer ratio. Now, trainer ratio for the beta of the market is always 1. Therefore, at times we don't write it, so just the numerator becomes a slope, which is nothing but equity risk premium. So slope of SML is trainer ratio of the market or equity risk premium, because they are exactly the same. And obviously slope of security characteristic line is beta. And then these are the basic questions. For each of these graph, you need to know what is on y-axis, what is on x-axis. What is the intercept, what is the slope. If you know that, probably looking at 1 or 2 questions there. Are you comfortable? Yes? One more thing. What is the best way to describe the shape of efficient frontier? Is it convex or is it concave? क्या? क्या हुआ? क्या ऐसे? ऐसे? Okay, you tell me, what is the shape of efficient frontier? क्या बात? I'm so surprised you remember so much of it. Nice. Now, since you remember it, the teacher in me wants to set up a higher grade question. What's the interpretation of concave? Does it mean? Okay, Khushi wants to answer that. उसको mic दो. हाँ ऐसे बोलो. I'll repeat. हाँ. Your return increases with decreases. No, your return does not decrease with the risk.
It increases at a slower rate.
That's right. As the risk is increasing, okay, the returns are increasing but at a slower rate. As the risk is increasing, the return will increase at a slower rate. That is the meaning of concave. Which kind of makes sense, because we know even if I design a very large risk portfolio, it's not that I'm going to make, okay, there's some lag again. Wait a minute. I'm already on gamma. Should I go to epsilon again? I'm waiting for it to improve.
ये नंबर वन पे होता है द मोस्ट कॉमन करेक्ट ये जो ऐसा नंबर
I think it's working now. What, do you also have access to this Wi-Fi? No.
not Wi-Fi the video
ठीक. Okay, if it's working, good.
it's not going to be red time no come on
Yeah, there's a 20 second lag generally. Let's watch. Yeah, 20-second latency, you're right. Camera is still lagging. अरे break नहीं यार अभी खत्म. I need to finish this. Is it okay now? Little working. Okay, so I'm assuming it's still working all right. Chalo, everyone, please focus. Shh. Guys, come on. Some conceptual exam-oriented questions. Okay, I'm directly framing questions for you. This is efficient frontier. I have 3 portfolios on efficient frontier. And I'm going to design 3 portfolios here. 70% RFR, 30% equities. Let's call this as X, Y. 50% RFR, 40% equities, 10% hedge funds. Z, 40% equities, 60% RFR. So clearly I have 3 asset classes here. 3 asset classes. Which asset classes do I have? I have RFR, I have equity, and I have hedge funds. Sorry, the last one was hedge fund. Okay. Now, if I have 3 asset classes, tell me, is portfolio X even possible on efficient frontier? Because notice what portfolio X is doing. It has got no hedge fund allocation at all. Do you think that's possible? Do you think that's possible on efficient frontier to completely eliminate one asset class? The answer is yes. This is one of the shortcomings of efficient frontier. It tends to build very concentrated portfolios. Okay. Now, which of these ABC looks like portfolio X? It is A, because it has a very high allocation to RFR and relatively low allocation to equity, no allocation to hedge funds at all. Now, as I'm migrating a little bit and I go to portfolio B, it's slightly higher return, higher risk, portfolio B is similar to Y, where hedge funds come in for the first time, but very small allocation to hedge funds. As I migrate further, notice what's happening. RFR gets thrown out of the mix. And this is my portfolio Z, where high allocation to hedge funds, high allocation to equity, absolutely zero allocation to RFR. So I want you to know this conceptually. As I'm moving right on the efficient frontier, some of the low risk assets will get thrown out and riskier assets will get added to the portfolio. The problem with efficient frontier, okay, some of the issues with efficient frontier. One, it tends to build concentrated portfolios, because at the end of the day, it's a very mathematical algorithm, right? So imagine you have multiple asset classes, and for hedge fund, you have a high return, low risk type of historical data. Then your efficient frontier will mathematically optimize, और वो बोलेगा सब पैसा hedge fund में लगा दो. It will say that put all your money into hedge fund. So it's just running purely on a maths optimizer. It does not use any real world logic. So it tends to generate very, very concentrated portfolio. B, and this is extremely important, a small change in input will result in large change in output. A small change in input will result in large change in output. What does that mean? It means, imagine you building efficient frontier, you put in some assumptions. Okay, what kind of assumptions? How much return will equities give me? Okay, now based on that you design portfolios for the client, you deploy capital. After 2 months, your research team comes to you and says, sir, that assumption we gave you, there was a mistake in calculation, please increase it by 2%. The moment you change input and decide to run efficient frontier again, the client allocation will change drastically. So you'll have to again maybe sell existing portfolio and design new ones, which is not practical in a real world setting. So small change in input will result in large change in output. Okay, and the C is a very classic problem that prohibits us from using efficient frontier in real world. Does anyone know what? Does anyone know what's the biggest problem? Okay, it's a single period framework. What does that even mean? It means I have some money now, I'm going to invest. What is the best way to invest? Efficient frontier. But 3 years from now, my children is getting into a college, I'll have to pay a lump sum. Once I do that, then my portfolio will look very different, correct? 5 years from now, maybe I want to buy a second house, so a lot of money will go out, then my portfolio will look very different. Can efficient frontier capture all of these moving landscape into your portfolio allocation? No, it's a single period framework. That means I can do it only for maybe 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, but I cannot incorporate multiple time horizon into my calculations. Is that okay? So 3 issues, can you tell me which ones? A, concentrated portfolio. B, small change in input, large change in output. And last one, it's a single period framework. Okay, good. So now efficient frontier more or less is done. Let's focus on capital allocation line. What is the equation of this capital allocation line? Return on my portfolio is equal to RFR plus Sharpe ratio of smartest portfolio multiplied with sigma of my portfolio. Remember, on capital allocation line, every portfolio is a version of some coffee. Remember, I think we did coffee example in the class. Which coffee? Milk and coffee. Every portfolio is made of milk plus coffee. Okay, the proportion of milk and coffee will change, but every portfolio is milk and coffee. Milk is what? RFR. Coffee is what? The equity, the smart portfolio. So every portfolio is a combination of little bit of RFR, little bit of risky asset. Okay. Now, two varieties of question, one on the graph, one on the calculation. This is a graph question first. If this is my smartest portfolio, C, okay, let's call it C. How do you think A will look like? A is what kind of portfolio? What is A called? C is 100% coffee. Okay, C is 100% risky asset. How about A? What kind of portfolio is this? This is called lending portfolio. That means, what are you doing in a lending portfolio? You are adding some milk to the portfolio. That means you have positive allocation to RFR. And what will portfolio B look like? B is a borrowing portfolio. Think of it as some sort of a double espresso. No milk, extra coffee. So you're borrowing some money and you're putting that into markets. So portfolios on the left of 100% allocation are lending portfolios. Portfolios on the right are borrowing portfolios. Okay. So which are the four questions you're looking at here? So let's start working. I'm going to build a table. In this table, we will have weight of RFR, weight of risky portfolio, then standard deviation of the portfolio, expected return of the portfolio. Okay. Now obviously in order to solve this, you need some basic data to work with. So here's your basic data. Your smart portfolio has a return of 20%, RFR of 5%, standard deviation of 3%. Okay. Let's design different portfolios. 4 possible questions on CL on the exam. This table covers all the 4. In portfolio 1, I'll tell you RFR weight is 20%. In portfolio 2, RFR weight, return on markets are 50%. In portfolio 3, the standard deviation is 2%. And in portfolio 4, return on the portfolio is 25%. Fill in the blanks. There is not a 5th variety of question that can be tested out of this. This is a comprehensive set on CAL. I want you to think of portfolio standard deviation formula. Weight 1 sigma 1 square, weight 2 sigma 2 square. Think of what happens if one of the two assets is RFR. If one of the two assets is RFR, then RFR sigma is 0. Therefore, in my portfolio standard deviation formula, the second term, third term is 0. So formula is simply weight 1 sigma 1 square under root, which is weight 1 sigma 1, which means when you want to calculate risk of a portfolio, when one of the two asset is RFR, all that you need to do is allocation to risky asset multiplied with standard deviation of risky asset, that's it. Are you done solving? Okay. I'm going to solve this. I want you to please observe the screen. We will do one more example after this. Notice. If weight of RFR is 20, what should be the weight of risky asset?
80.
This is 80. Now, how to calculate standard deviation? Let's call it column A. Okay, let's call it column B. How to calculate this? Very easy. 3% into column B. That's it. 3% is the risk of that underlying portfolio multiplied with how much allocation you have to risky asset. So that will be how much? 2.4%. And how do you get the return on the portfolio? A simple weighted average. Okay, a simple weighted average. So this will become 20% multiplied with 80% plus RFR is how much? 5% multiplied with 20%. How much is that coming to? 17. How much is this? 17%. Just doing a simple straightforward weighted average. How many of you got the first one right? Give me a hand raise or I pass on the chat box. Okay, 4 out of 40 here, 50 I guess. Let's do the second one. Second one, is everyone clear with the first one? Can you give me hand raise again if you've understood this? Okay, great. Let's do the second one. Now, if weight in risky portfolio is 50, then how much should be the weight in RFR? 50. Standard deviation is very easy. 3 into B. Where is that 3 coming from? Here. This is that 3. This is that 3. Okay. So this will be 3 into 50%, 1.5%. How would you get return on the portfolio? A simple weighted average. 20% return on risky asset multiplied with 50% allocation plus 5% allocation to RFR multiplied with 50%. That will give you 12.5%. So second one is over. Let's do the third one. The third one. This is tricky. Third one is a little tricky because in third one, everyone okay with 2, right? Third one, we have standard deviation of my portfolio. Now, we know that 3 multiplied with weight gives me 2. Yes or no? So now, can I reverse compute what must have been the weight? 3 multiplied with X percentage is equal to 2. 3 multiplied with X percentage is equal to 2. What is that X percentage? 66.67%. That's it. Then this is 66.67%. Then this has to be 33.33%. And then weighted average is simple. 66.67 into 20 plus 33.33 into 5. Can you help me do the math? How much is this? 15%. Okay, and the last one now. Now the last one, the only thing we have is return. We have nothing else, but here's what we know. We know that if I allocate X percentage to risky portfolio multiplied with 20 plus 1 minus X percentage multiplied with 5 is giving me how much? 25. Do you think there is a way I can figure out what is that X? Sure. How? 20X, I'm ignoring the percent sign for the timing, plus 5 minus 5X is equal to 25. So that's 15X is equal to 20. X is equal to 20 by 15, how much is that? 1.33. So 1.33 means 133% weight to risky asset. That means how much weight to minus 33% weight. And that means sigma of the portfolio will be how much? So 3 multiplied with 1.33 percentage, this will be 4. This is your capital allocation table. What do you think? Do you think you'd be able to solve, or do you want to practice one more? FEB candidates. How many FEB? Are you comfortable with this? Gabriel M. Bonza Mosh says, online, can you give me a feedback so I'll decide if I need to do one more or not? You can give me a I pass or an I struggle, please. In 3, how did we get? In 3, how did weights are calculated? Okay, you know what? Let's do one more. Okay, one more. Here we go. Weight of RFR. Weight of risky asset. Standard deviation of the portfolio. And return of the portfolio. These are your 4 columns. Now, I'll write down the formula right here itself so you're not confused with this. Okay? The standard deviation of your market, I'm using a capital market line now, multiplied with weight that you're going to assign to market. So let me just go and correct this also. Weight of market. Weight of market. So we are going to put in some money in market, some money in RFR. My portfolio sigma will be, what is the sigma of the market into how much money I have invested in market. Is that okay? And how will I get my returns? My returns will be weight of markets into returns on market plus weight of RFR into return of RFR, which is RFR itself. Is this okay? Now let's set up some data for market. Let us say the market data is return on market is, let's say, 25%. RFR is 5%. Let us say standard deviation of market is V is 5%. Okay. Let's create different question. Scenario 1. Let's allocate minus 40% to market. Now, when I'm allocating minus 40% to market, what kind of portfolio is that? Is it a lending portfolio or lending portfolio? It's a borrowing portfolio. Then, second scenario, let's allocate 60% to market. Third scenario, let's have a risk of the portfolio as 4. And the last scenario, let us have return on the portfolio as or 17%. 15. Actually, 17 is also not okay. Sorry. Let me make this as 13%, please. Otherwise, there will be overlap in the portfolios. 13%. Please fill in the blanks. Keep on posting your answers on the chat box. If you're feeling lazy, just remember 150,000 rupees that you've paid. Who's paid for it? Mom or dad? So imagine the look on their face then. You've paid? Good. Then take it easy. Okay. Someone is correcting me on the chat box. They're saying 120,000 to be precise. So, okay. Is practice the only solution for fat finger? No, then you can maybe start working out your fingers a little bit better. Is CFA LES and premium pack sufficient for passing the exam? Should be, if you're conceptually okay, you practice enough, I think it's good enough. Okay. May I solve now? Let's do the first one. Chalo, help me out, folks, please. I can also show you a technique to do this orally, but that I have not been showing because I don't want to take a risk of confusing you. But if you want, I can show you how to do this orally. You want to learn? Okay. All right, so first let's do the weights. First question, I'll show you the technique. If this is minus 40, how much should be the weight in the market? Plus 140. What portfolio is this? It's a borrowing portfolio. Now, what is the standard deviation? So this standard deviation is 5. I'm allocating 140% to it. So 5 into 140% is 7. Okay. The last column, I can of course do a weighted average, but I can show you a slightly different way to do it. Do you want to see? Okay. A different way to do it is to think of the Sharpe ratio here. 25 minus 5 divided by 5. 25 minus 5 in the numerator, how much? 20. Divided by 5, 4. Okay, Sharpe ratio is 4. What is the meaning of that Sharpe ratio? One risk gets you 4 return. One standard deviation gets you 4%. And let's assume there is a discount season that's happening. You're going for shopping. The more risk you take, the more return you will get. Plus, because there's a discount season, 5% returns are given to you as free. What is that 5%? RFR. Okay, so now think like this. You're taking risk of how much? 7. 1 risk, 4 return. 7 risk, 7 into 4, 28. So 28 returns plus 5. 33. So this will be 33. If you do weighted average, you will get the same number. Understood? Let's do the next one. Please look at the screen, everyone. This is 60. How much should this be? 40. Okay, let's calculate risk. 5 standard deviation of market into 60%. How much? 3. Now I told you 1 risk, 4 return, 3 risk. एक रिस्क के लिए 4%, 1 unit of risk 4%, 3 unit of risk 12%, 12% plus 5, how much? 17. Just like that, you can do it orally. Do you like this method better? Okay. Next one. Now, this is 4%, okay, and standard deviation of the market is 5%. So 5% multiplied with X percentage is equal to 4. That means X percentage is 4 by 5. 4 by 5 has to be 80%. So on the market 80%, on RFR 20%. Now let's do the returns orally. 4%. For 1 unit of risk, I get 4 units of return. If I'm taking risk of 4, return will be 16 plus 5. How much? 21%. Now, if you have the same level of thinking, you can also reverse calculate this. I'll tell you how. My returns are 13. How many of those returns came free? 5. So that means return that I've earned for taking risk is 8. Okay. Now 1 unit of risk gave return of 4. I'm getting 8. I must have taken risk of 2 units. So this is 2. And if it is 2, then 2 divided by 5, this should be 40, this should be 60. That's an easier way to solve this. On the exam, if you've truly understood this concept, go and watch more original videos. You can just eyeball and tick. You don't even have to do the whole math. Right? You would get a sense of where the answer is. Okay, what do you think about this? Are you comfortable? Okay, now we can stop for a break. First break, 20 minutes.
have an interview from 4:30 to 5. Can I just take it from that?
All right, I'm ready when you are. एक बेटा कॅमेरा ठीक नाही आहे या साईडला जास्त आहे फ्रेम CL is done. Thank you, sir. CL is done. Some ratios. Bit echo in the audio. Are there two mics on here somewhere? Is the other one on? It's not, right? All right, now some questions on SML. SML. I'll show you all the possible varieties of questions you might see on the exam. Let us say return on markets. Return on markets is 15%. Let us say RFR is 5%. This is the basic information we have. We have three stocks. Stock A, which is here. B is here. C is here. This is your stock 1, stock 2, stock 3. Beta of the stock 2, beta of the stock 2, beta of the stock 2. Expected return expected return 28%, 25%, 20%. Please identify which stock is A, which stock is B, which stock is C. Please identify which stock is undervalued, overvalued, correctly valued. This is a three-star concept. Which stock is A, which stock is B, which stock is C? Stock 2 is B. Okay. How to do this? So, the way to do this is you calculate required returns. Okay, required return. Required return you would calculate with which formula? CAPM. Okay, so RFR plus beta multiplied with equity risk premium. RFR is 5%. Beta is 2. Equity risk premium is the difference between RM and RF. Equity risk premium is how much? 10%. So 2 into 10 plus 5, how much? 25. Required return 25. Required return 25. Why is that? Because the beta is same. Now stock A is giving you more than the required return. That means stock A has to be above the SML. When it gives you more, it obviously will fall above the line. Stock 2 is giving you exactly what is required return. Therefore, B becomes stock 2. Stock 3 is giving you less than the required return. Required is 25, it's giving you 20. So it has to be below. So this is my stock 3. Whenever your portfolio is above, okay, some folks on the are complaining about echo in the sound. Let me just check if it's, there is a little bit of white noise that's being captured, I don't know why. It should be, it's a little better than the previous one. Okay. So again, stock A, the one which is above the line, we will say that this is, anyone? Undervalued. This is undervalued. Stock B on the line, this is correctly or fairly valued. And the last one is what? This is overvalued when you're below the line. Easy, low-hanging fruits, do not miss on these questions. Are you comfortable with these? Okay. Then some finer discussion on the concept of risk. So, your total risk in a portfolio is made of two parts. Which two parts? Systematic and unsystematic. Systematic risk is captured by beta of the stock. Unsystematic risk we don't measure directly. But we know that systematic plus unsystematic results into total risk. Now, this risk we say traditionally can not be diversified. Cannot be diversified means no matter what you do, you will have exposure to beta as a risk. Unsystematic risk can be diversified. How do you diversify it? By buying more number of stocks. You know? By not picking, no, you buy the same stocks, but you, instead of designing a portfolio of only 5 stocks, you design a portfolio of maybe 50 stocks. So then your exposure per stock is lower, so your unsystematic risk is diversified. That's the concept of diversification, means adding more number of assets to the book. Now, which risk metric is appropriate for what type of investor? Okay. So now this is where I feel CFA exams might throw some conceptual questions. So there are two types of investors, A and B. A is an extremely diversified investor. That means they've purchased 10, 20, 50 stocks. B is has a concentrated portfolio. When you're capturing risk for A and B, what do you think is an appropriate metric for A? Appropriate metric for A is beta as a measure of risk. Why is that? Because they're diversified, so they have less exposure to unsystematic risk. Correct? They have exposure, sir, please control karo. They have more exposure to thus the systematic risk. How about B? What do you think is a appropriate metric? Sigma. Sigma is your total risk. Okay. Now, what they will do on the exam, the question will not be so straightforward. It will be a little twisted. Okay, twisted like this. They will say, okay, you are working with a client who has a diversified portfolio. Will you use a Sharpe ratio for them, or will you use a trainer ratio for them? What ratio is appropriate? Now, remember, both the ratios are same numerator, the denominator changes. In Sharpe ratio, denominator is sigma. For trainer ratio, denominator is beta. So for this client, which ratio will you use? Trainer ratio. Trainer ratio, no? Because you are a diversified portfolio. For this client, Sharpe ratio or trainer ratio, which one will you use? You will use Sharpe ratio. Is it okay? All right. Now I think we can go to the juice notes and make sure we've knocked off the theory of these two readings. We're mostly done with part 1 and part 2. Let me just see what we've done. We've discussed on the 3 category of clients: risk averse, risk neutral, risk seeking. Have we discussed this formula? Expected return minus half into A into variance. What is this called? Utility or risk adjusted return. We've done indifference curves. Then what happens if one of the 2 assets in the portfolio is RFR? The other second, third term is 0. So my portfolio standard deviation formula is weight in the risky asset into sigma of risky asset. Equation for CAL. This is how CAL looks like. This is an intersection of CAL and indifference curve. You want to select, you have 3 portfolios where there is a intersection of the 2. Which one will you select? B. Why is that? It's on the highest indifference curve. So you want to select the point of tangency. Someone in the chat box says, even I was about to yawn when sir said control. Good. Covariance correlation. Do you remember when correlation is +1, formula is just A plus B. When correlation is -1, it is A minus B. Then equal weighted portfolio. Quickly tell me what was the formula? Variance by n plus n minus 1 divided by n into average covariance. As n increases, variance divided by n gets close to 0, and that n minus 1 divided by n gets close to 1. Therefore, what matters when you have a diversified portfolio is average covariance. Average variance does not matter much. Okay, very nice. You guys are doing great. When correlation is equal to 1, do I have any benefits of diversification? No. No diversification benefits. This is your efficient frontier. This is your global minimum variance portfolio. This is your optimal portfolio, the one which has the highest. Smart is the one which has the highest Sharpe ratio. Then these questions we already solved. Okay, they'll give you something like this. Return and risk, and there was a RFR given. Which one will you select? Okay, so you want to select the one which has the highest Sharpe ratio. No, highest Sharpe ratio. This part we've already done. Now we are on part 2 of the reading. I'm just making sure all the theory is captured. Okay. Now, this FF2, I did touch base on this in the equity crash course, but I would like to do it again. Okay. Imagine we have 2 investors, investor A and investor B. What investor A did is he bought, let's say, a Parik Flexi Cap fund. Okay. That investor put in 100 rupees today and then just slept on it for 20 years. Did nothing. Okay. Whereas investor B is buying Nifty ETF. Okay. And what investor B is trying to do is sell here, buy here. Okay. So every 6 months he's buying and he's selling. Sell, buy. Now look at the 2 and tell me which one of the 2 is an active investor. A or B? A is not doing anything for 20 years. Which one of these 2 is an active investor? A is an active investor, B is a passive. Okay, now this is not you, this is 99% of the folks in finance and outside. They think active means bahut karna hai. Active means someone who's continuously doing something, because that's what the English term tells us. Passive means I don't do anything, right? I just buy and sit, but that's not true. The definition of active and passive is different. The definition of passive is that I do not believe in the ability of a fund manager to make me more money, so I will simply buy ETFs. I will buy Nifty ETF, I will buy whatever ETFs, S&P ETF, and why is that? Because I don't think a fund manager can earn more than that, okay? Whereas active investor believes that a fund manager can earn more, therefore they can generate alpha for me, so therefore they will buy a mutual fund. Are you getting the difference? Your period of activity or inactivity has nothing to do with active and passive. Active and passive is got to do with what you buy and what you decide not to buy. So you believe that India is a good story, I should invest in India. So you buy a Nifty 50 ETF, park your money there and forget. You're what type of investor? You're a passive investor. But you believe that out of all the 50 companies, the best company in India is Reliance Industry. It's not, but let's say best company in India is Reliance Industry. So you put all your money in Reliance Industry and you forget for 20 years. What kind of investor are you? Active. Because you believe you can do better than Nifty 50. That's why you're choosing Reliance. Make sense? Okay. This part we've done. Borrowing portfolio, lending portfolios we've done. Systematic, non-systematic risk we've done. Which risk can you diversify? Unsystematic. What is an alternate word for unsystematic? Idiosyncratic. One more word, specific. So specific, idiosyncratic and unsystematic. All of them are same. Okay, now we have to do one more. So, all of you know CAPM model. CAPM model is expected return on a stock is RFR plus beta into equity risk premium. There is another very, very popular model called the FFM model, FEMA French model. What these guys argued, they said CAPM is correct, but it's incomplete. Market is not the only factor of risk. There are other factors of risk. So under FEMA French model, the equation looks like this. RFR plus beta into ERP. Did you notice the difference? Did you notice the difference between the equation on the left and right? हाँ ना? हाँ? सेम है? ठीक है. सिर्फ देख रहा था कितना नींद आ रहा. Plus one more beta. Okay? This is called beta of size into size premium. Plus one more beta. This is called beta of style plus style premium. Okay. Now, what do you mean by a size premium? So under this model, small cap stocks outperform large cap stocks over a long period of time. So not only you get rewarded for investing in the market, you also get rewarded more if you invest into small cap stocks. Not only that, there is one more premium. Okay, that premium is value stocks outperform growth stocks. Value stocks outperform growth stocks. So under FEMA French model, you get 3 factor betas and you get 3 returns. Bolo, which is the first one? The first one is simply called market factor. The second one is called size factor, and the third one is called style factor. Under size factor, what outperforms what? A small cap outperforms large cap. Under the style factor, what outperforms what? Value outperforms growth stocks. Alright, there is one more model called the How should I pronounce his name? Carhart. Okay, Carhart model. Now, he built a similar model to FEMA French. I don't know if it's a he or she, I'm assuming. FEMA French model. Plus, the author threw in one more factor. Does anyone know what that factor is? Momentum. So what this model says is, it says yes, small is better than large, value is better than growth, but momentum stocks do better than non-momentum stocks. What is a momentum stock? Something that's going up. It will keep on going up. So that's your simple momentum. Okay. This is the same repetition, so I don't know to spend time on this. Your total risk can be decomposed into systematic risk and non-systematic risk. There is one calculation in the curriculum blue box, but don't think that can be tested. Just know it conceptually, the framework. Total risk is broken down into beta as well as unsystematic. Okay, of course, we completely missed on an important piece, which is beta. Beta is the slope of which line? SML. Beta is the slope of SML. Is the beta slope of SML or SCL? How many of you think SCL? How many of you think SML? Okay, very smart. Beta is the slope of SCL. SCL stands for security characteristic line. Then what is the connection of the beta and the security market line? Does beta have anything to do with security market line? It is the intercept. RFR is the intercept. Then what does beta have to do with security market line? It's got nothing to do. We just did it like few minutes ago. Security market line means CAPM. Where is beta on that line? It's on the x-axis. So beta is the x-axis of security market line. Okay. In case of CAPM equation, remember quant crash course now, since you've done quant crash course. X-axis means independent variable, y-axis means dependent variable. In case of CAPM equation, is the slope of CAPM beta or is the slope of CAPM equity risk premium? Slope of CAPM is what? Equity risk premium. You go and ask a few CFA charter holders. This is a trick question. Okay, get hold of some random CFA charter holders whenever you meet and just ask them out of curiosity, what do you think is the slope of CAPM? 9 out of 10 will tell you it's beta, which is wrong. Beta is not the slope of CAPM. What is the slope of CAPM? Equity risk premium or trainer ratio. SCL, security characteristic line, what is the slope? Beta. Is that clear? Okay. So let's do a little work on beta. 2 questions on the exam. I'll give you both the varieties. If I were designing your paper, this is what I would have done, the second type of question. Okay. Let us say RFR is 5%. Covariance between the stock and the market is 0.10005, and variance of the market is 0.0703. variance of stock is 0.05000025, and equity risk premium is 10%. Calculate required return as per CAPM. This is an easy one. I'll do it for you super quick. Beta is calculated as covariance of stock and market divided by variance of. What should you have in the denominator? Variance of market. So which means 0.10005 divided by 0.0703, how much is this? 1.42. So 1.42 is your beta. And then 5 plus 1.42 into 10 should give you 19.2% return. That's it. That's your simple CAPM question. Is this easy? Covariance divided by variance. Which variance in the denominator? Market. If you ever happen to forget this on the exam, okay, think of whenever you build some stock chart, a beta chart, you'll typically put market here on x-axis and stock on the y-axis, right? And then slope of that you'd figure out what the beta is, which means beta has to be on denominator. X-axis means it has to be the base. So that will help you memorize quickly. But the second question, which I feel is more likely, RFR 5%, equity risk premium 10%, correlation between the stock and market is 0.75, and the stock is twice as volatile as market. Please calculate expected return. Come on, who can answer me? Anyone on the chat box can do it. I'll be impressed if you can do this. Abhay, that's right. Here's how you do it. Alternate formula for beta is, which you can derive actually from this formula. Think about it. Covariance of stock and market divided by variance of market can be simplified as correlation between stock and market multiplied with sigma of stock, sigma of market divided by sigma of market into sigma of market. Is that correct? Variance is nothing but sigma square. I can eliminate these two. So what's my new formula then? New formula is correlation between stock and market multiplied with sigma of stock, sigma of market. This is a ratio of volatilities of the two assets. Easy, right? Or if you feel that this derivation is too much for you, just memorize this as one more formula. Correlation multiplied with ratio of 2 sigmas. Now, the ratio of 2 sigmas is given to you as stock is twice as more volatile as market. So this is 2. Correlation is 0.75. When I multiply the 2, beta becomes how much? 1.5. And if beta is 1.5, then 1.5 into 10, 15 plus 5, 20. Done. So return is 20. What do you think? Do you think you'll be able to handle this? Yes? No? Okay. Now, if I were writing your question paper, And if I've already covered this in the class, right, now I know people would memorize it. So here's what I'll do. I'll insert a small twist in the question where my sentence will read like, market is twice as volatile as stock. And the moment I say that, it simply means the ratio of volatility is 0.5. In that case, beta becomes 0.75 into 0.5. Half of 0.75, 0.375. 0.375, and then I solve the rest of the stuff. So please remember what is in the numerator. Sigma of stock in the numerator. And what is in the denominator? Sigma of market in the denominator. Is it clear? Deepak, I hope that's making sense. Okay, this part also we've done. Okay, this is repetition, this is done. CAPM is okay. Some assumptions on CAPM. First assumption, markets are rational. Investors are rational. Investors are risk averse. Investors want to maximize that utility. Investors prefer more wealth and less risk. Then markets are frictionless, no taxes, no transaction costs, no short selling. Borrowing, lending, unlimited, possible at RFR. I told you single holding period. Then homogeneous expectation, homogeneous means same, everyone expects the same. Everyone expects same risk, same return, same covariances. Assets are infinitely divisible. If I have 100 rupees and stock is at 200 rupees, I can buy half of the stock. Okay, so they are divisible, and all investors are price takers, they are not price makers, which means you cannot influence the price, whatever is the price is, you accept it. Alright, next concept. Let's assume I have 3 stocks in my portfolio, ABC. I have invested 200 rupees in stock A, 500 rupees in stock B, 300 rupees in stock C. I have a 1000 rupee portfolio. Beta of the stock is 2, 3, 5. I mean, it's kind of stupid to have a stock of beta of 5, but just for an example. What is the beta of the portfolio? Okay, how do you get beta of the portfolio? So remember this, portfolio beta is nothing but your weighted average. Portfolio beta is nothing but your weighted average. Okay, so all that I need to do is to first calculate weights. If it's a 1000 rupee portfolio, what's the weight in A? 20, 50 and 30. 20 into 2, 0.4. 3 into 50%, 1.5. This is 1.5. Total 3.4. That is the weighted average beta of the portfolio. FEMA, French, Kahat, we've already done, so I'm skipping through it. Okay. Sharp ratio, I'm guessing all of you are comfortable. Is Sharp ratio good metric for diversified investor or concentrated investor? Concentrated. If it were to be a diversified investor, which ratio? Trainer ratio. Then there is one ratio you need to remember. This is called the M square metric. Okay, M square you calculate as Sharp ratio of your portfolio multiplied with the sigma of the market plus RFR. This is called Modigliani and Miller ratio. M square, Sharpe ratio of your portfolio multiplied with sigma of market plus RFR. You might see in my video, I've given this minus expected return or actual return, but it's okay if you don't have that. Even if you just stop here, the formula still works. So this is a formula in the new level 1 curriculum. We have to follow this. Can you repeat the formula with me? Sharpe ratio of my portfolio multiplied with sigma of the market minus plus RFR. So this is your M square metric. Then there is one more metric called Jensen's alpha. Okay, and Jensen's alpha is very simple. Whatever is the return that you've earned on your portfolio minus how much you deserve to earn as per CAPM. Return that you've earned minus return as per CAPM. Now, obviously, if you're earning more, your alpha is positive. If you're earning less, your alpha is negative. So we have total how many ratios? 4 ratios. Which 4? Sharpe ratio, trainer, M square, and Jensen's alpha. Jensen's alpha. Okay. Now, let's assume 2 investors, A and B. A is diversified, B is concentrated. Now tell me, which investor Sharpe ratio is appropriate? B. How about trainer? A. How about M square? So in M square, can you recall the formula one more time? Sharpe ratio of my portfolio into sigma of market and plus RFR. Are you using sigma or beta? Sigma. So that means are you using total risk or systematic risk? Total risk. Which investor? The diversified investor. No. B. See, remember, for concentrated investor, you want to use sigma. For diversified investor, you want to use beta. Since M square uses sigma, trainer uses beta, Sharpe uses sigma, alpha uses beta. So which one here? A. The moment you use standard deviation in a metric, you are giving compensation for total risk. End of the story. वो मेन वीडियो में देखो. ठीक है, let's move forward now. All right. Now I have to go to reading number 1. We're making, okay, what did I just do? We'll go to reading number 1 now, which we skipped, which is mostly theory. Portfolio management and overview. Now, right at the beginning, it talks a little bit about the portfolio approach. Let me just kind of add a marker for the reading. It talks about something called as the portfolio approach of looking at things. Okay, what is a portfolio approach? Imagine you have a stock A. Stock A has certain sigma, certain return. Let's assume it has great returns, okay, and it has low risk. Is it a good stock? Yes. Now, should I add that to my portfolio? Not necessary. We don't take decisions like that. How do we take decisions? This is my portfolio. Now, my portfolio before has a return of some X number and sigma of Y. If I decide to add this stock to my portfolio, okay, then what would be the impact after? Will it enhance return and will it reduce risk? If yes, then we add. If no, then we do not add This is called portfolio perspective, right? We look at things from a portfolio perspective. Steps in the portfolio management process can be useful from a theory perspective. Step number 1, planning, and then planning and just execution. Within this, you generally build a document called IPS for the client. IPS, think of it as some sort of a kundli of the client, which will have all the information of the client. Typically, IPS is made of, this will give you a good structural view. IPS is made of 3 large sections. Okay. The first section, in fact there is a fourth one, which is a generic section which will have all the client information. Who's the client, what's the income, all the data that someone needs. Then the first proper section is called second section. We will write, sorry I got distracted with the comments. We write something called as objectives. Objectives we typically have 2. Return and risk. Return objective, risk objective. That means you can say something like, okay, client expects to earn 8% per annum and risk is to be kept below certain threshold. Okay, whatever could that be. Then we will have constraints. Now we will have 5 types of constraints. Does anyone know which constraints we write? Liquidity, legal, unique, taxes, and time horizon. These are generally some constraints. How I remember them, and I did discuss in your main session, is I remember this word LUT. LLUTT, liquidity, legal, unique, taxes, and time horizon. And then finally in the last leg, we will have an appendix to the, like an additional document. Typically this will have information on something called as an SAA and TAA. SAA stands for Strategic Asset Allocation. Is it long term or short term? Long term. Long term allocation. Strategic. Anything that's strategic is always long term. This is called Tactical Asset Allocation. Tactics are long term or short term? Short term. So these are your short term deviations from your long term allocation. Why would you deviate? Why would you deviate from strategic allocation? To explore short-term tactical opportunities. You feel equities are overvalued, let's reduce equity a little bit. That's tactical. Is that okay? Okay, now this will repeat again and again, top-down versus bottom-up. What would be a top-down way of things? Yeah, look at macroeconomic, industry data, all of it. What would be a bottom-up? Company specific, right? So, again, digressing just a little bit, we were talking about copper in the class the other day, right? Now, it's a consensus state today that copper is going to go up. Because of lack of new mines and whatnot. Now in India, unfortunately, the only play that you have on copper is a company called Hindustan Copper, right? Now if you're a top-down investor and you say, okay, copper is going to go up, you go and buy Hindustan Copper. Now the other night, I spent a few hours studying Hindustan Copper. Now again, that's not my core area of strength. I generally don't do well with commodity companies, but I spent whatever basics I knew. And I figured valuation of Hindustan Copper is roughly 5 times more than what is the valuation of other copper companies listed in the world, right? In terms of how much reserves they have versus what is the valuation markets are giving them. So when you go company specific, what type of analysis? Bottom up. But if you stop just at the macro level that copper is going to go up and therefore you play the whole copper theme, then you are a top-down investor. Yeah, the third step, by the way, in that process was planning, execution, and then feedback, and then you kind of put this in the loop. Now different type of investors, within individual investor, then institutional, we have DC plans, we have DB plans. You know the difference? In a DC plan, what do you do? I'm your employee, you'll give me 500 rupees a month, and you would say, done, right? You do whatever you want to do. Take that money, invest, do F&O, I don't care, right? My responsibility is over. But in a benefit plan, employer will invest, take responsibility, ensure that sufficient the money grows so that you can take care of your liabilities. Okay. Then banks, typically, what do you think? Banks are long-term investors, short-term investors? Generally short-term. They want to have enough liquidity. How about insurance companies? Can be long-term or short-term. There are two types of insurance, by the way, and you should know the characteristics. So within insurance, you have what? You have life insurance and you have general insurance. Now, life insurance means you would take some money and then when that person dies, you would do a payout. Is this predictable? Do you know when a person is going to die? Yes. It's actually very predictable to figure out when a person will die, not on a one-on-one basis, but on an average basis. There are ready-made mortality tables. Okay, so you can go and look at some sample mortality tables. They give you probability of death in the next 1 year. So if you are of particular age, let's say someone with the age of 60, the probability of dying in the next 1 year can be figured out from that mortality table. It's of course different for male and different for females. The problem is, someone is saying on the chat box, astrology. General insurance is what? It's an insurance against fire, theft, right? Accidents, all of it. Is this predictable? No. So, general is a very tricky business to be in. But life is relatively predictable. Therefore, from an investment perspective, the time horizon here is going to be extremely low. You have to maintain liquidity. But the time horizon here could be slightly longer than general insurance. And it's okay to have a little less liquidity compared to general. General has more liquidity requirement. Life has relatively less liquidity requirement. Right? Look up for a theory question on this. Then we have another investors called SWFs. Who are these? Countries, right? So again, one of the biggest sovereign wealth fund is run by whom? Norway, right? So Norway sovereign wealth fund. I always love showing this. These guys have done something crazy. They have integrated their front end of the website with back end portfolios. And what you see here is a live fluctuation in their portfolios. Is it going up or down right now? It's going up. It's crazy, huh? It turned from 590s. What's happening? Just by the way, side tip, don't do it now, but side tip, with the same name, okay, there is a YouTube channel. And one of the best YouTube channel in finance at the moment is they've been inviting some really smart European investors. Is we generally only get to listen to all the American hedge fund managers and all of them. These guys have been inviting some really smart European investors and talking to them. So lots of learning available on this channel. Anyways, देखते देखते ये बढ़ गया देखो कितने से. This is A few billion, right? Double-digit billions actually. It's crazy. कोई scam नहीं है भाई, ये government का है. Okay. So a general table. Name of the channel is this. Abhi, don't do it now, please. It's you can just search for Norway Bank, but it's Norges Bank Investment Management. This is the name. Not now. Okay. All right. What will be tested on the exam? Look at this chart. Risk tolerance, insurance, low. Horizon, I told you. If I were writing question, maybe this would be my pick, 1 star here. Liquidity needs, high. Income needs, low. And everything else is okay. Then, do you know the difference between buy side, sell side? Buy side means the one who buy. Buy side means the ones who are actually managing the money. Sell side means just writing reports, selling your research. Then these days, there are a lot of funds which are called smart beta funds. Okay, what is a smart beta fund? Where you play on those FEMA French or Cahert factors. A fund that gives you only small cap, a fund that gives you only large cap, a fund that gives you momentum, a fund that gives you low volatility, a fund that gives you value. All of these are called smart beta strategies. These are nothing but factor portfolios, different factors. Okay. There is a concept in the US very popular called liquid alts. In India, the closest to liquid alt we have is SIF. Now, what's a liquid alt? Historically, what has been the thinking? Equity debt for retail clients, hedge fund, retail client ke औकात के बाहर, है ना? Hedge funds are not meant for retail clients. However, the markets have evolved so well in the US that now they are offering hedge fund strategies in an ETF format. So you can actually buy a hedge fund, invest into a hedge fund strategy simply by buying ETFs. And the beauty of ETFs is they are liquid. Therefore, they are called liquid alts. So what is a liquid alternative? A hedge fund type of strategy, but in a ETF format. You can Google this later on. Again, not now, but after the class over, if you're curious, there are plenty of them. Okay. Then open end, close end. I know you know that, so I'm going to skip through it. Money market, stock mutual funds. Then concept of SMAs or wrap accounts. Okay, what is that? See, if you're a large investor, okay, and let's say you have a portfolio of maybe 200 crores in India or 500 crores. Now, you really like Parag Fund as a fund manager. Now, if you buy 500 crores worth of mutual fund, every year you're paying 1% fee, right? Or 60 bips, or let's assume 1% for simplicity. How much fee will you be paying through it? 5 crores. 500 crores of investment, 1% fee. Every year your expense ratio is 5 crores. Now that's too much. So what you do is you call up the Parag Parikh fund manager and you tell them, listen, I will give you this 500 crore, but not in your mutual fund. Please manage this money for me separately. Separately manage account. And while you are at it, please customize the portfolio for my requirement. I follow Islamic investing. So don't buy alcohol, banks, some of these companies. And I will pay you a fee of maybe 2.5 crores. And the fund manager would agree because he's getting to do it in bulk. This concept in the US is fairly established. It's called SMA. Generally, it makes sense in the US market to use an SMA service when your investable asset is $100 million or more. That means about 900 crores at current exchange rate. Okay. You know what ETFs are? They're passive investment vehicles. Hedge funds typically charge you 2 by 20. 2% management, 20% performance fee. Then private equity, they do the same. In private equity, that profit sharing is referred to as what? Carry. So even a private equity fund manager takes profit share, that profit share is referred to as carried interest. That's it. Reading 1 is done, or reading 3, whatever the sequence is. Let's go to next reading. Actually, Vishal, I asked you to do the correction in the sequence, no? The sequence of content is correct, the index is wrong. The index needs to be fixed. Okay. ये वापस रिपीट हो रहा है. All right. Are we ready for the next one? Chalo, dhyan do, please. I'm doing theory. I'm going to do it fast. Basics of portfolio planning and construction. We start with IPS. We know what an IPS is, like a Kundli-like document where we have all the information. It will have risk and return. It will have constraints. These are the components: introduction, statement of purpose, duties and responsibilities, procedure, objective, constraints, guidelines. Then in the appendix, we'll have strategic asset allocation, and it will also have rebalancing policy. Now, written objective could be two types. Written objectives are of two categories. One is absolute, one is relative. Next week in our live class batch, I'm doing portfolio, right? Now, what are we doing? Corporate issues we're doing. When is the portfolio coming? It's already done? Okay. Never mind. Remind me. There is some interesting material I've been reading about this part. Okay, so remind me about relative risk objective, we'll talk. But let me first just help you with the crash course here. What is an absolute risk objective? It simply means do not have more than 5% standard deviation, or do not lose more than 100 rupees. That's an absolute risk objective. What is relative risk? The moment we say relative, that means relative to something else. So do not have more standard deviation than S&P 500. Okay. Typically, we also measure that in something called as a tracking risk. Then a concept called LDI, liability driven investing, where the only job sorry, some nonsense on the chat box. In a liability driven investing, the only job you have is grow your assets to make sure you are able to pay off your liabilities. Okay, now who would follow that? The most common LDI application is pension plans. You have to pay pensions to your employees, you have pension assets, grow them, make sure your liabilities are matched. Anyone else who does that? Insurance companies, to some extent even banks also do that, because banks also have certain fixed income liabilities. Okay. Whenever I want to determine client's risk tolerance, I look at two components. I look at ability to take risk, and I look at willingness to take risk. Ability is determined by income. अब सब वैसे कमेंट्स देख ही ले हो चैट बॉक्स में ना. Yeah, the comment is so that your curiosity is put to rest. सर मेरी बाबू मेरे से बात नहीं कर रही है, क्या करूं? क्या कुछ एडवाइस दो उसको, क्या करना है? हाँ, क्या करना है? मेरे पास भेज नहीं. give me a कौन है इसको ढूंढ के निकालो, कौन है नारायण पाटिल? ढूंढ के निकालो, not that we want to kind of mess with him, but maybe if we can find her number. एग्जाम पास कर भाई, बाकी सब मोह माया है. Himansh is giving this scan and then after 10 minutes he would also go back on Instagram with her babu, है ना? Okay, anyways, ability and willingness to take risk. Okay, let me kind of give you some very interesting examples I have encountered. There are, in fact, almost always you find contradiction in these two. Let's say there was a couple based out of Hyderabad. In my main videos, you would hear this story. I don't know if it's there. There's a Hyderabad couple. Their daughter was a student, and there was some changes in their family, and unfortunately, her father passed away. So she called me. She was in the US. She called me. She said, "My mother is very confused. She needs help with planning what to do with that money. There's a lump sum money that has come in. So can you help manage?" Now, I said, "Sure, I'll help." So I looked at the portfolio. Both of them were IS officers, so they were getting very large pension from the government. They had their own house. So house was started, house was taken care of, insurance was taken care of by the government. Pension amount was large. So technically, there was no need for that cash. Okay? And there was a large value of portfolio sitting in. So, but the age was late 60s, early 70s. Now you tell me, is ability high or low? Ability is relatively high. But willingness, low. Why is that? Not age. Age is also one factor, but like in that client's case, it was mostly lack of trust. She didn't trust, not me, didn't trust the financial markets, right? She thought that stock was gambling then and whatever. Also, how a client is earning that money, the source of that money actually determines the behavior with risk. If your source of money has been a steady employment for a long period of time, then there is almost always low willingness. But if your source of income has been entrepreneurial, risk-taking type of ventures, then willingness is typically high. Whenever there is a conflict, and when you practice, you would come across hundreds of this situation. Whenever there is a conflict, what do you need to do? You need to educate. Right? Educate is your first defense. And in the long run, in practice, educating client works both well for both the sides. So you educate and try to resolve, and if it does not resolve, then you should always go with lower of the two. You would also find rare scenarios, typically where willingness will be very, very high, but ability is low. Can you think of some situations? All the bankrupt F&O traders. Now think about it. Many of them will have very, very high willingness to take risk, but low level of income. Again, solution is educate and try and resolve the conflict. Okay. Constraints, can you help me recall the list? LLUTT. First one, liquidity. Now what could be a liquidity constraint? You need that cash in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, you have outstanding credit card bill. Those are your liquidity constraints. What would be the second L? Legal. What could be legal constraint? Yeah, it could be legal restriction on not being able to sell the stock, or legal restriction prohibited by SEBI from entering the markets, right? Or some legal dispute ongoing which will require cash outflows. What would be unique? 70% wealth invested into one stock, typically for promoters. A lot of these promoters are asset rich, cash poor, because all their money is into one stock, right? So those are unique circumstances. Typically ESG will come in unique. Islamic investing or Sharia compliance investing will come into unique. What is this T? Taxes. Is client taxable, non-taxable? What would be the tax rate? And what is this T? Time horizon. Are you investing for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, single stage, multi-stage, time horizon? यार ते त्याला बंद कर चॅट बॉक्स मध्ये नारायणला. Okay. Now he's trying to grab attention. All right, 6 generic ESG देख लो एक बार फिर पढ़ता है. हो गया? What is negative screening under ESG? Don't invest in certain sectors. Positive screening, invest into certain sectors. ESG integration means integrating ESG in your valuation, allocation. What is thematic investing? Certain themes. Then engagement or active, use shareholder power to influence corporate behavior. Impact investing, try and create some impacts. Again, main videos have given plenty of examples. There are these bonds which were very popular a few years ago called rhino bonds. You know, what was the use of those rhino bonds? To increase the population of rhinos again in certain jungles in Africa, right? So those are impact investing theme. Everything else looks like repetition. This part we've already discussed. Okay. There is a type of portfolio called core satellite. Core plus satellite portfolio. How does this work? If you have 100 rupees, you put in maybe 90 here and 10 here. This portfolio you manage as per your SAA guideline. This portfolio is more like your play money, right? So this is where you build higher risk position and hopefully you make some money out of it. Okay, done. Good speed? All right. So now behavioral biases. There's a huge list. The first question I'm expecting on the exam, which one of these are cognitive errors and which one of these are emotional biases? Okay, now there's a list, of course you'll have to memorize, but the thing with cognitive error is, if it's a cognitive error, it can be corrected through better education, some advice. So cognitive errors are easier to deal with. But emotional bias is something which is very deep rooted and generally very, very harder to correct. So from an exam perspective, know this. If it's a cognitive error, then easier to educate and correct. Relatively easier, but emotional biases are very tough to correct. Now cognitive error, within them we divide into 2 categories: belief perseverance and processing errors. Okay, let's look at some of these items here. Wow, there's a large list. Okay. So first we'll start with the belief perseverance. Belief perseverance means whatever you believe, you tend to kind of stick to it. First one is called conservatism bias. Tell me an example. Conservatism means you're relatively slow to incorporate new information. So slow to update, view or forecast. That's called conservatism bias. Second one is confirmation bias. What's a confirmation bias? You look for only information that you already believe in. So you look for what confirms your prior beliefs. That's your confirmation bias. Then next one is representation bias. What is this example? This is made of two subparts. At times you would also see the word base rate neglect. At times you would see the word sample size neglect. Okay. In base rate neglect, you're ignoring the total base size. The larger population incidence is overlooked. In a sample size neglect, you're looking at a small sample and drawing conclusions. In finance, it's very, very common. Okay. Now, what would be a small sample size bias? You have, let's say, some people come and tell me that everyone I talk to these days is doing CFA. Okay. Therefore, there are going to be too many CFAs, and therefore there are the demand is going to go down. Now, what you're doing here is you're looking at a fairly small sample. You're not going and talking to lots of people. You're talking to small. Now, India has millions of population of people in that age group, right? Out of which, on an average, my guess is about 30,000-40,000 students write CFA exams a year. So, if you look at from a whole population perspective, it's a very small population compared to how many people we have in the country. That's your base rate neglect or sample size bias. Very common example of this in real life where we are affected is, the moment I say very bad handwriting, all of you will think of whom? Doctors, right? And me. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'll remember this. But if you think about it, there are a lot more people in the country who have bad handwriting, and doctors are a small subset of it. Okay, then illusion of control bias. My favorite example here is from that Lagan movie. What is the name of that song? Does anyone remember? हाँ हाँ घन क्या आगे क्या लिखूँ मैं घन घन लिखूँ सॉन्ग का कुछ लिरिक्स तो बताओ क्या है someone on the chat box is saying Tejas network for confirmation bias for me. That's one stock I've been in love with for a long period of time, and that's maybe true that every time I read some news about the stock, I kind of ignore the negative pieces, only focus on the positive aspects. So maybe yes. Lagan, there's a movie where there's a song, I don't remember which song. Kale Mega. Kale Mega. Now what those folks are doing is they're singing to the gods for rains. And apparently towards the second half of the song, it starts raining, and they believe that it's raining because of the song that they sang. So that's called, so they believe that they can control the outcome of rains. That's called illusion of control. It happens in market where people believe that they are able to control the outcome of their investments. Then a hindsight bias. Hindsight bias is everything in the past looks very logical. No, I'll give you a fantastic chart. Nifty price. Okay, and let's assume a chart for Nifty. And let's look at, this is 2008 when Nifty was available. It fell from 5,900 level to 2873. What do you think we should have done? We should have bought. Now, the moment you said that, it's a hindsight bias because you know what happens after that, right? Because you see the chart. What if from 2,800 it had gone to 500? Correct? And same in COVID, whatever the Nifty level was, I don't know what level, somewhere here, right? Nifty went to 9,200 level. What do you think we should have done? We should have bought again, because after that you saw what happened, right? You have knowledge of the past, so things look very logical in the past, but they are not so logical in the future or present. So that's called hindsight bias. All of us are affected by it. So in the equity class, I might have given you one example where instead of buying one pair of sunglasses or one sunglasses, you would have made 300 crores of rupees, right? That's a classic example of hindsight bias, because I know the stock was a multi-bagger. Therefore, we said, had I invested in that stock? But imagine at that point of time, there were so many stocks like those. How do you know which one to choose, right? That's a classic hindsight bias. Okay. Now we go to some information processing errors, anchoring and adjustments. What is anchoring and adjustments? You get anchored to a certain number and then you adjust it upwards or adjusted it downwards. For example, once you pass CFA level 1, what kind of salary would you like to have? Four or five. Right now, how she's thinking 5 is, couple of days back I told you average salary should be 3 or 4. Now she thinks I'm a little better than rest of the folks. So therefore she's anchoring and then adjusting upwards, right? That's and we do it all the time, anchoring and adjusting. This one is really cool. Mental accounting. What is mental accounting? All the money that you have, mentally you divide that money for different objectives. The same money, depending on how you earn, people treat it very differently. Okay? Let's say if you have 100 rupees with you and you decide this 20 rupees I'm going to invest so that it will pay for my university education. This 80 rupees I will invest so that it will pay for my second house. Okay. Now mentally, what you did is you divided. That's called mental accounting. Depending on how people earn money, they spend differently. If you find, let's say 1 lakh rupees just outside after this break, outside the class, you find that 1 lakh rupee free lying around, your behavior with that 1 lakh rupee will be very different compared to if you had 1 lakh rupees earned yourself. But technically, mathematically, 1 lakh is 1 lakh, doesn't matter how they came, right? But depending on how we earn, our behavior changes, which is again mental accounting. Then framing bias. Let's say that you're going to a doctor and the doctor says, listen, there is a 95% chance that after this surgery, you're going to die. Okay? Versus the doctor tells you that 1 out of 20 people survive this surgery. So there is a 1 out of 20 people will be able to get through this. Now, depending on how the same data is framed, your response will change. If the doctor were to tell you 95% chance you're going to die, you'll probably not do it. But if the doctor says 1 out of 20 or 2 out of 40 people survive this, then maybe you would be a little more inclined to do it, right? So the same information, but how you present, how you frame, people's response changes drastically. That's called framing bias. Then availability bias, what is this? Availability bias is what is available for a quick recall. What's your quickest recall? Kya? Yes, bank closer to your house, shop closer to your house. For example, now our generation or your generation in particular, the quick recall is what happened in COVID crisis and what happened after that. That's going to remain with you for the rest of your life, right? Because most of you saw COVID. Those of you entered the market that time. Now what will happen is, every time market will crash, that quick information would be retrieved from your brain that when markets crash, we are supposed to buy. Correct? That's availability bias. But had you been born in 1920s and had you seen 1930s depression, when markets crashed, they didn't recover for another 8-9 years. Then your availability bias would have been very different. Then your bias would have been, if markets are crashing, just stay away. Right? What is a quick recall of information for you? All right. Now we go into emotional biases. This is number 1. That risk aversion bias we saw, that's not true in practice. Investors are not risk averse, investors are loss averse. Okay. One very small portfolio, I'm helping a friend build on. We bought some stock in that portfolio, and I thought that the stock was overvalued. It was going up, but the stock was overvalued. So my comment was, it's time to sell. Now what he said is, he said, no, I'm a long-term investor. I don't mind if I make losses. I will wait for 5-10 years. And I said, you're a long-term investor only till the time you don't see that loss in the portfolio, right? Everyone thinks they're a long-term investor till the time and the losses start hitting. Investors do not like to see losses. Okay, so that's your concept of loss aversion bias. Now, there's a little trick to it in terms of how a question will be framed. Imagine you walk out of the class and suddenly you find a 100 rupee note. Okay, maybe today 100 rupee can't buy you much. Let's say you find a 500 rupee note. Now you're very happy with 500 rupee note. So you will have a certain gain in utility. Okay. Versus, just think about it that when you left your house in the morning, you put a 500 rupee note in your pocket, and now you just check, and maybe some of you have lost your 500 rupees, right? You're going to have a loss of utility. What has been observed very interestingly is that the gain in utility is lower than the loss of utility. And this is also observed with those, if there is a Olympics or any other tournament, you will have the first winner, the second one and the third one. First is called gold medal. Second is called silver. And third is called bronze. Do you know who's the unhappiest of the three? The silver one. Why is that? Because they are not comparing themselves to bronze. They're thinking I should have been closer to the first. So there is a loss of utility which is higher than the gain of utility for them. Right? The fact that I did not win one, I ended up in second. But if you think of the bronze medal, they're very happy because they're comparing themselves to. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had any medals. Okay. Overconfidence bias is straightforward, typically results in overtrading. Self-control bias. Do you know what this is? No self-control. On what? On spending. Know any people who are shopping addicts? Who have to shop? Spending addicts. Know any people who are, yes, F&O traders. A lack of self-discipline, lack of self-control is called self-control bias. This exists in real world, very, very difficult to deal with. Status quo bias. What this thing is? What is the status quo bias? You want to maintain status quo. You do not want to change. Even though the new information has come, time has changed, you want to maintain the status quo. Endowment bias. What is this? Whatever I own is more valuable than what it really is. For example, you think of your own house, okay, and visualize what's the value of your house in your head. The value that you would think will always be more than what's the true value of your house is, because it's yours, you love it. Think of your car or your two-wheeler. Think of what's the value. Whatever value you think of will always be higher than what the true worth of your car or two-wheeler is. That's endowment bias. This is also very interesting. Regret aversion bias. Now, regret aversion bias typically results in herding behavior. इसको हम लोग कहते हैं FOMO. Fear of missing out. Something is going up. How many of you invested in silver? How many of you bought silver in last 1 week? नहीं बताओगे. आपने खरीदा भी? So that is your regret aversion bias. There is actually a subtle thing to this. Now what is a क्या? Isaac वाला भी इसमें था. See, there are two types of errors one will commit. There is called something called error of omission and error of commission. Error of commission means I will do something and that would be a mistake. Error of commission means I will not do anything and that's a mistake. Generally, people who exhibit regret aversion bias, कहाँ पे गया regret aversion? Sorry. People who exhibit status quo bias. These people are avoiding to make error of commission. Because think about it, that you already have a very nice doing portfolio, and in your portfolio you feel everything is working well. Why should I sell? Because if I sell, and what if stock goes after that? So what are you trying to do? You're trying to avoid error of commission. Is it making sense? All right. What else? Some discussion on market anomalies. We did discuss this in earlier class in equity, I guess, right? Okay. But one anomaly is momentum. Why is momentum? How is momentum related? It's related to these three biases. Availability bias, silver right now. Which asset goes up if I ask you? Silver. Why? Because that's what it has been doing. And a hindsight bias, again, had I invested in silver a month ago, it would have been so nice. And then obviously loss aversion, because you're continuously chasing winners. Then bubbles and crashes. Typically bubbles are a function of overconfidence. Do you know self-attribution bias? Give credit to yourself. Say, I was smart, right? That's why I bought Tejas Networks. Self-attribution bias. Okay. Let's look at home bias and halo effect. Halo effect occurs when positive impression of one aspect of company leads investors to believe other aspects will also be positive, causing growth stocks to be overvalued. You like something and therefore you like one aspect of the company, therefore you like everything else. Home bias is what? Everyone wants to, like in India, how many of you have exposure to foreign stocks here? No one. Why not? The government allows you to do it. The cost of doing it is actually very, very cheap now. There are plenty of apps. But why are you investing only in Indian stocks? Because you have home bias, right? Ideally, equity as an asset class, you have access to the entire world now. Now the broking companies have set up, RBI is very liberal with you going abroad and investing. But most of the investors tend to invest in their domestic countries. That's called as a home bias. All right. How would you deal with this on the exam? You can't memorize obviously all of this. You have to understand them. I would suggest if there would be two types of folks watching this. One who are already comfortable, then just make a list. One who are not, make a list of these biases and put them in GPT. Ask them to create one example for you that you will remember, because there will be questions on this. And yes, questions can be very confusing. Okay, unless you truly understand how the bias is affecting. So make sure you're comfortable, you're looking at one or two questions on the test on this one. How I learned most of the biases, I read a book called Thinking Fast and Slow, ऐसी कुछ नाम है, by Kahneman. Kahneman is called the father of behavioral finance. Right? He's a Nobel laureate in this subject. That book has a very detailed, but in that book, one bias is discussed like 20 pages. Right? So of course, that's not an exam preparatory tool. So at some stage you would want to learn this, but not now. Okay. We'll stop for a small break. I don't want to finish it off. We'll stop for a break, do this properly. Should take us about 20 minutes to do this. I'm putting on a timer.
Bird. Oh, nice. सही है YouTube पर सही है मेरा बैग हो गया oh that's mine sorry ये तो मेरा actually मेरी गलती sorry बोल sorry so sorry वो बात क्या है एक बार हो गया उसने एक्सेप्ट भी कर दिया जब आई एक्सेप्टेड तो the goal of this setting is to always give shit posts a dish
मेरे 4 बार
no next time तू कहाँ से खबर लाता है मेरे को ही
जाता है अभी
लास्ट टाइम गए थे भाई बहुत लोग मैं नहीं गया था
नहीं हम इंजीनियर वाले थे भाई हम तो
मेरे एक दोस्त है
हम या तो पढ़ रहे होते थे या तो
वो ENTC
स्ट्रॉबेरी
ENTC में मैकेनिकल 3 बोर्ड में काम करता है
टीम
बोर्ड
अरे हाँ मेरी भी टीम थी एक्चुअली इस बार
हाँ तो इस बार जीत गया दोनों बार जीत गया
भाई हम रशिया गए थे
नहीं वो अभी तक बैलेंस नहीं किया इस बार कोई ना कोई
We got to London, Russia, दिल्ली, एक्सपोज इंटरनेशनल बहुत बहुत मजा और पूरा टाइम उसमें भाई सोशल लाइफ नहीं थी हमारी 4 साल सिंगल रहना पड़ा था
सेम फॉर क्या था उसको ये इंटर्नशिप इज गेटिंग 45 की
Yeah,
इंटर्नशिप में 35 की कोई
that's not a lot. तो वो तुम लोग इंजीनियर नहीं हो there's a difference
कोई इंजीनियर्स को भी नहीं इंजीनियर बनने के बाद
इंजीनियर में
इंडिया में भी नहीं
ये निपट गया ना इक्विटी की बात बाकी है
इससे लास्ट वाला बात वो रिस्क वाला
बिल्कुल भी रिस्क नहीं लेंगे Seriously? कौन जा रहा है? इसको निकाल
Are you disappointed उसको निकाल दिया?
I mean, no, I wanted to be there, but this was happening. Will there be another break in today's session?
Yes, there will be, of course.
I have a question, so maybe we can discuss it during that.
Sure. Your Babu not picking up your calls? No.
No, it's an all-encompassing finance related question. Not
Not Babu related.
yeah, not Babu related. Very, very.
हाँ? क्या? बोल रहा है क्या?
That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Actually, oh, you think he was the one posting?
I was. My time was accounted for. यार ऐसे मत करो यार. Does it look like I'm that sort of person? No.
Okay, I think we should start. I see my video is frozen. YouTube, can you confirm if the audio video is all right here? Can anyone confirm if the audio video is okay? Okay, good. Let's start. Last reading in PM on risk management. I'll give you the core concept. The core concept revolves around VAR. VAR. VAR stands for value at risk. Value at risk. Now, the concept works this way. Imagine you parked 100 rupees into an asset. Now you expect that I will probably make expected return of maybe 10%, but it has certain level of standard deviation. Now, if you assume how will the asset prices behave or what would be your profit and loss, okay, over a certain period of time. So let's assume that on an average you expect to make 10 rupees profit. If things go right, you might make 15, 20, 30, 40, whatever number of profit you would make. But if things go wrong, you might lose, let's say, you might make profit of only 5 rupees, you might make profit of 0 rupees, or you would start making losses of, minus 5, minus 10. If things go very, very, very wrong, you might lose even 70 rupees on the fund. Okay? What we generally do is, we say that, okay, fine, let's compute a 1% VAR. Okay, now what is a 1% VAR? So let's look at extreme 1% values on the left. Extreme 1% values on the left. So I'll give it, I think red is an appropriate color. So let's assume that 1% VAR is coming out to be somewhere here. These are your extreme 1% values on the left. So you just broke down your distribution in two parts. Okay. On the left hand side, you're leaving out 1% probability. On the right hand side, you're leaving out, bolo, how much? 99% probability. Okay, so this is your 99% territory. This is your 1% territory. In VAR, we are only concerned typically with tail of the distribution. And which tail? Left tail or right tail? Left tail. Okay. So if my 1% starts at this point, then we will say my 1% monthly VAR or 1% annual VAR is going to be minus 5. That means a loss of 5. So we generally don't say minus because it's assumed it's a loss. So we say 1% VAR is $5, which means there is 1% probability that I will lose $5 or more, which is a trick, right? And this is the biggest advantage of VAR. It's very, very easy to understand. But the biggest disadvantage is it's probably too simplistic. Okay, and here's how you want to read this. How you read this table is, there's a 1% probability, okay, that my loss will be minimum minus 5. So VAR actually tells you a minimum amount of loss, which means can I have a loss of minus 10? Can I have a loss of minus 70? Yes, I can have larger loss. Kam se kam loss, the minimum loss at that 1% probability will be minus 5. That's a risk management tool. Why is it a risk management tool? Let's assume you show this to your client and client says, you know what, too risky. I don't want to lose 5. You would say, okay, let me redesign the portfolio, maybe sell some equity, buy some more bonds. Let me try to reduce your VAR to maybe 2 rupees or 3 rupees rather than 5 rupees at the moment. So that's how it is used as a risk management tool. Is that clear? VAR will always give you a minimum estimate of loss, and which is kind of scary because imagine fund manager comes and says there's a 1% probability you will lose a minimum of 5. You should say, what do you mean by minimum of 5? Matlab kitna hoga? Can I lose 7, 10, 20? Yes. Is the concept clear? Yes? No? Good. Now, my 1% VAR is -5. But then imagine now this is a risk manager, okay, and this is a fund manager. Now you hire a risk manager and that dude comes and tells you something like 1% chance that you would lose minimum of 5 rupees this month. Now fund manager will say, what do you mean by minimum? Don't tell me minimum loss, tell me expected loss. Minimum loss doesn't help me. Kam se kam 5 matlab kya, right? Give me expected. So what risk manager will do is, he'll say, okay, fine. My tail starts at a loss of 5. But of course I have a loss of 10, loss of 20, loss of 50, loss of 70. I can lose more, right? So let me kind of take an average of the losses in the tail. There's a mathematical way to do it, but you don't need to get into maths. Let me take some sort of an average. And let's say average comes out to be 18 rupees. So you go to fund manager now and you says, okay, 1% chance you would lose minimum 5, but my average expectation is that you would lose 18. This 18 is referred to as conditional VAR. Kya bolte hai? Conditional VAR, at times also referred to as expected shortfall, ES. So conditional VAR or expected shortfall is an expected value of losses, whereas VAR is the minimum value of loss. Is this clear? Okay. And then some smaller theory. Something that you need to know about risk is not necessarily always a bad thing, right? Risk management does not mean making risk 0. Because if you make risk 0, then technically the only thing you would earn is RFR. So it's not about completely avoiding risk, it's about deciding how much risk I want to take and what kind of return I can expect for that risk. So what is the risk management process? Typically, you have something called as a governance committee. I think that's here in the framework. You have a governance committee right at the top. Okay, these guys are sitting at board level, taking big picture decisions. Then you will identify and measure the risk. You will build risk infra. Okay, there is a large, massive infrastructure built, not physical, typically something called as a CRM, centralized risk management system. And then you will build processes. Then once you've done, then you want to monitor over a period of time, then communicate and then integrate that into your business strategy. Then risk governance is a top-down process, starts at the board level typically. The governing body defines vision, priorities and direction of the risk management. The entire spectrum, the entire set of activities are designed into a system which is called ERM. Okay, ERM is, think of it, ERM as a very broad software used to map risk of the whole organization. So that job of ERM is only to think from the risk perspective. And you not believe what banks actually think of some extreme level risk. Risk of once in a 100-year scenario, once in a 500-year scenario, all of those risks are thought of. So a lot of risk management thinking has gone, especially this has gone up since 2008. So banks do something called as a stress testing, where they test their books. What if COVID happens again? You know, what if 2008 happens again? What if interest rates go up? Then will we survive? All those thinking goes into risk management. The people who are at the head of risk teams are generally referred to as CRO. So if you become a CRO in the risk world, you are the C guy, right? The champion guy. And then risk tolerance. Tolerance basically means how much risk you can afford to take. It's a function of, the type of business model you are in. Imagine in India, I'll show you a company, just slight digression so that we retain. Let's say, this is one space that I like now. It's a hated space in the market at the moment, so I've been nibbling a little bit here and there. This is microfinance. This is the riskiest segment of the market today in India. Okay, but if you want to do in this business in this space, you don't have a choice. What do you do in microfinance? You, especially Muthoot, they give to rural part of the country, and they find self-help women group. Okay, and then to those women group, they will give loan to everyone, and typically there is a group accountability, right? So because there is a social status dynamic in that group, high interest rates but very high risk of default. Because imagine one woman in the group decides, you know what, nahi pay karta hai, and then it becomes okay for everyone else to not pay, which happens in India every now and then. Funnily, one of the reasons why this industry did so bad, one of the reasons, is one politician during election speech said, I will make sure all your loans are waived off. Okay, and that politician won, and then people took it on themselves to waive off their own loans. They said, I will not pay. So in that particular geography in UP, people stop paying on their loans, right? So thousands of things affect. But if you want to do business here, you have to take a risk. So you decide what segment of the market I'm operating in. Okay, now risk budgeting simply means how much risk I should take in total and how should I split my risk across different business units. Okay, the way to do that is you capture standard deviation, betas, VARs. You can also do scenario losses, different scenarios. Generally, risk is divided into three major buckets: market risk, credit risk, liquidity risk. Market means asset prices. Credit risk means give a loan, it defaults. Liquidity risk means not able to sell. Then non-financial risk, big list. Okay, all of these are testable. Settlement risk means at the time of settlement, the other party doesn't pay you. Legal risk means some legal uncertainties. Litigation, compliance. Model risk means your model itself is faulty. Okay, JP Morgan made large losses because of model risk. One analyst forgot to do divide by 2 in a formula. You must have heard that story in some videos, I don't remember which one. But an analyst forgot to put divided by 2 in the formula, the whole model went faulty, right? Tail risk that extreme events happening. There is a lot of mathematical work done on tail risk. That area of study of tails is called EVTs, extreme value theories. So even in the tail, there are many distributions. You can actually do a lot of mathematical work if that's something that excites you. Very interesting work, risk management. It's also world of thinkers because you have to think on what can go wrong. And if you think about it, thousands of things can go wrong in life, right? And then you have to also think on, okay, if this happens, this goes wrong, what will happen to my business, right? So it's a very, very interesting work if you get into the top levels. Ops risk, your risk of fraud, bank employees stealing, over trading, rogue traders. In UP, I heard a story that some gentleman set up a fake branch, recruited fake employees and accepted fake deposits. I mean, they accepted deposits and then disappeared. And he gave government jobs to a lot of people. Fake police station. Good. So that's India. But even otherwise, even in there is this thing called SWIFT transactions, global international payments. there was a massive fraud that was ongoing in Bank of Bangladesh. Somehow those people found out after third or fourth transaction because one spelling mistake was there in a payment copy. So not only India, it happens across the world. The largest and the most powerful bank of the world back in the day was called Bank of Bearings. Bank of Bearings actually was, people say it was a lot of money that Brits had accumulated through their adventure in previous 100 years, colonization. That all money was lost by one guy. His name was Nick Leeson, and he did some large value of trades, right? So all of those are ops risk, very serious risk. And solvency risk that you would become non-solvent, insolvent. One question on the exam, which of the following is a financial risk versus non-financial risk? So remember, only 3 financial risks: market, credit, and liquidity risk. Everything else is a non-financial risk. Okay. Then, what's a mortality risk? Risk that you will die. Okay. Is that a significant risk? Not for you, for your family. Because once you start working, then you're nothing but present value of future cash flows. Think about it, right? So when you die, for your family, they lose that stream of future cash flows. So to replace those present value future cash flows, you buy insurance. That's the pure mathematics of it. Now, what's the longevity risk? You live too long, right? Now, this is a risk to other people in your family. Think about it, right? You live long, you're old, now you expect to be taken care of, so other people have to spend money. That's longevity risk. And PNC risk is floods, earthquakes, tsunamis, accidents, all of those are PNC risk. Then a wrong way risk and a right way risk. This is, if I'm writing a question, I'd love this concept, wrong way risk. I'll put in a 5-star, I will put question on this. Can anyone tell me what's a wrong way risk? Sorry? कहाँ से आवाज निकल रही है?
You earn more money when other people use.
That's always the case, isn't it? So, there are 2 traders. Okay, they're doing some sort of complex derivative. Now, I'm not going to get into details of which derivative instrument, but just give you concept of wrong way and right way risk. Okay. In this scenario, let's call trader A, trader B. We're thinking from trader A perspective. Okay. Now, both of them are in a competitive game of derivative, and trader A is going to win 50. That means trader B is going to lose 50. Okay. Now, the net worth of B right now is 200. So I'll probably do it here. Net worth of B is 200. Now what happens is that you're winning 70. So the B is losing how much? 70. But now net worth is reducing. Okay. Now you're winning 100. He is losing 100. Now net worth is 50. You're winning 200. He is losing 200. Net worth is 0. It's a useless trade. This is a wrong way risk. Okay. So wrong way risk basically means that when you win, the counterparty's financial deterioration is happening. So the probability of your winning, you getting in cash is lower. That's called wrong way risk. Is that okay? Are you understanding this? Yeah. When you win something, the other party needs to pay you in cash. For that, they have to have money. But the way your trade strategy is designed, that you win when the other party is deteriorating. So they will not have money to pay you. So that's a wrong way risk. What is a right way risk? A right way risk is, this is what you're winning, this is what the other party is going to lose, and this is their net worth. Okay? No, not both are winning. You win 50, the other party lose 50, but their net worth is 200. Now you win 70, the other party lose 70, but their net worth is 250. You win 100, other party is losing 100, but their net worth is becoming 500. Now, since their net worth is increasing with your profits, they will pay you back. Right? You are only concerned about getting your money back. They will pay you back. So this is called as a right way risk. Is this clear? So if I am betting with you, depending on what I am betting on, let's say I am betting with you on your health. Okay, so you are on my opposite side, and I am betting that if your health deteriorates, I will make more money. Okay, that's a wrong way risk. Why? Because if your health deteriorates, yes, I will make more money, but you will not pay me. Yes or no? But if I am betting on you, on your income, and my bet is that you will pay me if your income increases. That's a right way risk, because if your income increases, you would pay me. That's it. Easy? Okay, this is general theory, so I'm going to skip through this. Alright, let's look at certain measures of risk. Standard deviation is a measure of total risk. Beta is a measure of systematic risk. Duration is a measure of interest rate risk. Okay, so duration tells you when interest rate goes up, by how much bond price will fall. Then these are called option Greeks: delta, gamma, theta, vega, rho. I'm sure all of you are familiar at least with the names, with our Wi-Fi names. Delta is your first derivative. I'll do this in gamma is the second derivative. When stock price goes up, by how much delta will change. That's called gamma. Vega is derivative with respect to volatility. When volatility goes up, by how much option price will increase. Rho is with respect to RFR. When RFR goes up, by how much option price will change. Theta is with respect to time. Now, if you know this, this is very obvious. If you don't know this, you need to memorize it. I'll give you a trick. The trick is in the first word of the alphabets. Vega is with respect to volatility. Rho is with respect to RFR. Theta is with respect to time. Time to maturity for options. Delta, first derivative, gamma, second derivative. If you remember this, at least you would be able to handle some theory questions. I just spoke about EVT some time back. What was it about? Study of tails. Sorry, क्या होता है? Lag ये तो है. अभी just Wi-Fi का नाम दिखाया. Should I change or? Yeah, should I change to volatility? Change करो कि नको? आने दो, आने दो. It's lagging now. Just be a little patient. It should correct itself. 10 to 15 seconds, it should correct itself. अजून पण लॅग आहे? अजून पण लॅग आहे? How about now? Can you confirm? Is CDS a wrong way risk? Yes, in a way, if you're buyer of the CDS, it might create a wrong way risk. Because you make money when, other people are struggling, so that creates a wrong way risk. Market खराब हो जाता है. Okay. All right. Then next one, value at risk. We already discussed what VAR is. Conditional VAR, can you tell me what was that for? Expected loss, like a mean value. Okay. Then credit ratings, we'll learn that in fixed income. Probability of default and loss given default. Probability of default means what is the chance someone will default. Loss given default means if they default, how much will I lose. Expected loss is equal to PD into LGD. Repeat with me. Expected loss is equal to PD into LGD. What is PD? Probability of default. LGD? Loss given default. I'll tell you how to think about this. I'm giving you 100 rupees of loan. There's a 5% chance that you will default. But if you default, I will come and take your personal assets. In that case, I'll be able to recover 80, I'll lose only 20 rupees. So loss given default is 20 rupees. Probability of default is 5%. So 5% into 20 rupees, what is the expected loss? 1 rupee. Expected loss is equal to PD into LGD. Is that okay? Now, I know this in advance, that when I'm giving you loan, I'm going to lose 1 rupee. So what will I do? When I charge you interest rate, I will charge you 1 rupee more. Otherwise, I would have given you loan at 10%, now I'll give you 11% to recover my PD into LGD. How does it work? When I give loan to a large number of people, the probability plays out, only 5% people will default. So on an average, since I'm covering that cost, I'll be able to make money out of that type of interest or transaction. Okay. Okay, if you're credit rating someone, these are the 4 items you want to look at. You want to look at how liquid they are, how solvent they are, what's the profitability, what's the leverage. If you want to look at what is the health of the overall market as a whole, now I don't know how many of you know this, but India went through a massive banking crisis, right? When I'm sure you've heard of that guy who ran off, Malia, and after that there was one more diamond guy, right? Nirav Modi. That was your stress period for the banking stocks. So banking stocks were under stress because their balance sheets were not good. A lot of companies also went bankrupt. Diwan Housing, tha na? Diwan Housing. So plenty of cases happened that time. Now our balance sheets are okay today as we speak, right? So how do you gauge, how do you get a sense of how well the market is doing? So you generally look at the CDS spreads in the market. Okay, now let me give you a quick 1-minute primer on how CDS works. I'm sure some of you know. I'll be doing this in fixed income, but for this reading you need to know this. So the way CDS works is very simple. There is a buyer of CDS and there is a seller. Okay, even though it is, it sounds like a swap, it's just an insurance product. Buyer will tell seller that, listen, every year I will give you 1 rupee. That's it, every year I'll give you 1 rupee. What will you give me in return? You will give me return just a promise. What kind of promise? Promise that this bond that I have of 100 rupees, if there is a default on this bond, then you will make my losses good. So it's like an insurance that you buy on a bond, like how you buy insurance when you buy a car. Same thing. So in case if there's a default on the underlying bond, then you would make sure that whatever losses I have, you pay me. Okay, this is a broad idea of what a CDS is. Now, at times what the buyer will do is, buyer doesn't have a bond. But buyer feels that this company is going to go bankrupt. So buyer will go and buy the CDS. So it's not only used for hedging, it is also used for speculation. Samjhe? So now this 1% is called CDS spread. Think about a scenario where CDS spread goes up from 1% to 5%. What does it mean? That means insurance premium are going up. That means more probability person will die. So more probability bond will default. So spreads give you a sense of what is the credit risk in the market. Higher the spread, higher is the default risk. Then corporate bond spreads. Corporate bond spread is nothing but YTM of a bond minus RFR. Higher the spread, higher is the risk. And at times people buy equity put options. Why would you buy put options? For downside protection. If your put options are becoming very expensive, what does it tell you? Something might go wrong, right? So the market is perceiving risk to be relatively higher. Now, two concepts, stress testing and scenario analysis. What is stress testing? You put your balance sheet under extreme stress. You're a bank, you think that what if 10% of my depositors come to my bank on the same day trying to withdraw money. Will you have enough money? Then not necessary, right? Which is what might happen, and I'm being very careful with my language now. Which is not happening, but market might perceive that with HDFC Bank now. I don't know if you've been tracking what's happening to HDFC Bank. I'm not, no scare concerns. Huh? But what's happening to HDFC Bank is the new deposits that they're getting, almost 95% of those new deposits are given as loan. Okay. Now, this ratio generally is supposed to be less than 90%. Matlab, for example, if I go to a bank and if I make a new deposit, they have to take care of CRR, SLR, all of those, right? After that, whatever is money left, they generally keep a little bit money in buffer before they give loans. What has happened to HDFC Bank is their deposit growth is slow. Loan growth is 12%, so they're giving out more loans. Therefore, there's a little bit of very small fear that if they don't correct themselves, then maybe 6 months, 1 year down the line, they might have some liquidity issues. Okay, it's nothing to be scared of right now, but something to be, you don't go to HDFC Bank tomorrow morning. It's scary, and I don't want to be a reason for some, nothing is happening right now because, of course, there is a regulatory buffer of CRR and SLR. That's almost, India is one of the safest banking place in the world today because our CRR, SLR are fairly high, right? 22 plus something like that range. So there is no fear, but that's happening, right? So what HDFC Bank want to do today is they want to stress test their balance sheet. What if some stupid professor somewhere in his classroom talks about this and suddenly a bunch of people show up at HDFC Bank? Will they be able to survive? That's a stress test. What if there's another COVID crisis? Will they survive that stress test? Now in a stress test, what you do is generally all variables you stress at the same time. एक साथ सब कर दो. It's like you're going for an exam. You forgot your calculator and you reach 20 minutes late. And और क्या हो सकता है? नहीं, passport तो exam नहीं दे पाओगे ना. And you were given a wrong computer which was not working, and you were under air conditioning blowing on your head, right? Extreme stress. Will you still survive? That's stress testing. Whereas scenario analysis, you typically change 2 or 3 scenarios together. So maybe you just forgot calculator and forgot formulas, right? That's create a set of scenarios like that. Okay. Typically stress testing scenarios are predefined. Okay, Basel norms will give you those scenarios. You can read up on them.
do it after the class if you want. Okay, some concepts now. Risk prevention and avoidance. Charlie Munger has a fantastic quote. He says, if you tell me where I'm going to die, I will never go there. Right? That's your concept of risk prevention. You just don't get into certain spectrum of businesses. At times you want to accept the risk. Why? Because that's the business. You say that I'm going to expose myself to this particular risk. And then risk shifting means there is a risk, but I don't want to take that risk. I'll pass it on to someone else. We do this typically with derivatives. For example, your Starbucks. One of the risks you have, if you notice what has happened now, coffee prices have gone through the roof, right? They're insane. Now, Starbucks feels that I don't want to expose myself to coffee prices. Starbucks can buy a derivative. Now, whoever is the counterparty of that derivative, they are exposed to coffee risk. Aa raha hai samajh mein? Though you'd be surprised to know, that's my guess, that if I take total cost of Starbucks as 100, my guess is coffee cost will be less than 2 rupees or 3 rupees. I mean, Starbucks is not coffee anymore, it's some fancy milk with sugar. Right? I mean, if you look at majority of sales globally, people are consuming less and less of coffee and more of those sweetened beverages. Risk transfer typically happens with insurance. And I think we are done. Okay, there is one, sorry, not yes, thoda jaldi ho gaya. There is a concept called catastrophe bonds. Okay, what are catastrophe bonds? If you buy a bond, you will make some money, but in case of catastrophes, then you will have to absorb that losses, like a fire, natural calamities. Those are called catastrophe bonds. Do you know what deductibles are in insurance? Copay. Some cost will not be borne by the insurance company. Surety bond, like a guarantee. Some sort of guarantee that someone will pay. Fidelity bonds cover losses from employees, dishonesty like theft or fraud. Okay. Something for your exams. There is a question in EOC. What is the mechanism to handle risk transfer versus risk shifting? Now, it's honestly, that's very academic in nature, this question, but you have to know this. Transfer word, insurance. Shifting word, derivatives. Okay, easy theory questions. And is risk management about eliminating risk? No, it's about deciding if I want to accept or not, and maybe modifying the risk. Okay, congratulations, done. We planned for 6:30, we finished at 7:10, not bad. Acceptable, and how did you find PM? Interesting. Huh? How many of you, I'm sure I have some non-FEB candidates, how many of you looked at PM today for the first time? How did you find PM? You had no idea what was happening. You know? क्या? Want to have a break or छोटा लेते हैं? 10 minutes.
अरे भाई मैं इतनी डाइट को नहीं पीता नुकसान तो ब्रीथिंग से सहर इज आल्सो निकालना नहीं रिजल्ट्स आ रहे हैं
हाँ सर, आपसे 3 इम्पोर्टेंट बातें। फिर कैंडिडेट्स के लिए सेशन का प्लान करना है फर्स्ट। फिर कैंडिडेट्स के लिए सेशन का प्लान करना है।
spoken to so many recruiters. Into के नीचे हमको कभी नहीं पढ़ता, नहीं पढ़ता, like frankly, they're not. IT side is not maybe not just like BBA grad or BI, CFA whatever other path, but not at our level. So you can't wait till L2. So even I can't. Correct. And what once CFA level 1 is done, you have. ये मैंने भी देखी. मैं तो डायरेक्ट LMS ही बोलता हूँ. हाँ. Yeah. Oh yeah. ये किधर? कुछ use notes भी देते हैं. अरे I know I've seen this guy somewhere. नहीं वो था वो इंटरफेस स्टूडेंट है.
Okay, I am ready when you are. Chalo, settle down. Should we start? What is the weight for economics? check karo. 8 to 10. So you get total 180 questions on the test, right? Can someone quickly cross check the weight? 14.8. Okay.
Economics is 6 to 9%.
6 to 9%.
2026. How come derivatives are so low?
Yeah, I don't think there is any rationale to these weights. It's not based on importance. It's not also based on size, because derivative size is disproportionately large. The weights are low. Economics is 6 to 9, right? So 6 to 9, how many questions on your test? 180 odd? So you're looking at about 15, somewhere in the range of 15 questions.
Yeah, 180 questions. 180 questions.
So next 4 hours, or in fact 3.5 hours, if you concentrate, you get 15 questions. That gives you 5 questions per hour run rate. Right? This is going to be the most efficient time you've invested in your studies ever.
What is the subject that you would spend the least amount of time if you were preparing? Good question. Off camera.
No, I'll tell you. During when I took exams, they used to give a slightly different format of. Can we cut down on the noise here, please? It's distracting me now. Thank you. So they used to give 3 categories: less than 50, 50 to 70, and 70 and above. And then, for example, let's say FRA, if you scored here, you'd get an asterisk here. So it will tell you your subject-wise performance of how you scored. There was one subject where I scored here in all the 3 levels. Yes, it was ethics, all the 3 levels. I scored less than 50, and I think by the time I reached level 3, I thought I was good with ethics, and maybe I overestimated my ethics skills, so I did not prepare for level 3 ethics at all. I just went into the exam just like that. But whether like level 2 I prepared really well, whether I prepared or not, I was always in this quadrant with ethics. I think luckily, I was lucky. I think the other subjects luckily fell here. And anyways, you had to be here to pass back in the day. You had to be 70% above to pass. Yes, overconfidence bias. That's right. Okay. So this is your economics. It looks like these are a lot of chapters, but they're not. We should be able to do them fast. The first chapter is the only chapter left in your syllabus now, which is on microeconomics. Micro means studies of individuals and individual businesses as a whole, looking at things from micro perspective. Everything else is macro and international. This part has some good calculations. Okay, so on the foreign currency part, which will obviously we'll have to make sure that we don't lose points on them, right? We have to be championing those calculations. This part is mostly theory. My guess is 80% of economics would be conceptual, 20% would be memory based. I'll highlight the important pieces for you. Let us start. We'll follow the same sequence. Here we go. First, a little bit of prerequisite, different elasticities of demand. Okay, level 2 results have come. Level 2 results, huh? Price elasticity, income elasticity, cross price elasticity. Price elasticity means what? If you increase your price, by how much your quantity demanded will decrease, typically decrease, right? That's called price elasticity of demand. Now, obviously, if your consumers are very, very price sensitive, then that price elasticity will be absorbed by the manufacturer. For example, what's happening with the whole Donald Trump trade today? He's charged exorbitant tariff on a lot of commodities in a lot of countries, but somehow the inflation in the US at least is not increasing, at least as of now. Now some people will say it's data manipulation, and maybe it is, but to some extent the sellers are absorbing the increased tariff. The sellers are compressing their margins, and those margins are given to US in the form of tariff, right? In other cases, some brands have the arrogance to increase the price. I learned just last week that this brand called LV, they increase prices of their products 3% every quarter. Okay, so that means they're taking a price hike of about 12% a year, which is a crazy price hike, especially in this market, right? Because now the sales of luxury goods are actually declining. Income elasticity means how sensitive you are to buying something when your income changes. When your income increases, you buy more or you buy less. That is your income elasticity. And cross price elasticity is when price of Coke changes, what is the impact on demand for Pepsi? Okay, or when the price of coffee changes, what is the impact of demand for sugar? Or other way around, right? Either substitutes or complement goods. Okay, now this is where your reading starts. Perfect competition, too many players, same product, free entry and exit. Then imperfect competition, you have monopolies, monopolistic competition or oligopolies. Limited competition, products could be different and there is typically some barriers to entry. Let us start with AR, MR and TR concept. In fact, we have to do all cost and revenue concepts, so I'll do them maybe somewhere here. AR, MR and TR. Okay. Now, let's assume you're trying to sell. क्या बेचना है? Give me something that one would sell which is where people are little price sensitive. Let's sell, no, Maggie people are not price sensitive. See, generally there is an absolute value barrier. Okay, I don't want to digress too much, but absolute value barrier means as an investor, if you are investing into a company that sells a low value product, okay, like low value means a 5 rupee, 10 rupee product, people are not very sensitive to their prices. So when a 10 rupee product becomes, socho Maggie, I don't know how much, 10 rupees? 12 rupees, okay, exactly. It's 12 rupees now. If it becomes 15, people wouldn't care. 10 rupees becomes 15 wouldn't matter much, right? Where people exhibit more sensitivity is when the ticket price is higher, right? So let's sell some quartz watches, not fancy watches, but quartz watches. Okay, so quartz means your battery watches. We'll create a new brand. We'll call that brand as some finance watches or some nerd watches, or finance nerd watches or something like that. And we'll try and sell our watch for somewhere in the ballpark range of 1,000 rupees. Okay, now you can get these watches from China for like 20 rupees a piece, 50 rupees a piece. Do some branding, do some designing and start selling. Okay, so let's say the first watch I want to sell, I can sell it at a price of maybe 1,000 rupees per unit. But if I have to sell two, I know that no one will buy two watches for 1,000 each. I have to offer a little discounting. So both the pieces I will have to sell for maybe 950. But if I have to sell three quantity, then maybe all the three watches I have to sell for 900. If I have to sell four, maybe I have to do further discounting at 850. If I sell five, maybe I sell them at 800 each, all five. All right. So this price is also referred to as average revenue, which is revenue per product. What is my total revenue? Just the multiplication. Total revenue is 1,000. Total revenue is 19, 27, 32, 34, 4,000. This is my total revenue. Please cross check once. So total revenue is nothing but quantity into price. And very important, in economics, we generally focus a lot on the last column. Okay, everything is about this column. Marginal, extremely important concept. Marginal means incremental revenue. My first marginal revenue is 1,000. Now, when I went from selling one watch to two watch, my total revenue increased by how much? 900. So my MR is 900. When I went from 2 to 3 watches, my total revenue increased by how much? 800. Then 3 to 4 increased by how much? 700. So, and then finally 600. So the decision making actually is to be done. So for example, let's say you're considering, should I sell 4 watches or 5 watches? Okay. The decision making should be done based on, if I sell the 5th one, my revenue actually will increase by 600 rupees. So by how much my cost is going to increase? If it's going to increase by less than 600, then yes, it makes sense to sell that. So MR becomes extremely important from that perspective. Is this okay? Now, this typically is true when you're dealing with a market which has an imperfect competition. Now, imperfect competition in level 1 syllabus, you have 3 markets. You have monopolistic, you have oligopoly markets, and you have monopoly markets. Okay. Monopolistic means what? Monopolistic things, too many players, but everyone trying to do something different. Okay. So mobile phones. Mobile phone is a monopolistic market. You have 20, 30, 40 brands. But har ek ka apna this feature, that camera, right? Everyone has a feature. EVs. Okay, maybe not EV. EV I'll probably put in oligopoly markets today because we have 5-6 players, right, in EV in India. So oligopoly is 2, 3, 4, 5 players. Automobile is a good space here. Telecom is a fantastic space, right? We have Jio, Airtel, Vodafone and BSNL. And monopoly is just one player. All the three are called imperfect competition. Characteristic of imperfect competition is you have a downward sloping demand curve like this, which means if you want to sell more quantity, you have to give discount. You have to lower your price. So in an imperfect competition, your demand curve is downward sloping like this. And your marginal revenue curve is downward sloping like this. Okay, you need to know this, it's very important. This is your demand curve and this is your MR curve. Okay, but how will it be different for a perfect competition? A perfect competition, think a wholesale vegetable market. Okay, where you're selling tomatoes for 5 rupees a piece, just for example. Now, if you have 10 tomatoes, you can sell for 5 rupees. If you have 1,000 tomatoes, you can sell for 5 rupees. Price is same, doesn't change. So there, price is same as your average revenue, which is same as your marginal revenue. Your MR curve and demand curve is same. But in a imperfect competition, it's downward sloping. MR is inside the demand curve. Is the two concepts clear? Okay. Let's look at the cost component now. On the cost side. So we have to first look at revenue side, cost side, then mix the two. Okay, so let's look at cost. Let's say you're manufacturing something. When you manufacture something, you typically have to deal with two types of cost. There is a fixed cost, okay, and therefore there is a fixed cost per unit. Fixed cost per unit. Then there is a total variable cost and variable cost per unit, and then there is a total cost and total cost per unit. Okay, and then very importantly, the last. Okay, just 1 minute. And very importantly, there is also going to be a last column, which I told you in economics is very important, which is marginal cost. Think of this example. No matter how much you produce, you have to pay a rent of 100 rupees. Okay, so whether you produce 5 quantity, 10 quantities, the rent is going to be 100 rupees. Let's assume you're producing quantity of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What would be your fixed cost per unit? 100 divided by 1. Okay, so this is your fixed cost per unit. Imagine if I keep on producing more, what do you think will happen to fixed cost? Total fixed cost will be same, fixed cost per unit will decrease. It will approach to 0. Not become 0, but get very close to 0. Now, variable cost per unit, and this is a very critical concept. For first unit, variable cost is 20 because you're making only one. Whatever that means. Let's say you're making just a cup of tea. And during the day, you're able to sell only one. But you would still need milk and all of those things, right? But if you make 2, your variable cost per unit comes down a little bit. Why? Economies of scale. If you make 3, your variable cost per unit is even lower. So let's keep it as 11. If you make 4, variable cost will drop further. It might become, let's say, 9 rupees. But after a certain stage, you will enter into diseconomies of scale. Right? So now it will actually increase to 12 and it might increase to, let's say, 20. So a U-shaped behavior, first it will decrease, but once you enter into diseconomies of scale, it will increase. Let's calculate total variable cost. 20 per unit, 1 unit, 20, 15 into 2, 30, 33, 36, 60, 120 per unit into quantity. Are you with me on this? Then total cost. Total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost, 120, 65, 44. क्या हुआ, गलत हुआ कुछ? ये है टोटल कॉस्ट. अच्छा, मैंने गलत टोटल ले रहा हूँ. Okay, my mistake. So I have to take total fixed cost and total variable cost. So this is correct, 120. This will be 130, 133, 136, then 160 and 220. Then total cost per unit. Okay, so 120 divided by 1, 130 divided by 2, 133 divided by 3, 44, 136 divided by 4, 25 and another 6, 31. नहीं, check करो, नहीं, 31, 34, and then this will be 32 and 36. This is my total cost per unit. And finally, the most important, marginal cost. How will you do marginal cost? 120 increase by 10, increase by 3, increase by 3, increase by 24, increase by 60. Is everyone okay with this? Graphically, how do they look like? And in fact, before I take you to the graph, how to think of marginal cost. When I was producing 3 units, okay, my total cost was 133. When I produced 4 units, total cost became 136. So my cost increased by 3 rupees. Now you compare this number with your marginal revenue. I am making this new unit for 3 rupees, but I am getting a revenue of 10 rupees. Should I do it? Yes. So as long as your marginal revenue is more than marginal cost, you keep on making more. Okay, and where will you stop? When MR is become equal to MC, that we call in economics as profit maximization quantity. You stop where? When MR is equal to MC. Now graphically, how do they look like? This graph is testable, so you need to know it for the exams. It looks like this. This is called your average variable cost curve. It should be U-shaped. The decreasing part is called economies of scale. Increasing part, diseconomies of scale. And a little bit of flatter type of area here is referred to as constant returns to scale. Okay, so this is your average variable cost. This is your, with very mediocre drawing skills, but this is your average total cost. They're not going to meet each other, but the distance is going to narrow. Okay, what is the difference between the two? Average total cost and average variable cost was the distance. Average fixed cost. Average fixed cost will behave like this. It will get very close to 0. Per unit, average fixed cost will get closer towards 0. And then, very importantly, this J-shaped curve is your marginal cost curve. Notice what's happening with marginal cost. It drops dramatically. Correct? But then it rises also dramatically. So marginal cost, I call it as an overreaction curve. It always overreacts. Whenever variable cost is decreasing, marginal cost will decrease dramatically. Whenever variable cost is increasing, marginal cost will increase dramatically. Now there are two things you need to know. First, the point where marginal cost curve intersects average variable cost curve. MC curve intersecting AVC, that's the lowest point of AVC. The point where AVC is intersecting ATC, that's the lowest point of ATC. However, the confusion it causes and an exam question, marginal cost curve actually intersects AVC and ATC twice. Correct? So where exactly is the lowest point? So when it's intersecting from below to above, not above to below. Notice here the trajectory is, it's intersecting from above. That's not the lowest point. Which is the lowest point? When you're intersecting from below. Is this clear? Okay. So cost is done. Shape of the curve is done. This is how all the graphs will look like. And finally, this entire exercise to maximize the profit. Profit maximization is very simple. Profit maximization happens when MR is equal to MC. Marginal revenue is same as marginal cost, which means the distance between total revenue and total cost is maximized. When TR minus TC का difference क्या होता है? Profit. So when profit is maximized, or that is the quantity when MR is equal to MC. Okay. Now, this is going to be my first 5-star in econ. Continue versus shutdown decision. I did something like this in CI class, I guess. CI crash course, but we'll do it again. Let us say your average variable cost is 10 rupees. Your average fixed cost is 5 rupees. Your total cost per unit is 15 rupees. Currently your selling price is 12 rupees. Am I making profit or loss at the moment? Loss? I'm selling for 12 rupees. Is it a profit or loss? Last row, profit or loss. Does quantity really matter? Okay, let's assume quantity of 10. Is it a profit or loss? It is a loss. Quantity doesn't matter. Why? Because I'm selling at 12, I'm making at 15. So then the question comes, should I continue or should I shut down? Correct. So, should I continue or shut down is a function of short run and long run. Okay, what is the definition of short run? What is the definition of long run? Does anyone know? How many years is short run? Sorry, सुना ही नहीं दिया. Actually, I was trying to lip read you, but ये बीच में आ गया ना. You're saying long run means, short run means a period where my fixed cost is fixed. That's what you said, right? At least one of them is. Is she right? Yes. See, when your fixed costs are going to remain fixed cost, that's short run. When your fixed cost is avoidable, that's long run. For example, if I take a property on rent and I sign an agreement which gives me a lock-in of 3 years, that means 3 years I cannot vacate, then I have to pay rent for 3 years. So 3 years is short run. After that it's long run. That's it. Okay. So in the short run, the rule is, if my selling price, I will compare with the variable cost, not with the total cost. If selling price is more than average variable cost, the decision is continue operating. In the long run, my selling price has to be more than ATC for me to operate, otherwise shut down. Is this making sense? Short run selling price has to be more than AVC. We discussed this in the CI class. When you sell at a price more than AVC, you get some contribution. That contribution helps you recover fixed cost. If you don't sell, you get zero contribution, then the whole fixed cost is your loss. So you are operating not to make profits but to minimize losses. Okay, so here in this example, what is my fixed cost? My fixed cost is 50 rupees. How do I know that? 10 quantity into 5. Now, if I were to shut down, the whole 50 will be loss. Yes or no? But if I operate, then what will happen? If I operate, then I'll be able to do sales of 120 rupees. Okay, selling price of 12, quantity of 10, sales of 120. Variable cost will be how much? 100 rupees. And fixed cost will be how much? 50 rupees. So what would be my loss? 30 rupees. If I shut down, loss will be 50. If I operate, loss will be 30. So decision is operate. So as long as I am able to sell at a price which is more than my average variable cost, I will operate. If we shut down, how come the loss will be 50? Because 50 is a fixed cost, which means whether I operate or I don't operate, I have to pay 50. So that's my loss. Okay. Then what is a break-even quantity? Break-even means no profit, no loss. Break-even quantity. So break-even quantity is, can anyone tell me? When selling price is equal to average total cost, which means total revenue is equal to total cost, then I'll have no profit, no loss. That's it. That's called break-even. Economies of scale, diseconomies of scale, we've already done. This is called your long run average total cost curve. In a long run, ATC curve is made of multiple average total cost curves. Like this. Some stage you're decreasing and then you're increasing economies of scale and diseconomies of scale. Then little bit on different markets we've already done. Perfect competition, monopolistic, oligopoly and monopoly. What you need to know is this thing. I think everything else I'm guessing you understand logically. This I want you to remember. In a monopolistic, your products are differentiated. In oligopoly, typically your products are homogeneous, like telecom service. Same, Airtel, Jio, right? The service is same. Not always, but that's what curriculum says, so we stick to it. And the moment you get into a non-price competition means competing on features, not only on price, right? Then you have to do some advertisements. Is this okay? If you're an investor, which sector would you like to invest in? Monopoly. So long run you remain invested, but the problem with monopolies is they don't innovate. Why? No competition, right? So then maybe you move to oligopoly. But then the problem there is the other guy can eat you up because it's just 2-3 players. So then you move to monopolistic. But problem is now there are too many players, right? Scattered market. So you go to perfect competition and then you get destroyed, right? There's no perfect place to be in. I told you the perfect place to invest is when you get to buy it cheap. Okay. Now, for the exam, you're going to remember this. The marginal cost curve, okay, the marginal cost curve above AVC or ATC, it's called the short run supply curve. Why is it short run supply curve? Remember what I told you, that your MR has to be equal to MC for profit to maximize, correct? You cannot allow MR to go below MC. Now, in a perfect competition, your profit technically is zero. In a perfect competition, you don't make profit. In the long run, your profit is zero. So, therefore, you have to keep on selling that MR, ensure that MR is equal to MC. So, selling price is same as MC. So, that part of your marginal cost curve, which is above AVC or above ATC, is referred to as your supply curve. Now, this is a little eye-opening for some people. I hope it is for you, because supply curve in real world is a fictional concept. There is no such thing as supply curve in real world scenario, right? If you had a supply curve, आकाश चोपड़ा सर कॉन्स के नोट्स अभी तक अपलोड नहीं हुए, प्लीज विशाल भैया को बोल के काम भी करवा देना. ओके डन. विशाल भैया. There is no supply curve for monopolistic market. There is no supply curve. Because just think about it, right? Life would be so easy if I knew. Supply curve tells you what? If I sell for 100 rupees, how much will I be able to sell? Okay, that's very broadly the concept. And as a supplier, I hope that if people are demanding more, I get to sell it at a higher price. In real life, you don't know at what price you will get to sell. You're always guessing. So there are no supply curves for any market except one market, which is perfect competition. Why do you have supply curve for perfect competition? Because there is no profit in this. There is no profit maximization in perfect competition. In perfect competition, you supply at the price at which you make, right? So you make for 10 rupees, you sell for 10 rupees. Because there is no profit, therefore you know what a supply curve is going to be. Now when I say there is no profit, doesn't mean there is no profit at all. There is only a reasonable profit, which is return on your capital employed, right? So you earn a reasonable profit, but you do not earn supernormal profit. In economics, cost includes a normal return on your capital. Okay. So perfect competition is you can enter and exit. There is zero economic profit. Marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue is equal to average revenue is equal to ATC, and perfect competition will result into efficient allocation of resources. Imperfect competition, firms can enter but face barriers. Think of your telecom market now, right? All of us are hoping that someone comes and acquires Vodafone. If that doesn't happen, then tomorrow both Airtel and Jio can take us for ransom. What will you do if tomorrow onwards monthly mobile cost is 5,000 rupees? They can do it. So that's the thing. With imperfect competition, not easy for new guys to enter in. Some economic profits, you still want to keep MR is equal to MC. But the selling price will be more than ATC. That means you will make some profits. They do product differentiation. They have advertisements. Okay. Now, this is where it starts getting a little technical. So now we focus on the oligopoly markets. Now understand how these markets operate. Okay, so think of a two-player market. Tell me some dominant two-player markets that you are aware of. MasterCard, Visa. Okay, what else? Jio, Airtel. Good. Fair enough. Jio and Airtel. Now, let's assume monthly cost of Jio and Airtel today. Okay. Monthly cost is kitna hai abhi? 400 rupees a month. on an average. Okay. Now, let's assume Geo decides that I will increase my price from 400 rupees to 600 rupees. Your Airtel, you're smart, what will you do? Maybe the smart thing to do is to get a little sympathy initially and then not increase the price. Maybe go on Twitter and write a tweet that Indians can't afford, I will not increase the price. Okay. Now what do you think will happen? A lot of people will port from Jio to Airtel, right? So which means if Jio increase the price, okay, then there will significantly reduction in quantity sold. Quantity sold will reduce quite dramatically, right? That means there will be a higher price elasticity. Do you agree? That a small increase in price but a rapid loss of quantity sold, so very high price elasticity. Now think of other scenario. Again, Jio and Airtel. Now, this time what Jio decides, and Jio has done that before, but let's say Jio decides that for 400 rupees, Jio will try and capture a dominant market and Jio will reduce the price to 300 rupees. Okay. Now, what do you think Airtel will do? Now, Airtel will know that if I don't reduce the price, then I will lose market share to Jio. I don't want to lose market share. So, Airtel will follow the price decrease, which is a typical oligopoly behavior. Because when Jio came with that massive decrease, even Airtel was forced to reduce prices for some time. हुआ था ना ऐसे, and Vodafone also did that, right? So competitors will follow your price decreases in this market. They will not follow your price increases, which means if you think from Jio's perspective, the quantity demanded will not increase much. Do you agree? Will not increase much. Which means Jio has an asymmetric demand curve of sorts. When Jio increases prices, it experiences a high price elasticity. Quantity decreases quite dramatically. But when Jio decreases the price, quantity does not increase that dramatically. Yes or no? This results into something called as a kinked demand curve. Kink is basically the current price of 400 rupees. Okay? At 400 rupees, let's assume that Jio has 50 crore subscribers. If Jio decided that from 400, we will increase the price to 600 rupees, what Jio will realize is that their quantity demanded will drop dramatically to maybe just 10 crore people left. But if Jio decided that we will decrease the price to 300 rupees, what they'll realize is the quantity demanded is not increasing much. It's maybe just 55 or 52. So you have a higher elasticity above the kink and you have a lower elasticity below the kink. Okay? More elastic means flatter, less elastic means steeper demand curves. Extremely testable, you have to know this concept. And the reason why this happens is because competitor will follow a price reduction, but they will not follow a price increase. Is that okay? Alright, then there is another model called Carnot model. I'll summarize this model for you. It requires actually certain mathematical calculations, but as far as exams is concerned, under this model, an oligopoly firm will always result into a price which is between perfect competition and monopoly, and they will always result in quantity which is between perfect competition and monopoly. The result of Carnot model will be oligopoly firms will be between the two, both in terms of price, in terms of quantity. Obviously, in terms of price, who's higher? Monopoly. So your price will be a little lower than monopoly, but higher than perfect competition. In terms of quantity, who's higher? Perfect competition. So your quantity will be less than perfect competition, but little more than monopoly. Okay, there's a little more to it, but for exams, this is good enough. Now, this thing is going to be important for your exams, Nash equilibrium. uh, they'll give you this 2 from quadrant, and then they will ask you to find out where the equilibrium is made. Okay, so I'll give you a trick. Do not miss out on, maybe we should do that curriculum question for this one. Give me a minute, I'll find out quickly. Looks like they've removed this question from 2026. I mean, Nash equilibrium is still there, but that end of the chapter question is removed. Never mind, now we'll do this example. Just close your eyes for a bit, please. Okay. So this is the quadrant. Okay, that would be given to you. And then you would be asked to figure out where is the equilibrium being reached. Okay, now how would you do it? So in order to find equilibrium, you first have to learn to read how to read these quadrants. Okay, you start with any of the 4 quadrants randomly. Those of you who do not know how to do this, let's listen to me carefully. Make sure you get hold of this logic. Once you get it, you'll never get these questions wrong. So you start with low price, you start wherever you want to start. Let's think from, these are 2 separate companies. Okay, and the idea is that you can move to any of the adjacent quadrant. You cannot move to a diagonal quadrant like this. Okay, so first you think from first company's perspective, this ARC company, which is currently charging low price, and it is currently making a profit of 50 rupees. ARC has a choice of either moving on the right quadrant or moving on the bottom quadrant. Technically, right quadrant is not even a choice for ARC because ARC is not changing anything. ARC currently has low price, even in the right quadrant there is low price. So this is not what ARC is doing, this is what the other guy is doing. So for ARC, the only choice it has right now is to move from low price to high price. Now the question you ask is, should ARC do it? Right now ARC is making 50 rupees. If ARC decided that it will move to high price, it will make 300 rupees. Do you think they should make it? Yes. So now what will happen is, now both the companies have moved to quadrant. If this was A, both the companies have moved to quadrant B. Okay. Now you start thinking again from A's perspective, ARC. ARC has now high price. Here also we have high price, so this is not really a choice. But ARC has a choice to again go back to low price. If they go back to low price, they'll make 50 rupees. Do you think that's a legitimate choice? No. So ARC is happy to settle down here. Okay, ARC has no place to move now. Let's think from B perspective. B currently has low price, B is making 350. Okay, now B can either go here or here. B will not go here because this is low price, so technically you're not making a move. B has an option of going here to charge high price. But if B charges high price, B will make less than what they're making right now. So B also does not want to move, B will also settle down here. So this is your Nash equilibrium. Now the thing is, you, no matter which quadrant you start in, when you do this exercise, you'll end up reaching in this quadrant. Because this is a quadrant where once you reach, none of the parties wants to make a move. Is this okay? This is the question you're looking at on the exams. This is for oligopoly. This comes from game theory. If you've seen the Beautiful Mind movie, John Nash. And this is a direct application of that concept called prisoner's dilemma. We'll discuss in the main class. Prisoner's dilemma is 2 guys go and I don't know, sell drugs together. You put them in different cells and you tell them, if you tell me first, then I'll give you lighter punishment, but other guy gets more punishment. It's like that. Okay, it's with everything else in life, even our lives operates on game theory. All right, now a dominant firm model, which is model number 4 in this structure. This is also testable, so you need to know how dominant firm works. What is a dominant firm structure? Certain monopolies, or certain markets, where there is one guy, okay, who would probably have 70% market share, and then a few other folks who would probably have 5%, 10% market share. Okay. Now, the rule in this market is that do not mess with this guy. And you should never want to mess with this guy on price. Why is that? Because they can keep on absorbing large amount of losses till the time you don't go bankrupt. Yeah? Like poker. Okay. So then what do you do? The thing is to do nothing. You operate in your own territory. Over a period of time, a dominant firm's market share will automatically come down. Okay. A classic case is ITC in India. It used to have a market share of 95, 96% a few years ago. Now it's already in the 80s. Okay. Now if no one competes, no one does anything with ITC directly on price, ITC will actually keep on losing market share over a period of time. Okay, that's a natural phenomena of this model. When does dominant firm gain market share? If suddenly Godfrey comes and says, now I'll sell my product at 50% discount, ITC will say, sure, let's game on. ITC will also sell at 70% discount, book losses, but ITC will be able to absorb losses for long period of time, till the time the other guy goes bankrupt, right? So if you start a price war, dominant firm's market share will actually go up. But if you don't start a price war, with time dominant firm's market share will decrease. This is called a dominant firm market. That's right, it's also called a Stackelberg model. Then concept of natural monopolies. At times, some monopolies are built naturally because there is scope only for one player, but if two players come, both will lose. Those are called natural monopolies. For example, the chai wala example we did, right? So one chai shop below FinTree office is okay. That guy is making good profit, even though monopoly. But if two guys come, both of them will lose because the market is not big enough, right? Those are called natural monopolies. You want natural monopolies at times. For example, the power distribution to your house, right? Imagine if there were 2-3 companies competing for those cables. So everyone is building their distribution cables. वो जो बिजली वाले तार. One is the sky would be crowded. And then if you had a choice that should I get power distribution from Tata or Reliance or government, that's unnecessary. Instead, you just have one distribution company and government will regulate how much profits they make. In India, Power Grid, right? Power Grid owns most of the electricity distribution, a large chunk of electricity distribution in the country, right? वो जो तार वगैरह होता है ना सब. Now, there is no need for two. Once you build your grid infrastructure, the same grid can be used by multiple generators. But then, risk is that Power Grid now will corner us someday and will say that, okay, you want electricity to your house, you will have to pay a lot of money to distribute. So government will come in, government will intervene. So government does intervene. Power Grid has a limit. They cannot make more than 15% ROE. That's a government mandate, right? So these are called natural monopolies. Is it okay? Finally, how do you determine if a market is monopoly or if a market is oligopoly? You generally use these two ratios, N-firm ratios and HHI ratios. Just to add a little flavor to session, we'll do it on one particular company. Let's take a 3 or 4 player industry. Let's take seafood in India. Now, seafood in India, These are different companies we have. Of course, there are more, but these are listed companies. Now, what I can do is I can take sales of each one of them. Okay? Take a total, that becomes the sales of the whole space. Then I can calculate market share of Apex versus क्या ये? Sharath versus Kings versus Coastal. Calculate market share of each one of them. Add up the market share of the top 4 firms. That's called 4-firm ratio. If market share of top 4 firms comes out to be 70-80%, okay, and maybe we should do it here. Look at how much sales are these making. Let's take the top 4 firms on sales. 924, 683, 580 and 455. So approximately this is about 1600, 2200, 2600. Okay. 2600, what is the industry sale? 2900, 3050, 3100, approximately 3100. So the whole industry is making 3100, but the top 4 firms are contributing 2600. So what is the contribution? 85. So we'll say it's a concentrated industry. Right? Only 4 firms, concentrated industry. But instead, if I go and take, let's take pharma. Okay, now pharma has 150 players, but there's something interesting in pharma. And if I take the top sales, okay, so the top guy in pharma, Sun Pharma, is doing about 50,000 crore, 34, so 70, 120 and 150. So the top 4 guys are doing 150, maybe the whole industry pool is, I don't know, 300, 400. So concentration ratio will be 30, 40, 50%. Aa raha hai samajh mein? So you can understand the industry dynamics by calculating 4-firm ratio. Alternatively, you can calculate an HHI metric, which is take market share and take square of that market share. इस ratio को क्या बोलते हैं? HHI, square of the market share. And that's it. Reading number 1 is done. We'll stop for a break. You need a break. 20 minutes. Because after this, I need you to be receptive. It's all theory after this. Numericals nahi hai, तो chance कमी है, but you mean this HHI? हाँ, last में numerical है. You understood how to do HHI, by the way? If the market share is 20, 10, 5, 3, you need to square and add. That's called HHI index. Okay. All right, we'll do 20 minutes. some of us want to learn to handle failing a little bit better. I think that's one skill many of us miss. I just had a very emotional conversation with one level 2 candidate who did not pass. And his comment was, "Sir, you told me once that I was going to become a fund manager," which I did tell him. "I've disappointed you, I've disappointed my parents. I feel like everything is destroyed." He has an interview tomorrow. He said, "I don't feel like going to the interview." So I feel we give too much importance to the results, right? Pass or fail. And not only exams, but I think everything else in life. You're too obsessed with results. And unfortunately, result is something you can never control. He failed by 5 marks. 2595. Hurts, no? It hurts. It's really bad. Money, efforts, 1 year. Does it really mean you've lost that knowledge? It doesn't. And is CFA your end game in life? You become CFA and you become a really poor, miserable finance guy or a profession who doesn't do anything good. Does that mean you've won the game? You haven't. See, if your total journey is 100 kilometers, passing CFA 3 exams is probably just the first 1 kilometer. Right? If you give so much of importance to results in life with everything, I guess, not just this, anything else. If you're so result obsessed, then you would have a lot of ups and downs all your life because you're so focused on results. I think the focus should be on process. Right? So, what can you control? Realistically, can you control how will I prepare and what kind of efforts I will put in? Or can you control how will the exam be graded? You have absolutely no control on the second. You only have control on what you can do, which is your efforts. Same with stocks. Think about you do a lot of research and you buy a stock and the stock doesn't work. You make losses. Okay, but your process was right. You did put in the time, effort, worked. It's still okay. And in our investment world, your hit ratio will never be 100%. My hit ratio is miserable. But I don't care as long as my hit ratio is more than 50%. As long as hit ratio is more than 50%, your average return will turn out to be reasonably good. Taimur on the chat box is saying, but results determine most of the things. Actually, they don't. Okay, if that were the case, just think about it. And this is the question I asked him. He was crying, so I had to figure out a way to kind of quickly, because I have to come back here and teach. So I had to figure out a way to quickly kind of get him thinking on the right way. Because obviously that time when the way he was crying, I was honestly a little worried. Because the way he was crying, it looked like, he might respond to that situation and do something stupid. So I posed him a very simple question. I asked him, were you good at level 1 cons? He's a level 2 candidate. He said yes. So I asked him, okay, tell me what is the pass rate on an average for level 1? Said 40%, level 2 40%, level 3 40%. So then I asked him, what is the probability that you pass all the 3 levels in one attempt? If your passing probability is 40% on an average, law of large numbers, what is the probability you pass level 1 and level 2 and level 3 in one go? 40% into 40% into 40%. That's 7 or 8%. Which means statistically, if we have 200,000 CFA charter holders today globally, I don't know the number, but I'm guessing it's 200, 300,000. Let's say 200,000. If I have 200,000 CFA charter holders globally, only about 14 to 15,000 of them have passed all the 3 levels in the first attempt. 185,000 CFA charter holder, 85% of the charter holders who are out today, who claim that I am a CFA charter holder, they failed at least in one attempt somewhere. Think of those folks, had they thought that I failed and therefore I'm not cut out for this, or therefore I'm not going to do it, we wouldn't have had so many CFA charter holders and successful ones. So you have to really decide, and you have to decide that now at this stage in your life, because one thing I can give you in writing is all of you are going to fail. All of you are going to fail. If not in exams, you would fail somewhere in life. I mean, find one human being who's been successful in everything that they've done. कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ना कुछ करके अब गिरोगे. Now, the question is not whether you'd fail or not. You will fail somewhere, sometime in your life. The question is, how will you handle when you fail? Right? If you can emotionally regulate yourself and handle failures better, not have too much of joy when you win, and not have too much of fear or loss when you lose, and if you can regulate your emotion better, you'd be able to respond to situation a lot more better. Right? Then you wouldn't need to call me and then cry and vent out your emotions, because you'd be, and I'm not blaming him, I'm glad he called me, because otherwise, I don't know, I was honestly very scared. But it's very simple here. Why do we have to be so obsessed with any result anywhere, always in life? Someone is saying, पैसे के लिए बुरा लगता है, I agree. When I took level 1, my level 1 fees was 9 months of my salary. I was making 5,000 rupees a month that time. Right? And that was a lot. And I knew that if I don't pass, I'm going back a year back in life. Right? Which obviously was a lot of money. And even financially, my family wasn't doing so well that time. So there was a lot of pressure. But the thing is, you can't control. It might be the most important thing for you, but that result that you get is not in your control. The only thing you control and you should draw satisfaction from is the fact that you are putting in efforts. That's as simple as that. Anyways, have you been to Vipassana meditation? No, I haven't been to. I'd love to go someday though. I have a spiritual friend of sorts. She's the one who's a Vipassana instructor. It's serendipity how I met this person, but she's helped me quite a bit in terms of getting some mental model and in terms of how to think, how to approach. And I've heard great things about Vipassana, though I haven't been there. मनी के लिए बुरा लगता है, फेल्योर का नहीं है. हाँ. So now that is another thing. Ask yourself who's paying for your CFA fees, either you or your family, right? If it's you paying for your CFA thing, then just work a little bit more, save more, invest. Education is the best investment of sorts. Even if you just average out, right? Let's say you fail a couple of times in 3 attempts. Okay. Then also your return on investment is going to be phenomenal. How do you know that? I just told you. Your value as an individual financially is present value of future cash flows you're going to make. Right? Now, the rate at which I discount your future cash flow is a function of how risky your cash flows are. So if you're a CFA charter holder, कुछ ना कुछ तो जॉब मिल ही जाएगा, right? So discount rate comes down, cash flows goes up, your valuation goes up multifold. So if you're parking in 6 lakhs, 10 lakhs, let's say a million rupees, right? If you're parking in some money, but the return that you're getting is multifold. Now, if you feel your family is paying for you, then ask, is that CFA fee going to put financial burden on your family? If yes, don't ask them for money. Right? Because that's not your money, it's theirs. Then simply start working, save a little bit, come back. It's that simple. Why did you choose to take class? That's a completely irrelevant question here. Anyways, okay, let's start. Ready with business cycles? Okay. Business cycles are ups and downs, like everything else in life. In Marathi, we have this fantastic concept. I never knew meaning of it, but I heard my family talking about it all the time, called Sade Sati. Have you heard of it? Sade Sati, Sade Sati. It means 7.5 years, right? If you think about it, it's referring to a life of cycle, where you have 7.5 years of good time or bad time. I don't know how that works. Bad time. Sade Sati is bad time? Okay. You're speaking of it so confidently. Huh? I'm sure some research is done. Shyam, I'll answer that. Maybe once we take a break, I'll answer your question in some time. Everything is cycle. Okay, and there are good times, there are bad times. Same happens in finance, same happens in business, same happens in investment. Here we're talking about business cycle. If you want to learn this topic practically after my session is over, there's a lecture by Howard Marks on cycles. You should listen to it. Where he actually goes, and he has a book on that, on market cycles. But he goes to the core of why cycles exist. Okay, really core. Like why is it like this? Why does it go up and go down, go up and go down? And he comes down to a very simple concept. He says cycles primarily exist because of greed and fear. Okay, and what is greed and what is fear? So think about it, that you're the CEO of Indigo today. Okay, now, or airlines is an industry today. Okay, now if you're CEO of an Indigo, you're seeing that passengers count is increasing. Every passenger is willing to pay more and more money to get the tickets. In fact, Indians are now very happy to pay for business class, right? So these domestic airlines have come up with a new scam now, where they have arbitrary first couple of seats being labeled as business class, whereas it's exactly same for a lot of these aircrafts. Even today, they're selling business class, but the seats are exactly same. So now, what would you feel, right? You would feel very confident. You would feel, okay, everything is working well. Let me go and order some more Airbus. Now, the other folks are thinking the same today, right? So all these guys, they're seeing Indigo making money. They want to order more aircrafts. Let's focus what happens 10 years out. Maybe 10 years out, we have too many aircrafts, 3 airlines going to the same destination from same city at the same time, and oil prices have gone up, right? And suddenly now willingness to consumers to pay for that is a little bit lower. And then the same airlines which are making kick-ass ROEs and ROEs today, 10 years out, they will be making lower number. Same with cement. Same with mines. What has happened with mine now? Copper mine. No one really invested in copper mine for a long period of time because the copper prices were depressed, right? And now suddenly the demand for copper has gone up, but there are not enough supply. So now the ones who are already in that business are making kick-ass money. But imagine fast forward this 10, 15, 20 years out, a lot of new capital will go into mining, right? A lot of new mines will be set up, and then we might reach to a stage where there would be excess available, and then the prices will come down. So that's the core of it, greed and fear. Same plays out in stock markets. Today in India, every investor is bullish on that few select themes. Everyone says capex cycle will revive. Everyone believes electronics will be very good, right? And therefore investors are chasing and buying the stocks at even 100 P, which if you think of it is unheard of from people of my vintage, where we are used to seeing capital goods play available at a P of 10, because that's where I spent first part of my career, right? So now the same stocks that I've seen at a P of 10, 15, now comfortably trading at a P of 100, because we are in that cycle. Now what will happen? There might be oversupply in certain segments. These companies might not do as well, so cycle will automatically correct. That's the whole idea of how cycles operate. Ups and downs in countries' overall economy. Now, this is more focused on economic activities, generally not for agrarian societies or centrally planned economies. Which is a centrally planned economy? The former USSR, right? Russia to some extent, where government will plan everything. Cycles include times of growth and times of decline. They can happen across different industries at the same time. At any point of time, there is a negative cycle playing out in some industries. For example, right now, the sectors that people hate the most or no one talks about is fertilizer. Right? No one is talking about fertilizers, but just go back and watch CNBC 5 years ago. Everyone was obsessed with fertilizer stocks, right? Chemicals haven't done well in the last 4 or 5 years. So at any point of time, there are some industries which are hot and some industries which are not hot, and then the cycle reverts. What are the phases in the cycle? So you have recession, contraction, and then you have recoveries. It's a repeating pattern, but not always at a fixed interval. And business cycle can last from bit over a year to 10 to 12 years. These are the different phases: expansion, peak, contraction, trough, and then again recovery. This is recovery, and again you are at the peak or expansion. What happens in expansion? GDP increases, higher level of employments, consumer spending goes up, business investment and inflation goes up. In contraction, everything goes down. When you're at the peak, 3-star for the exams, inventory to sales ratio is highest. Think about it. Why? Because you are accumulating inventory in anticipation of sales for the next month, next quarter, and suddenly the sales decline, so your inventory accumulates, right? So inventory sales ratio is highest. When you're at the bottom, you're not prepared for the uptick in sales. Suddenly the market revives and your inventory to sales ratio is lowest. Business cycle recur, but not at regular interval. You don't know if it's a 5-year cycle, 10-year cycle, 20-year cycle. In India, one of the cycle that plays out really beautifully well and is real estate. I saw one full cycle playing in front of me, right? So now I feel I'm a little better prepared, slightly better prepared to play the next cycle. Look at what happened in India. I remember distinctly well, in 2008, there was a crash of real estate in the US market. I was hoping Indian markets may be crash aayega, but there was no crash in real estate in India. So that the cycle that started around 2007-8 in India, it continued really well till 2014. Okay. So what happened in real estate? There was not enough supply, but a lot of demand. So the prices kept on going up. Now what happened is, in this period when the prices were going up, a lot of new builders came in. They launched new projects because that's the human nature, right? You see prices going up, suddenly it makes sense to launch new projects. And then around 2014, we reached to the highest level of unsold inventory in the country in percentage terms. And then from 2014 till 2020, there was absolutely no increase in prices of real estate. Most of the cities. And then what happened? 2020, the cycle turned again, right? After COVID, the demand came because now people wanted bigger houses because it was work from home era. And then 2020 to 2025, we saw a fantastic cycle playing out again. What's happening in the last 1 year? Pune prices have corrected by 10%. Right? Mumbai prices are stagnated, expected to fall dramatically, which means the cycle is turning again. Now the cycle will turn, this cycle will last for another 4, 5, 6 years. Then what will happen? Now in this cycle, new builders are not going to come because they know prices are falling, right? So now 5, 6 years out, what do you think will happen? The supply will reduce, the demand will be higher, so cycle will turn, and that's how the cycle will keep on playing out. Now, there are different theories on how cycles play out. There's a classical cycle, there's a growth cycle, and there's a growth rate cycle. We've tried to put that in this one single flow chart. A classical cycle, you need to remember this, generally is referring to level of economic activity or GDP in volume terms. Okay. This particular flow chart, if online candidates don't have juice notes, you can consider taking a screenshot of this. I'll try to fit this on the screen for you. So take a screenshot and read this carefully. Here your GDP volume is decreasing. Now in real world, very unlikely we will have cycles like these anymore. What does this mean? You're a manufacturer, you're manufacturing 100 units until last year, GDP went down, now you're manufacturing 95. Okay, that's called classical cycle. That doesn't happen. Now what happens? Now we have, in a growth cycle, we have fluctuation around something called as a trend growth rate. What is a trend growth rate? This is a growth rate. GDP, Indian GDP has grown at an average rate of about 5%, 6% per annum. But some years the growth is higher, some years the growth is lower. There are years when we have 8% growth and there are years when we have 4% growth. So this is referred to as your growth cycle. So it focuses on whether actual economic activity is below or above the trend growth. Is that okay? This is a more practical definition of how we think of recessions or business cycle anymore. And finally, this last cycle, which is a growth rate cycle, this is also growth cycle, this is a growth rate cycle. Here we focus more on the GDP growth rate. Peaks and troughs are mostly recognized earlier than when using other two definitions. You need to memorize this again for the exams. And this is, okay, this one we can skip. So these are your three cycles, a growth rate cycle, a growth cycle, a growth rate cycle, and finally a classical cycle. Alright, now 4 phases of business cycle. Recovery, expansion, slowdown, contraction. Tell me, in which cycle do you make the most money? So recovery means early stage. Expansion means now you are going towards the peak. The most money is made in the late recovery and early expansion. Right? Because when you are in the late recovery, everything is available cheap. So when you buy that and then you ride the wave, you start making money. When you reach mid expansion, already the future growth gets priced in. Right? So for an equity investor, the money making belt is late recovery, early expansion. Description: economy is going through a trough, negative output gap starts to narrow. Negative output gap means there is something called as your natural level of GDP and you compare that with your actual GDP. The gap between the two is negative. That means you are growing your GDP is at a lower rate than what it should be. That lower rate starts narrowing. That means you slowly start reaching towards your equilibrium or natural GDP. In expansion, economy enjoying an upswing, positive output gap opens. That means this is the first time now your GDP is in the positive territory, above the natural level of GDP. Slowdown, you've reached peak and now your gap starts to narrow. And contraction, now you've started weakening and negative output gap opens. Business and consumer, activity levels are below potential but start to increase. Activity measures show above average growth rate They are above average but decelerating, which means the rate has become a little bit slower. Activity measures are below potential, growth is slower than normal. Employment, remember this, layoffs are always slow. Companies are always slow to fire, slow to hire. Why? Because it takes time to get skilled employees again. Right? So therefore, one quarter you do bad business, you're not going to let go of employees. You might cut other costs, but not employees. Only when it's confirmed that you're going to make less business, you will have layoffs. Then, businesses move from using overtime and यहाँ पे एक बार ये चीज़ भी याद रखना है. Businesses will rely on overtime before moving to hiring. So you will try to sweat existing assets, sweat existing employees before you commit to new capex. Then this is where you would start hiring, right? So unemployment rate will stabilize. You will continue hiring, but now at a slower pace. And initially you will cut business hours, eliminate overtime, and then when the cycle continues, then you would continue with the layoffs. Inflation, moderate, will pick up. This is where inflation is at the peak, accelerated, and it will start reducing a little bit. Investor behavior. Okay, I'm going to take you through important theory. Are we at the peak now, right? Okay, that's a great question to ask. As I said, different cycles are at different phase. Economy-wise, I don't think we are very bad. So I don't think we are expecting a slowdown after this. Market-wise, yes, we might be at a peak or a closer to peak. So we have some short-term contraction to take care of. Okay. Recovery phase, asset markets anticipate end of recession and start of expansion. Risky assets start getting higher prices. By the way, if you're in recovery and expansion, which assets will you buy? Will you buy safe Nestle type of companies, or will you buy risky commodity companies? Riskier companies, right? The maximum money is made early in the game when you buy slightly more riskier set of assets, small caps. But as the market starts maturing and you're in the later stage, then you want to move towards slightly more safer assets. Okay. Expansion leads to a boom phase. Slowdown. During the boom, riskier assets saw a significant price increase. Safe assets like government bonds may have lower prices. Investor may fear high inflation, contributing to higher nominal yields. And contraction phase, now your preference is for government securities and safer assets. Now the way there is a economic cycle, there is a market cycle, there is also a credit cycle. Same thing happens in India. If you look at this, in fact, the microfinance cycle in India is so beautiful. If you learn that cycle, you can actually just learn one thing in life and you can make enough money. Right? Just the microfinance cycle. If you study microfinance cycle in the country, every 2-3 years, something goes wrong. It's a beautiful place because India has very low credit penetration. Kisi ko loan nahi milta hai. Historically, it was always money shocks. Savkar, right? So these guys went and starting giving loan in rural areas. They will start doing well, and then your demonetization came. Now rural economy in India is purely cash economy. Demonetization came, these guys bankrupted, microfinance collapsed, right? And after that it started recovering again a little bit, made good profits for a few years, COVID came. Right? Again, microfinance collapsed. And after that, it started recovering again. And then last year, we had massive contraction in microfinance because unrestricted lending. एक बंदे को 5 लोगों ने loan दे दिया. Right? In microfinance, like one lady in that small group, she was taking loan from everyone. So there was no system in the banking world to look at how leveraged, that, because there is no database. So now government is working on that. So those are your credit cycles. Okay, so the way economy goes through cycles, credit goes through cycle. Business cycles measure economic activity. Separate studies focus on credit cycles. Credit cycles track changes in credit availability and pricing, especially in private sector credit for investment and real estate. Generally, they will mirror real economic activity. So when economy is doing good, credit would be relatively easier to available. Now, credit crisis impact. So we've had multiple crises. 2008 was a credit crisis, by the way. Excess credit given to whom? Borrowers, real estate borrowers, right? Expansive credit leads to asset bubble and real estate bubbles. Very easy to take loan, people will go and buy houses. Exam perspective. Financial frictions amplify business cycle, causing deeper recession and more extensive expansion. Typically, any credit cycle will amplify your business cycle. Because just think about it. If very easy credit is available, what will people do? Borrow and buy, right? So borrow real estate, borrow and buy real estate, borrow and buy factories. So credit cycle is a leading indicator for future real estate cycle, for future capex cycle. Okay. Credit cycles generally longer than business cycle, again important from exam perspective. Now here we have different phases and how are they affected in each of the scenario. So let's look at, I'm going to do a quick runway on this because there is a lot in this reading. I would like to cover all of it. First is level of employment. When you're in recovery, layoffs are relatively slow. We saw that. We typically will have overtime. Expansion, we move away from overtime and start hiring a little bit. Unemployment reduces. Slowdown, continue hiring but at a slower rate. Contraction, first you will cut R and then eventually you will start doing layoffs. Capital spending, tell me at recovery phase, what do you think would be capital spending? Initially you're focusing on efficiency. No, not here. Initially you're focusing on efficiency, means what? Sweat existing assets rather than building new ones. जो existing है उसमें से ही you try to extract value. Then here towards the late stage some capex will start happening. Here new capacity boosting orders may hint at later expansion phase, and finally when the new orders will stop, you know that you are reaching at the contraction phase. Sales and production. Initially sales decline will slow down. Sales is not growing, but the rate at which they were declining will slow down. And then here you will see significant increase in sales. Sales decelerate faster than production, resulting in increased inventory, and therefore here we at the peak. Businesses produce at a rates below the sales volume to reduce existing inventory levels. Inventory to sales ratio, where do you think it is highest? Peak. So begins to fall, stable, increases, and ratio begins to fall back to normal. So here slowdown. Slowdown, by the way, expansion end and beginning of slowdown is peak. Then different economic indicators. This is a 7-star for this reading. If you have very limited time and you want to quickly get through the material, make sure you know this particular flow chart. What are these indicators? They will tell you if a particular, so for example, let's say if someone asked you, I want to start tracking economies, what should I look at? What will you tell them? Fiscal policy, okay. I want to figure out what will happen in the economy, what will you tell them? Fiscal policy, GDP, what else? Inflation, currency. Will you ask them to look at automobile sales? If people are buying more cars, then what? They are optimistic. You know? will you ask them to look at real estate construction applications? Because that will tell you how people bullish are. You know? Generally in India, we look at monsoon cycle, because more rains generally means more money in the hands of farmer. That means better FMCG sales in the future, right? So there are multiple indicators. Some of them will tell you what will happen in the economy going forward. Those are called leading indicators. So some leading indicators going up, that's good news. They are giving you idea in advance. Some of them will go up along with the economy. Those are called coincident indicators. And some of them will actually go up with a lag. That means economy went up. Now after 6 months after that, these indicators will go up. So those are called lagging indicators. Now CFA curriculum has given a list of these indicators. It's kind of surprising. They ask questions on these because what could be a leading indicator in India could be a coincident indicator in the US, depending on differences in the economy. But I've noticed that they do ask questions. There are questions in the EOCs as well. So we need to memorize it. Okay. So let's look at what are the leading indicators. Here's the first one, stock market. Do you agree with this? Yes. Stock prices will start going up. They'll always give you a sense of where the economy is headed. Now the stock prices are not going up. For the last 15 to 16 months now, what are they telling you? Right? Maybe there is going to be some sort of a slowdown or at least flatness or weakness. Housing prices, retail sales. Okay, generally retail sales is a fantastic indicator of what's happening in the economy. Interest spread between long-term and short-term rates. Building permits, builders being very optimistic, so they are expecting good demand 2 years down the line, they'll start applying now. Then consumer expectations. Average weekly hours of manufacturing. This is a more US specific data, and manufacturer receiving new orders. Then what would be a coincident indicator? Industrial production index. Obviously more production when the economy is doing well. Real income of people will actually go up when the economy has gone up. So that's coincident. Manufacturing and trade sales. So retail sales was here, manufacturing sales is here. If you remember, these three are coincident, it's relatively easier to remember. Can we make some memory thing for it? MRI. Good. So coincident is MRI, manufacturing, retail, industrial. And then a large list of lagging indicators. Anything to do with unemployment generally will fall in here, because I told you companies are slow to hire, slow to fire. Anything to do with inventory will come in here. Why? Because you're always anticipating inventory for the next cycle, so you're loading up, you're preparing, right? So lagging. Then changes in unit labor cost. That is because of Keynesian economics. Keynes was a economic, you must have heard of him, right? So he came up with a very interesting concept called wages are sticky. You know what is stickiness? When you're doing good, you're making more profit, you don't increase wages of your labor directly, right away. In the same way, when you're going down, your business is going down, you don't decrease their wages right away, they're sticky. Which is happening right now in copper industry. Okay, what's happening in copper industry is these guys in copper are making kick-ass money because copper prices have gone up. But they have not increased labor wages yet. So yesterday I heard in some copper mine there was a strike. People were planning for a strike because they knew companies making more profits. So they want higher pace of those profits, right? So wages will increase with a little bit of lag. Wages will decrease with little bit of lag. Inflation, very interestingly, is a lagging indicator. When economy is past its peak, inflation will go up. Piche hai. Right now, inflation in India is significantly lower. That's one of the problem we have now, which is strange. So all my life I've seen high inflation being a problem, right? Average prime lending rate. This is again very US specific. Ratio of consumer installment debt to income. What is this? That what percentage of your monthly income are you paying towards debt? That number will go up quite dramatically. That means you are late in the cycle on the negative. And commercial and industrial outstanding loans. These are your lagging indicators. Okay. So some of the ones are easy to memorize. Stock market leading, housing prices, retail sales, building permits. Now I honestly don't think that's a leading indicator, but maybe their thinking is, because I'll tell you why. Because in India, getting a permit takes about 1 year, minimum. If you're very smart, if you're like Hiranandani or someone, it takes a year. Then to build, it takes another 3 to 4 years. Whereas in the US, the time from permit to building is about a year. Right? So therefore, for them, it's a leading indicator. For us, it's actually a lagging or maybe coincident indicator. Because when real estate prices are going up, that's when builders will apply for more and more permits. Right? But remember, number of permits and the size of the projects. Okay, so building permits here, expectations, some optimism. Some people say, including Keynes, economy is all about what people expect. It's all psychology. So when the economy is not doing good, just throw money at people. Keynes actually said, पे पीपल लोगों से गड्ढे खुदवाओ, उसके लिए पैसे दो, फिर वो गड्ढे बंद करवाओ, उसके लिए भी पैसे दो. Pay people to dig holes and pay people to bury them or cover them, because when people get money, they get optimistic. When they get optimistic, they spend, they invest, asset prices go up, economy goes up. Right? That's Keynesian economics. Okay. Then diffusion index. Now, think about it. We have here itself we have a list of about 15 to 20 indicators. In practice, there are 70 to 80 indicators people track. Now, at any point of time, some indicator will tell you economy is good, some indicator will tell you economy is not good. So how do you know? So what you do is you take these 70, 80 indicators together, you assign them some weight and you create an index out of it. Right? And then you see whether that index is going up or going down. That will give you a sense of how the economy is moving. That index is referred to as diffusion index. Generally published in the US, you can look up the main video, but that's the summary. Okay, ready for next one? Fiscal policy is run by central bank or run by whom? Government. Central bank will run monetary policy. Fiscal policy is run by the government. Okay. Now, what is the main objective of a fiscal policy? Current account has got nothing to do with fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is run by, now we are in the month of January, towards the end of January. We have a budget coming in another 15 days. That budget is a part of your fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is run by the government of India, the politician, the parliament. The budget will be presented by the finance minister. When she presents a budget, what is the objective she has in mind? What does she want to achieve? Growth of economy. Growth of economy, right? It's that simple. They want economy to grow. Second, they want unemployment to reduce. They want inflation to be moderate. General, these are broad objectives, correct? Then there are some hidden objectives. Hidden objective is, we are not getting enough wage from southern India and eastern India. So let's spend a little bit more there, right? These are political objectives. There are social objectives. Maybe certain part of the, let's say certain region is not doing good, I want to spend there. Political, social, all those objectives are achieved by fiscal policy. Monetary policy is run by whom? Central bank. What is their objective? Just one main objective for every central bank everywhere in the world. Inflation. Central bank are obsessed about inflation. They want to manage inflation. Then everything else is secondary. Of course, they care about growth, they care about other things, but you'd never hear Reserve Bank of India talking too much about income inequality in India, right? Or you'll not hear Reserve Bank of India talking about Ladki Bahan Yojana. It's so easy for Reserve Bank to do a Ladki Bahan because they can print, right? So I'll print and give. They will not do it. Their job is to manage inflation. That's main objective. Government has thousands of visible objectives and thousands of hidden objectives. Now, when government earns, everyone please focus, government earns 100 rupees in taxes and government spends 105 rupees government spending to variety of different spending. That 5 rupees is called what? It's called fiscal deficit. Now how is government getting that 5 rupees? They are taking a loan. Okay? Over a period of time that loan accumulates. And then at times that loan becomes very, very large. That's where we calculate the number called debt to GDP ratio. How much is that for India now? About 80-90%. Okay, so if our GDP is 100 rupees, our loan is 90 rupees. Is that okay? Yes, that's very healthy. How much is that for US now? 130 rupees. Okay, if your debt is 100, your GDP is 130. Interestingly, if you take a long period of history, about 50 years, 98% of the time, when countries' debt to GDP ratio has exceeded 130%, either they have defaulted or they had to devalue their currencies. Which means, which might happen to the US, but then again, there is a concept called US exceptionalism, right? All these economics affect to everyone else, but not US. We'll see, but that's how you want to learn to think. If I'm earning more, okay, if I'm earning more, it's a surplus. If I'm earning less, it's a deficit. The fiscal policy is also used as a tool for redistribution of income and wealth, which honestly is a very scary concept. Okay, you know what it means? What does it mean? Take money from the rich, give money to the poor. Okay. Now, why is that scary? Because the design of capitalism is not designed for doing this. Capitalism is designed for whoever is good at the game will win, make money. Whoever is not good at the game will not make money. When you disturb capitalism, it creates long-term repercussions. But again, we'll discuss in the main class. Roles and objective of fiscal policy: determining taxation and spending of the government. Now again, government spending is two types. There is a revenue spending, there is a capital spending. Imagine almost every state in India today, they are giving some freebies to the people. I heard the other day, I think in Karnataka, in Andhra Pradesh, they are giving, people eat a lot of rice, right? So they are giving bags of rice. And apparently they didn't stop there. Those people like to eat some chutney or I don't know what. It's something along with their rice. Even that thing is given in their monthly distribution pack. Sambar nahi, kuch aise chutney vidni type ka koi cheez. So politicians trying to please the government. Now, everyone, please focus. When you do that kind of spending, it doesn't add significantly to your long-run income potential. But government can also spend in building roads, highways, right? Telecom infrastructure. When government does that, that's called capital spending. That gets you return on capital. Now, there's some controversy on where defense is. Is defense a revenue spending or capital spending? Okay. Now, Donald Trump is proving to us that it's a capital spending, because once I have superior defense, I can go and capture Venezuela and Greenland. So economically, that's what he's doing. All that capital which was dormant, now he's trying to get some return on that capital. What are the tools with the government? They have spending tools, they have revenue tools. Now, if government does not want you to go and stay in expensive hotels. In India, if you buy a hotel room with 10,000 rupees or more, you pay 28% taxes. But a lower price room, you pay 18% taxes. If you buy a hotel room for less than 3,000, you just pay some 12% taxes. So what government is doing is, they're saying, okay, fine, you want to buy expensive room, no problem, pay us more taxes. Same with alcohol, tobacco, we call them sane industries, right? Higher taxes. So these are tools with the government, direct tax and indirect tax. Okay. What are the spending tools? Transfer payments. Transfer payments simply means taking money from the government and directly putting it in the accounts of poor people or other people. That's called transfer payment. You live in India, you'd never understand this concept, despite Modi ji's promise. You know, how much was the promise? हर एक बंदे को कितना मिलेगा? In that speech he promised, no? 15 lakh per person. Which one? In the US, in COVID, yes, that was transfer payment. 1400 kuch tha, no? That was called transfer payment, correct. It's a very common thing in Middle Eastern countries. They just pay. Every month, the citizens get money coming in their account from the government. For free, for just being a citizen. Okay, that's it, nothing else. That's called, again, in the main class, I'll tell you stories. I've myself experienced some crazy things there. That's called transfer payment. Current spending means spending on goods and services, the salary you're paying to all the government employees, right? Central government employees, all of that. Then capital spending is building roads, bridges, highways, and all of it. 5-star in this reading, concept of fiscal multiplier. For that, you need to know MPC. MPC stands for marginal propensity to consume. Okay, so we have two concepts, MPC and MPS. If MPC is 30%, MPS will be 70%. The total will always be 100%. What is the meaning of that? If I am walking on the street and I find 100 rupees randomly, and I decide that out of 100 rupees, 30 rupees, let me go and have a cup of chai, 70 rupees, let me put that in my bank account. My marginal propensity to consume is 30, my marginal propensity to consume is, to save is 70. Okay? Now, when does MPC go up? MPC goes up, A, when your income is going up. When you're making a lot of income, then you're okay to spend, okay? But B, very importantly, MPC goes up when your expectation of future is better. Even if your current income is alright, but you're very confident in the future I will make more money, MPC goes up. And C, which I think might play out in India, if US gets debased, right? That's one scenario I'm preparing for, at least thinking in my portfolio, which is something called as the wealth effect. Okay, what is wealth effect? You might not be making a lot of money, you're making the same money, but suddenly your wealth is quadrupled. Okay, the house that you live in, that used to be worth 1 crore, but something happened, now your living house is 10 crores. Okay, now where that might happen to India? It might happen with gold. Because Indians hoard gold, right? We have every Indian, I'm sure, almost every Indian will have some or the other gold with them. Now, gold prices have gone up quite dramatically, so Indians are feeling wealthier, right? Imagine if there's a debasement in the US, and if gold prices actually go up, a lot of Indians will feel wealthier than what they were before. They will start spending more. One of the reasons why people are spending more now, because they've made crazy money in stock markets in the last 5 years. So those people who participated in the market rally, they have significantly higher wealth today, right? Those are the folks who are going and buying 5 crore, 10 crore houses. So that's called wealth effect. Now, what is the job of this fiscal multiplier? Let's take some example. Let us say MPC is 30%. Let's assume tax rate is 50%. Please plug it in the formula. One divided by 1 minus 1 divided by 1 minus 30% into 50%. You'll have to open brackets. How much? Let's do it together. On your screen, type in 30%. Multiply with 50%. 15%. Now make the number negative. Plus 1. How much? No, how much you have? 0.85. Inverse. 1.17. 1.17. So 1.17 is fiscal multiplier. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is, and I hope you're listening, if government spends 100 rupees more, GDP will increase by 117. Have you understood this? See, in general, how does GDP increase? Okay, some building blocks. I think some of you are not crash course audience, though this is a crash course. GDP increases by one of the 4 factors: C plus I plus G plus X minus M. Consumption, investments, government spending, and net exports. When any of these 4 elements goes up, GDP goes up. If you and I start consuming enormous amount of food from tomorrow onwards, and we buy a lot of clothes, and we buy a lot of new cars, GDP will go up, which is US. Right? Walk into a typical US supermarket, and let's say you want to buy some orange juice. You would struggle to find a small bottle. You would find these huge size cans there, right? The consumption of US is one of the highest in the world. That's why it's a consumption economy. What is investment? So this year, Indian private corporates spent about 11.5 crores in capex. That means companies building new factories, companies building new machineries. That's investment. What is G? G is government spending. Government is already spending a lot this year. How are they spending more? By cutting taxes. No. Government spending is net of income minus expense of government. So government reducing income is also spending more. So government is spending more by giving us benefit on GST, which was a recent thing. Then prior to that, up to 12 lakhs, no income tax, right? So G will go up. Government investment might go up. Government might build better roads, though they're not doing this year. And then finally, India is going to be hurt by net exports this year because of tariffs and slower geopolitical movement. These are your 4 components. So when government spends 100 rupees more, by how much GDP goes up? 117. That's your fiscal multiplier, which is a function of MPC and taxes. Okay. Now, this is again a 5-star, maybe a 7-star. I mean, if the question writer cares about current economic environment, they will want to ask this. But the question writers don't do that, to be honest. Maybe towards the end, ask me, I'll tell you how question papers are actually set. My view on how papers are built. But very relevant for today's environment. Should we be worried about fiscal deficit? Fiscal deficit means, should government go and spend because it's government? Or should government be careful of how much they're spending? Because if the government doesn't spend, economy doesn't move. But if the government spends too much, it's a problem. So we have arguments on both the sides. Okay? Now, this is an argument for why government should not spend too much. The first one, if government is spending more today, then in the future they will have to spend less, earn more. How will they earn more? Collect taxes. So which means higher future taxes will disincentivize people to work. Remember, in India, At one stage, the income tax rate was 90% plus. 90% income tax. Would you be willing to do your CFA studies if India had 90% income tax? Because you would say, what's the point? I study, I get a job, 90% I give to the government. So people are not incentivized to work. Second, which is what's happening in the US now. Fiscal deficits might not be financed when debt is already very high. Today, US government is struggling to borrow long term. Most of their debt is actually at the shorter end, okay, which is a 1 year, 2 year, 5 year loan. They're not able to borrow 20, 30 year loan, right? Because people are not willing to lend at that long term duration. So, if debt is already high, you would struggle to find new loans. Very interestingly, even some of the European countries might get in trouble with higher level of fiscal deficits. And finally, crowding out. Crowding out is, imagine there are only X number of lenders in the country. Okay, these are the lenders. They're looking at different folks to lend. Now, there is a borrower 1, let's say Vijay Mallya. There is a borrower 2, Nirav Modi. There is a borrower 3, let's say Tata Group, legitimate borrower, and then there is a borrower 4, government. Now these guys are fighting with each other. Who do you think is going to win? Government, not Tata. Why? Because something goes wrong, government can print currency and pay me. Tatas cannot. So government is a safer borrower, right? So when government is competing in the debt market, government wins. That means Tatas will struggle to borrow. That means economy will not do well. That's called crowding out effect. Okay. So 3 arguments why government should be worried about fiscal deficit. What are the 3 arguments? High taxes, then higher debt, and finally crowding out effect. Now arguments on why you shouldn't worry. If debt is given to you by domestic citizens, not foreign debt, because foreign debt, the problem is you cannot print US dollar, you can print INR, right? Second, if you're taking loan and building roads and bridges, China, okay, that's capex. Third, maybe you would be forced to do some tax reform. Okay, so that's one argument. Then, but it's almost like, I mean, I find this argument very stupid. It's almost like, एक बार बीमार होके देखो immunity बढ़ेगा. It's a little bit like that, right? So to me, it never made sense. Then this one, deficits aid in increasing GDP and unemployment. That is true. If I spend more, people will find jobs, right? Government will give more jobs. And then there is something called as Ricardian equivalence, which we will see just in a bit. And if you're already below a natural level of GDP, it's okay to spend more. Then crowding doesn't happen. What is Ricardian equivalence? Taxpayers will increase savings in order to offset higher future taxes. What does it mean? It means you're sitting in your room watching finance minister's speech towards the month end, and she comes and tells you that this year we are going to go crazy. This year we are going to build random roads, bridges, highways everywhere. This year we are going to cut down on taxes. All of you have to pay 0 income taxes. Okay? If she comes and says that, she'll not. Don't be too optimistic. But if she comes and says that, you're sitting in your room and you're thinking, you know what, government is being stupid, they're spending too much. That means, kabhi na kabhi, sometime they will increase taxes. So, whatever money I'm going to get, I should save that money. I should not spend that money. Which means, in your GDP equation, which is C plus I plus G plus X minus M, if government spends a lot on G, private players will spend less on G. So that it will not really help the economy. That's called Ricardian equivalence. Doesn't play out, people are not that smart. Okay, just again, theoretical, stupid thing. I think if government cuts down taxes, everyone will celebrate. All of us. We will not think कि हाँ future में government tax बढ़ाएगा. Okay, next concept is balanced budget multiplier. Here the multiplier number turns out to be 1. Let's read this piece super quick. When government spending increases by the same amount as taxes, economy experiences an increase in output through the multiplier effect. Okay, what does it mean? It means government actually charge you more amount of taxes, and government actually spent more amount in building roads. Technically, net effect should be same. Yes or no? Same amount of taxes, same amount of spending, but it will provide some positive impetus to the economy, which is how. When government injects 100 million into infra while increasing 100 million of taxes to maintain a balanced budget, due to consumer spending habits, the tax hike doesn't reduce spending by full 100 million. If the MPC is 0.8, the reduced spending would be 80 million. Initial impact, the initial impact on demand difference between increased government spending and reduced consumer spending, which in this case is going to be 20 mils. Balanced budget multiplier always equals 1, indicating despite initial balance in the spending and tax increase, subsequent rise in output generates more tax revenue, preserving the budget balance. Okay, now let me quickly explain what this is. This is our finance minister. She came this year and she said, listen, all of you one time have to pay me a tax of 100 rupees and I will take this money from each one of you and I will build 100 rupees worth of roads. Okay, one time Love India tax, Love Your Country tax or Deshbhakt tax, 100 rupees. They'll take the money, build roads. Now logically you would think that okay, C plus I plus G plus X minus M. Now government is going to take 100 rupees more and spend more, but the consumption will decrease. So effect on the budget will be, effect on the GDP will be nothing, but actually GDP will go up. Why is that? Because when government took 100 rupees from you to spend more, okay, your income reduced by 100. But remember sometime back what we said, my MPC is less than 1. Let's assume my MPC is 70%. What it means? It means when I make 100 rupees more, I spend only 70 rupees. When I make 100 rupees less, my spending reduces only by 70 rupees. Right? So my spending will reduce only by 70 rupees, but government spending will increase by 100 rupees. It will give impetus to the GDP. That's called balanced budget, but still multiplier. The budget is balanced, but it's still creating a multiplier effect on the economy. Okay. Now, should government try with their fiscal policy and try to intervene in the economy? Okay. So, for example, right now, the demand in the closed circles. Someone was saying on the chat box, you have a lot of friends, sir, and I do. And in fact, I have some friends working in the government as well, and I keep on hearing chatter from them. And one of the very interesting chatter is at least an expectation. Okay, not that it's happening, but expectation is that government should cut down, go a little easy on dividend taxes. Okay, right now dividend and buyback taxes are crazy. They're almost same. No company has done a significant buyback in the last 5-6 years. The buyback has gone down quite dramatically. So there is some chatter around that. Okay. Now the question is, should government intervene when economy is not doing good and try to do something? There are different views on it. If you come from Keynesian school of thought, your answer would be yes. Government ko kharcha karne do. Economy will go up. If you're from Austrian school, your answer will be no. Please do not intervene in the natural market process. Economy thanda hai to thanda rehne do. government intervention will further amplify upside and downside. Okay. Now, why should government not intervene? There are some reasons given, and typically these are the 3 reasons. Number 1, सबसे पहले गवर्नमेंट को समझने में टाइम लगता है कि क्या हो रहा है. That's called recognition lag. Let's assume they have understood that there is a problem, but with parliamentary process, with getting everything approved, there is a significant action lag. And let's assume action bhi ho gaya. Now, that action will happen through your bureaucratic channels, right? Now, by the time it creates impact, maybe your cycle has moved to a different terrain. So, a lot of times, your fiscal policy might become, pro-cyclical rather than counter-cyclical, which means when economy is going down, fiscal policy is supposed to lift it up, but actually it will push it further down. It might become pro-cyclical because of 3 lags: recognition, action, and impact. Some other things, at times your stats, economic stats will not be read well. These days, forget reading, we have doubt. In the US, I don't know if you track US markets, but people there are doubting the official statistics coming from the Statistics Bureau, because that lady was fired some time back. The head of I don't know what was her designation. So now people are doubting that whatever data US is giving, inflation number this time was about 3%. They doubt that number. So there are proxy indexes being built in the US, and economists are now using that, right? So not reading the stats properly, crowding out supply shortages. One thing government cannot fix easily is this thing: supply shortages. Now, India had historically massive problem, and some people might still have overhang. If you talk to your parents, they'll tell you, gehu, rice, massive shortages. You guys eat this upma, right? Upma khate ho na? किस चीज से बनता है? रवा किस चीज से बनता है? गेहूं से. Why do you think South Indians came up with this upma as a dish? It was not like a ancient dish, it was invented, it was a need. Do you know why? Shortages of rice. Right? So India had multiple times stories like these. So supply shortages cannot be fixed. And then the problem with fiscal government always is they are chasing multiple targets at the same time. Okay. That takes us to monetary policy. Do you like my speed? Okay, good. Now, what is the job of monetary policy? Again, very interesting topic to study now amidst what's happening in the US. I told you their primary objective is what? Controlling inflation. They have secondary objectives. US has consistently been failing to do that. Their long run inflation target has been 2%. Now, it's almost like they've accepted 3% as a target. In India, it's going the other way around. Our inflation target is 4%. We've hovered around. In fact, at one quarter, we went to 0.5%. Then right now, we're thinking about 2.5%, something like that. Right? So we are on the opposite direction. Here, central bank should do something more. It is the sole supplier of currency. It is a banker to the government. Regulator and supervisor of payment system. UPI, banking transfer. Lender of last resort to whom? Government and banks both. Holder of gold and conductor of monetary policy. This is interesting. We in economics class will have detailed discussion on this. What is the job of money? Medium of exchange, unit of account, store of value. This function has failed. That's visible in the price of gold. So one way to say is that gold price have increased. Other way to say is currency values have decreased, right? So maybe the currencies have not been able to be a good store of value in the long run. In the short run, yes. Today I have 100 rupees, I'm relaxed because I know if I can buy 5 vada pavs for 100 rupees, कल भी खरीद सकता हूँ. But can I do that 5 years out, 10 years out? No. So it's not been a good store of value. Narrow money, broad money. In India, we call this as M1, M2, M3, M4. It simply means if I give you just a few hours, how much money can you bring me? And if I give you a few days, how much money can you bring here? Not that I'm asking you, but if that were the case, right? That's called narrow money and broad money. Then this is a 5-star. Important concept, you need to know this. This is called transmission mechanism. What does this mean? The Reserve Bank of India governor, when they sit in their, anyone else wants to leave? Yeah, this is a good time to leave. All of you leave in one go so that we're not disturbed. We are looking at another 60 to 90 minutes. Those of you who like to leave, it's okay to leave now. If you don't have access to your own vehicles, I think it's a good idea to leave now. Okay. So, those of you not leaving, please focus. Break ले लेंगे? नहीं, break नहीं चाहिए. ठीक है. Let these folks leave in one go. Hi. 5 minutes a break. नहीं, I will be having a break, but not now. क्यों 10:30 क्या मुहूर्त वगैरह है कुछ? When I started teaching, so someone asked me, by the way, why are you doing this, not in a corporate or investments? It's funny, and that's why I tell people that what you think about your career and what you do is not necessarily always same. I have always been the worst student in the class. And I was also someone who probably had the lowest respect for teachers and visible respect. Because I genuinely didn't respect them, and I didn't believe that you should respect anyone blindly. And I never thought I'm cut out for teaching. Honestly, that was my very, I had some other plans of what I wanted to do. How I got into teaching is, there was that one phase where I quit my job and I was trying to do a few things, set up a business in Pune. And I was trying to set up an investment bank, a boutique investment bank, okay, which sounds very fancy, but I told you investment banking is just dalali. So I was trying to help companies get debt funding. Okay, and the idea of getting debt funding is because I had a CA background, you have to prepare a certain project report and whatnot, and then you have to talk to bankers. And mostly that time I had some good relationship with certain PSU banks. So corporates needed debt, you get it done through PSUs, you get a little bit of commission. So you do, let's say 20-30 crores of debt deal, wo aapko, bank will pay you a little bit, the company will pay you 20 bips, 30 bips, that was the game. While I started doing it, the deal wasn't going through. And it was very frustrating because I was not making any money, right? And I needed money for whatever things that were happening in life at that point of time. So teaching was just like a weekend hustle of sorts. That okay, I remember my first teaching gig was with some other CFA class. And I was paid that time 500 rupees an hour. So I thought, okay, fine, at least a little bit of money on the weekends. And that's how it started. And then when it started, I kind of enjoyed. So someone else also invited me. They said, why don't you teach at our place? And now we'll give you hourly money, plus we'll give you a little bit of extra bonus and this and that. And then a college invited. That also was serendipity. I mean, it was completely random. My teacher from my BCom days asked me to come and teach in an MBA college because he needed a CA, naam ke liye. But when I joined there, and he told me, he gave me very less salary than what I was making otherwise. But he told me, ki sirf naam ke liye tu professor ban jao, just for the name. And then when I went there, he said, now that you're here, we're paying you, might as well teach. So that's when I taught. And then once I started teaching, I enjoyed it. But I never thought I'm doing this full time. It was always like, okay, I'll probably do it, क्योंकि अभी batch शुरू कर दिया है, so one more year. I'll finish this batch and then maybe I'll get on something else. And didn't realize ऐसे 10-15 साल निकल गया. If you, all my, like all these 10-15 years of videos are there. In all my videos, somewhere you'd hear me saying, okay, abhi bas, maybe 2-3 years I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Was never a plan. But that's how things turn out. And it will happen to, I think, many of you. What you think, and it's not necessarily bad, because I'll tell you, all my friends, family, everyone knows this. If I go out, if I'm traveling with my family, after a week I start telling them I'm missing teaching. I really miss teaching. When I come here, I might be fighting a war, outside the class. The moment I come here and start teaching, I completely forget everything else. Right? It's a complete state of flow for 2-3 hours, whatever the class is. So, and that's very rare. Right? Very rarely you find some work that you truly enjoy doing. So that's the whole idea. Level 3 होने दो, मेरा बंद करने का सोचो. क्या सोचो? अच्छा, लेवल 3 होने तो मेरा फिर बंद. नाउ वी आर नॉट. हाँ, फिर बंद करो. अच्छा, ऐसे. हाँ. Admire, don't follow. Still thinking. Okay. Yeah, what I want to do, I mean, generally I don't talk about it much, but what I'd like to do is, I would like to keep on teaching all my life, just not teach as much. So rather, now what happens is, because my volume is so much, I don't get enough time to prepare. Probably I don't need to prepare if I just have to help you pass these exams. But I would like to prepare more, because the way I think about it is, if 100 people are sitting and I'm talking, I'm collectively using 100 hours of people's life, right? So I should be able to give you that kind of value. So maybe my personal vision for myself is to teach less, but to have really impactful sessions, right? And that's the direction in which FinTree is headed. So we are building a team of teachers, which is honestly very difficult to do. Very difficult to find people who can teach well. I mean, you will find a lot of people who have finance knowledge, but very difficult to find good teachers. And B, people who genuinely care about the folks, right? Because there's something more to it in this profession than money. So we're trying. Hopefully we'll reach there. Level 2 का भी crash course दे दो गुरुदेव. अच्छा, ठीक. चलो, let us start. So, let's assume RBI governor sitting in their office, and what are they thinking? They're thinking car prices are going up too fast. Let's control. Car prices are increasing, petrol prices are increasing, sabjiyan महंगी हो रही है, everything is becoming expensive. We somehow need to control. That means we need to reduce the inflation. How will they do it? So they are hoping that what we will do is we will increase the interest rate. Okay? And then 4 things. I have 4 transmission mechanism. Those 4 wheels, like it's like a car with 4 wheels. All the 4 wheels have to move in the same direction for my policy to work. When they do not move, transmission mechanism fails. Okay? And India historically has had problem with this transmission mechanism. If you go and read some of the old newspaper, there have been literally our RBI governors complaining that banks are not letting the transmission mechanism work. Okay, now it's gotten a little bit better. So what are those 4 wheels? First, if central bank is increasing the rates, then they expect banks also to increase the rates at which they lend. Generally on the increase it works well. Where it doesn't work well is decrease. You notice a lot of times central bank will decrease the rates, but the rate at which you borrow will not change much. Correct? So there is a lag in this mechanism. Second, if the rates are increasing, then you will hope that people will buy less of houses, less of car, so asset prices will fall. That's second mechanism. Third, because people are now investing less in capex, they're buying less car, less houses, the growth expectation will decrease. And now, because interest rates in India is higher, people will like to buy Government of India bonds. So demand for bonds, Indian bonds will go up, therefore rupee will appreciate. So interest rate goes up in India, rupee is supposed to appreciate. Okay? When these 4 wheels move together, what happens is domestic demand goes down. With appreciated rupee, foreign demand for Indian goods go down. Therefore, net external demand goes down, and therefore inflation rate will come down. Okay? Right now, what RBI needs to do, right now we're in the opposite loop. Right now the inflation is very low. So what RBI needs to do, they need to reduce the rates. When they will reduce the rate, hopefully banks will reduce the rate. Hopefully asset prices will go up. Growth expectation will go up. Currency will depreciate. Okay, now currency we got to be a little careful. This currency is already depreciated. Right? But once currency depreciates, who does it help? IT companies, pharma companies. Why? They can export at a cheaper price, right? So foreign demand will go up, domestic demand will go up, inflation will increase. So that's how the whole mechanism works. On the exam, you need to memorize these 4 subcomponents. You need to know this piece. Look at the shape of this arrow. It shows on both the sides. What does it mean? They are interconnected, right? One of the question on the exam is that are they independent or interdependent? They are independent. All the 4 pieces are connected to each other. There's a very nice image. This image actually is copied by CFA Institute. We've copied from CFA Institute. CFA Institute has copied this from Bank of England website. Okay, so if you want to read more about this, they have fantastic work on this. Bank of England, you can go and look that up. Of course, markets love rate cuts. Correct. So when I'm lending, rate will go down, but when I'm borrowing, the rates will go down. Right? So when the rates are going down, you're better off doing equities, you're better off doing real estate in that cycle. When the rates are going up, you're better off being on the short term. You're either a lender, when the rates are going up, you don't want to be a long term lender. You want to be a short term lender because then you can keep on rolling over your money at higher rates. Okay. Different tools. Central bank will typically run 2 types of policies, expansionary and contractionary. Now, expansionary means they're hoping everything will increase. They're trying to push the economy upwards. That they will achieve by reducing policy rates, reducing reserve ratio, and open market operations they will buy. Have you heard central bank themselves buying assets? क्या सेंट्रल बैंक खरीदता है कुछ मार्केट से? आरबीआई ने कभी कुछ खरीदा है? Yes. Central banks buy their own bonds. But in US, in fact in Japan, you will not believe this, but central bank actually buys stocks. Why? Because in Japan, not anymore, because now Japan has completely switched, but almost close to 2 decades, Japan was in deflation. Now in deflation, everyone is depressed. Think about it. If your house today is 100 rupees, you're scared that tomorrow it will become 110, so you want to buy quickly. If your house today is 100 rupees and you know कि कल 90 रुपए होगा, you will wait for the next year. But next year, someone will tell you it is going to become 80 rupees. That is Japan, right? For years. So now, what does government need to do? Government needs to give money in the hands of people. In Japan, they came up with this crazy concept called helicopter money. Okay, if you've not heard of it, you should see this. This is called helicopter money. Do they really do it? No. So don't get too excited, otherwise Tokyo ka ticket dekhne lag gaya. So, but the idea is the government wants to give people cash in some or the other way. Okay. One way to give cash, Japanese government actually buys stocks from people. Because when you buy stocks, the demand for stocks will go up, but the money will be transferred to owners of equities. Japanese government buys all the assets. US government bought US government bonds, but they also bought corporate bonds. Why? Especially in the 2008 crisis. Jo market mein tha, subprime mortgages, they bought everything. That's what is the only way to save economy. So, when government is buying, they're giving money to you. So, it's a expansionary policy. When government is selling, they're taking money from you. It's a contractionary policy. So, in a contractionary policy, rates are up, reserve ratios are up, government is selling securities. Now, one memory trick for you, because people forget this last part. So, remember, whenever you're bullish, that means expansionary policy, buy. Central bank will buy. Whenever you're bearish, that means you want to short, sell, central banks will sell. Next, a fractional reserve banking system. Okay, what's a fractional reserve banking system? Today, and I don't know how many of you know this, but let's assume what is the total money which is available in the economy. If total money is available in the economy of 100 rupees, the printed currencies are probably only worth 20 rupees. See, 20 rupees ke note hai. Or India, in fact, it's even crazy. Even out of that 20 rupees, 85% is 500 rupee note. 85% of the printed currency today in India is 500 rupee note. Okay. So now, if only 20 rupees of money is there, then how come total money supply in the economy is 100? Change of hands? No. That's the GDP value. So, total money supply is 100, GDP is actually 300. Why money supply is 100 with print of only 20? Because a lot of money today is not printed currency, it's the credit money. What is credit money? Banks are creating money. How are banks creating money? So, imagine government gave you 100 rupees in your hand. Okay? What will you do? You will go and deposit 100 rupees into a bank. What bank will do is, bank will keep 25 rupees aside, reserve ratio, 75 rupees it will give loan to someone else. That person might take 75 rupees, put this in a bank. Bank will again keep, let's say, about 20 rupees aside, 55 rupees as loan. That money will again go into bank with someone else's hand. Again 10 rupees aside, 40 rupees as loan. Imagine the same money, but again and again and again banks are creating loan on top of it. This is called fractional reserve system. So in India, if reserve ratio is 25%, your money multiplier is 1 by 25%, 4. So 100 rupee note actually creates a supply of 400 rupees. 100 rupees printed by the government, 300 rupees money created by the banks. No. Total new money create. See, very easy, right? you get 100 rupees, you go to a bank, bank keeps 25 aside, gives 75 loan. So same 100 रुपए, but अभी बैंक ने 75 नए बना दिए लोन देके. Same money, no, again rotating in the economy. So 100 rupees of new money printed creates 400 rupees of supply. That's excluding velocity. Velocity will come baad mein. So this is called money multiplier, which is calculated as 1 divided by reserve ratio. What is our reserve ratio today? Let's look at this. So our reserve ratio today, where is it? Is about 21%. So let's round it to 20%. So what's our multiplier today in India? About 5, right? So which means money is getting multiplied 5 times. So RBI needs to be very careful. If they overprint and then bank will multiply that, there will be suddenly too much of money in the economy. What will happen? Inflation. Suddenly cup of chai will become 200, 300 rupees. Right? So they take care of all those things. In fact, there's plenty of literature available on this website if you want to read. Read some of their publications here. Many interesting publications on all these concepts. You can read through them. Kya? No. Whether the number should be low or higher depends. Reserve Bank of India is one of the most conservative central bank in the world. So therefore, they keep a very high reserve ratio. That means money multiplies slow. When you keep lower reserve ratio, money multiplies fast. But the problem is then you create risk in the system. So here, Indian banks are generally considered safest banks in the world. Okay. Now comes the concept of velocity of money, which is what you were talking about. Let's assume this is a country. Okay. I am the king, you are the praja. ठीक है? हाँ, मैं राजा, आप प्रजा. Now, this year, I'm going to print only one note of 100 rupees. And I give it to this guy. ठीक है? क्यों? क्योंकि ये थोड़ा आके मेरी तारीफ करके जाता है. So I give it to this guy, let's say 100 rupees. Now, forget banks for a minute, keep banks aside. Now he wants to buy 100 rupees of milk. So he goes to that guy. उसके पीछे वाला, ये दूध वाला है. So you give him 100 rupees. Please give him 100 rupees. हाँ, अभी इसको दूध दो. Now you have 100 rupees. Let's say आपके पीछे वाला वो क्या बनेगा भाई तू? किराना वाला. हाँ. So let's say you want to buy kirana. You give him 100 rupees. हाँ. ये किराना देगा. क्या देगा किराने में? गेहूँ. ठीक. Now he has 100 rupees, right? You want to buy a house. Let's say he's a developer next to you. Give him 100 rupees. Give him house, right? Now see what happened. Same 100 rupee note, but rotating 3, 4, 5 times, it created GDP of 400 rupees. Excluding banks. Banks have not come into picture yet. Add banks, it starts multiplying even fast. This is called velocity of money. Okay? Velocity of money. How many times the money is changing hands in an economy? Not a measure of consumption, measure of multiplication effect of money supply. So how to measure it in real world? If I told you that in my country, just with this 100 rupee note, we were able to create a GDP of 500. Okay? But I kept money supply at 100 rupees. What is the velocity? 5 times. So, the number of times, and as an economist, how will I decide 100 rupees ka note print karna hai? So, I will know that on an average in my country, velocity is 5. This year, I want GDP of 500. So, I'll create money supply of 100 rupees. Okay? Now it's a crash course. I don't have a lot of time, but there's a very interesting thing if you want to do. Something crazy is happening. And again, I always say this. Today, whatever is happening in the banking world, all of us are living in one big experiment. 100 years from now, people will talk about our generation and say those were the guinea pigs who lived in that experiment. Some of us will turn out to be smarter, some of us will turn out to be stupider in this. Just look at this number. Let me show you M1 first. This is the chart. This is actually velocity of total money stock for US from 1870 to 1960. Okay. Look at this number. How much? 4.5. From a 4.5 velocity of money, today the velocity is at 1.68. What does that tell you in a very simple language? Velocity is calculated as GDP divided by money supply. Okay. When that number is going down, that means A, GDP is going down, that means numerator is going down, or B, money supply is going up. What do you think has happened? Government has printed too much. Government has printed too much. So because government has printed too much, no, it's not inflation. The numerator is nominal GDP. So if inflation was too high, the nominal GDP would have gone up, price into quantity. So government in chase of growth, because governments thought that the only way to grow economy is print. Every time you had a trouble, print, right? This playbook they learnt in 2008, where economy was in trouble, print, get it out of it. Now they replicated the same playbook in 2020, correct? In that process, they created enormous amount of money supply. And therefore the velocities have gone down, right? Which is kind of scary, and I'm sure future economists will talk about this experiment. But anyways, coming back to it, this is called quantity theory of money, which I just showed you. What you have on the right hand side is nominal GDP, price into real output. What you have on the left hand side is total money supply into velocity. Now the idea is that you cannot alter the velocity very quickly in the short run. Okay, you cannot alter real GDP in the short run. These are kind of constant in the short run. So when you increase money supply, what happens in the short run? The prices will go up. That is called quantity theory of money, and this is the concept of money neutrality. Extremely testable. If you're writing in Feb or writing CFA exams, make sure you know this concept well. Okay. This is simple. As a central bank, what should you target? Should you target exchange rate or should you target interest rate? You should target interest rate. Okay. But some countries actually target exchange rate. Which are those countries? Middle East. Okay. So Kuwait, Saudi, they don't target interest rate. They target exchange rate. The UAE currency, dirhams, right? Dirhams, they're pegged against a basket of currency like US dollar, euro. So their focus is to keep currency intact. If you do that, okay, then what if you target ki mera currency level with US dollar should be this much, then you are kind of importing US inflation into your country. Okay, so you have one of the two options. Either you decide your own fate, target interest rate, or you decide and target exchange rate. If you target exchange rate, then whichever country's exchange rate you target, you will import their interest rate to your interest rate, their inflation to your inflation. That is why you would see Middle Eastern interest rates very, very close to US interest rates, because they are into a currency targeting regime. Okay, so that's your exchange rate targeting.
Can we say something similar is happening in the Southeast Asian countries also?
Southeast Asian means Thailand and I don't think they target exchange rates.
They are heavily dependent on Singapore.
Dollars? Yeah. I don't know that. I don't know if they do it now, but in the past they never used to do it. That's why they collapsed back in the day. Okay. Now, a central bank needs to have three qualities. Independence, credibility, transparency. Unfortunately, Donald Trump hasn't read this juice notes. Huh? So he says, I don't give a F, right? I want my dude, my guy sitting in the central bank. You need to have operational independence, target independence. India central bank used to have target independence back in the day. Then the parliament came, changed the rule. Now in India, government of India decides what is the target central bank should choose, which is 4% inflation. How to do it? RBI on its own. Okay? Operational independence, yes. Target independence, no. So some central banks have both, some central banks have one. In the US, what Trump is trying to do now, he basically wants no target independence and he also wants no operational independence. If that happens, then the central bank, look at the word, will not remain effective. That's the whole dollar debasement trade. That's why people are buying gold. Okay, simple 101 economics. Credibility, you should be able to trust the central bank. Just think about it. If central bank, go to RBI website and just read, they will every time they do, okay, don't have time, but every time they do a policy review, they present a very detailed document on why. Imagine if RBI came tomorrow, they said we are increasing the interest rate, why, we can't tell you. You will not trust them. If you don't trust them, the whole fiat currency is useless. Fiat currency is nothing but a piece of paper on which the governor has signed and said, trust me. Right? And finally, you want them to be transparent. Then a neutral rate, job of this rate to determine whether you are currently in expansionary or contractionary policy. This rate is calculated as growth rate of GDP plus inflation. If your actual rate is above that, you are contractionary. If your actual rate is below that, you are expansionary. Memorize the formula. Easy points on the exam. Trend rate growth plus long run expected inflation. Limitation of policy, I'm going to skip through that. Supply, by the way, money supply curve is always vertical. I read somewhere it costs government some 60 rupees to print 1 crore of currency or something like that. The cost of printing. So, but government is not, it's not that, you know, they're doing a trade that, okay, I make this for 60 rupees, I sell it for 1 crore rupees, so let me sell a lot, right? They're not in this game to profit, at least not officially. So, the supply curve of money will always be vertical. It will not be determined by, hey, I'm getting better price, let me sell more. So money supply curve is always vertical, but the demand curve is downward sloping. When the rates are low, demand is high. When the rates are high, demand for money is lower. And then the intersection of the two will determine what is the equilibrium rate. Equilibrium supply is already determined. Okay, and by the way, vertical demand curve, like vertical supply curve like this is referred to as perfectly inelastic. Then, what is more scary, expected or unexpected inflation? Unexpected, of course. Expected you're okay with because it already gets priced in. Salaries go up, costs go up. Unexpected is what the problem is. And finally, interaction of monetary and fiscal. This is testable, so I would draw your attention here just for a bit. I'll give you a trick to memorize this table. When monetary is contractionary and fiscal is contractionary, what will happen? Because monetary is contractionary, interest rates will go up. Whenever interest rates go up, economy has to go down. Because people will buy less, spend less, so economy will go down. Whenever interest rates go up, private sector will spend less. Okay? And if fiscal policy is contractionary, government will spend less. So the way I have memorized this table for your exams is, the first 3 columns of this table actually are just coming from monetary policy. So this is coming from monetary, this is coming from monetary, this is coming from monetary. The last column is coming from fiscal policy. Okay, let's see if it works elsewhere. If monetary is expansionary, rates will go down, output will go up, private sector will spend more. Contractionary, rates will go up, output will, ये गलत हो गया इसमें, output should, okay, yeah, my mistake, no. These two are exceptions. Now I remember. These two boxes are exception. So rates will go up, private sector spending will go down, public sector spending expansionary will go up. Expansionary, contractionary, look at expansionary monetary policy. Interest rates go down, expansionary, private sector spending will go up. Okay, and this is contractionary, this will go down. So just with logic, you can memorize all the cells except these two. Now, these two, CFA Institute has taken a stand and they're saying monetary is contractionary, fiscal is expansionary, short run fiscal will dominate. So here in this scenario it will go up, and in this scenario we don't know because the two are opposite direction, so we do not know what will dominate. Is it okay? Will you be able to memorize this? All right. Break. We should take a break. Again, some of you would like to leave. I think you should leave now. We've done about 60 to 70% of the syllabus, 30% is still pending. Another 90 minutes, I guess. Another 90 minutes. 90 minutes to do it nice. I want to finish it. I'm going to finish irrespective whether you stay or not. So we'll do a break, 15 minutes, and then come back and we'll start to finish this. It's the highest, that's true.
2.5 lakhs lakh of their AUM or somewhere.
That is true.
And competition is Motilal Oswal.
Lots of competition now in India. Everyone is building that kind of model. Sir, हमें भी guide कर दो FEP candidate. We are not, I think they were watching you guys on the camera. We are not talking about exams, we're just talking about random stuff. Sir, sorry, I'm not commerce student, landed in your stream. Can you please sing a song that play on taxes like tempos? क्या है ये? मतलब मैं अच्छा I have no idea. The pitch in your voice is just holding me here. That's a if you hear me singing, you would just delete YouTube app and not come here forever. I've just started preparing for May 26 attempt. I've got multiple IM interviews lined up for next 2 months. Should I defer? I don't think so. I mean, your interviews will be over by March. IM interviews are typically about Jan, Feb, March. You'd still have a month after that. Sir, if the effect of business cycle is asked, then how to understand if they are referring to start of the cycle or end of the cycle? Generally, the question will be a little more specific. I don't think that kind of confusion you would have on the test. Look at curriculum questions, they'll give you a good idea. You're the only reason why I would have asked my grandpa in 1947 to stay in India and not come to Pakistan. I wish FinTree was a physical thing in Pakistan. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Okay, thank you very much. That's a nice compliment. Should we start now? Okay. So geopolitics. I think this is Maza camera band hai? Hala? Okay. I mean, my knowledge in this domain, in practice, is very limited to just one gentleman and one channel. If you've heard of this channel called Print, the Print, Shekhar, right? Shekhar Gupta. I've been a big fan of Shekhar Gupta. He does this show called Cut the Clutter. A lot of days, that's the last thing I do before I go to bed. Listen to what he has to say. Jai Baba ki again. Okay. He has, I think, a phenomenal knowledge when it comes to Pakistan, Umar. And the whole defense and dynamics, I think it's one of the very interesting journalists India has ever produced. Geopolitics by itself is a very interesting topic to know in economics because it can give you very early signals. For example, if there is some tension in that narrow gulf that process through Middle East, I forgot, what is that gulf called? Suez Canal, huh? Suez Canal, no? If there is some geopolitical tension there, the prices of your milk in India will increase. Now you would wonder why, right? But if geopolitical stress, typically oil prices will go up. Oil prices will go up, your petrol prices will go up. Petrol prices will go up, transportation costs will go up. Transportation costs will go up, दूध महंगा हो जाएगा, right? So gives you a lot of insight on what might happen in the economy and all the moving parts. So very interesting stuff to learn. My general perception is the the current governments, and I refrain from making political comments, but the current government's diplomacy and the whole diplomatic management has been quite good compared to how the governments in the past have done, at least on a geopolitical front. What India is trying to do today is a little bit of what Switzerland has been trying to do for years, which is being non-aligned, not taking sides, right? So we don't want to be US friends, we don't want to be only US friends or only Russia's friends. We want to be friends of everyone. I don't know if that strategy will work in the long run, but gives you a lot of insight on how the markets might perceive. That's geopolitics. State actors are your governments. Non-state actors are those that participates, economics, financial affair. Here's an example of NGO, multinational companies, charities, influential individual. Now, apparently, the new influential individual in the country is the Kamath brother, Nikhil Kamath, right? Because look at the kind of people he's been having, spending time and podcasting with. He's become kind of point of contact for the foreign entrepreneurs to reach Indian government. Right? If you think about it, these actors are influenced by their relationship with one another, but also by factors affecting their allies and adversaries. Just look at what happened to India and Canada. About a year and a half ago, when that calling Trudeau, when the killing was done, or I don't know if it was killing by India, but someone was killed and the relationship was stretched. But now that suddenly US is aggressive towards Canada, Canada is finding India as a friend. Germany is finding India as a friend now, right? With German Chancellor being in India now. So political cooperation, relationship between countries can be cooperative or comparative. Cooperation involves working together for shared goals. Interactions are complex, creating potential geopolitical risk. Political cooperation focus. Political cooperation measures how countries agree on rules and standardization for their activities. Cooperative countries engage in standardization, harmonization of tariffs and so on, which will happen now. Harmonization of tariffs is, if I am exporting you agri products and you're charging me 20%, then when you export, I'll also charge you 20%, right? Parity in terms of how the trade deals are done. Important for national security, important for economic interest. How geopolitical effects is now, Donald Trump was speaking about Greenland for quite some time, right? But people thought maybe he's doing what he always does, right? Just talk too much and not act on it. And then he acted on Venezuela, right? Now people fear that he might act on Greenland, but there's a difference between Venezuela and Greenland. Greenland is a part of Denmark, who's a part of NATO, right? Now, because he's a part of NATO, now the other countries, because US is also part of NATO, right? So other countries, do they act on it if US shows aggression there, right? And if they do they have the defense capabilities to fight with US today, right? And I doubt. So which basically means, and very interestingly, one good area to now start looking at some investment opportunities is to look at European defense providers, right? Because all this while European countries were like, US is there, we don't have to worry. Our defense is taken care of, right? Now suddenly US is not there. US is saying, tum khud ka dekh lo. So now geopolitical that ways will give you some interesting insights on companies. This is growing national wealth and limiting income inequality contribute to social stability. Right? Some of the African countries where GDP is okay, but inequality is very high. Right? Those again are certain issues. Then geophysical resource endowment, livable geography, US, right? Abundance of nature. You have to be there to feel the availability of space there. It's insane. Climate, access to food, access to water. Resource inequality among countries. Some countries are relatively self-sufficient, others have to rely on external sources. Interestingly, Japan, because of earthquake, all the housing typically is done on wood, but they don't have jungles, right? At least not enough for their own timber. So it comes from South America. Therefore, when last time there was a massive tsunami in Japan, the timber prices in the South American markets were going up because they knew demand is coming now. Some nations possess abundant fossil fuels. Read Saudi, right? A lot of Middle Eastern countries, but depend on others for their basic needs. Power dynamics. Countries rich in resources wield more political leverage in dealing with those desperate for or in need of those resources. However, a resource-rich country can become vulnerable if resource use benefits specific groups more than others, contributing to internal political instability, which is again Saudi. And then maybe Venezuela was classic example. They've always had oil, right? But the benefit was always restricted to some set of people. It was not mass benefit. Then standardization, FF5. Again, simply very large rule of this is standardize your international trade, standardization of structure. Like notice in Europe, a lot of countries, there is standardization in terms of how the countries will operate, right? Many countries. Then soft power. For India, that soft power is what? Movies, Bollywood, and now cricket. Correct? That's our soft power. For other countries, soft power is now, you should look at US culture adaptation in Japan. Japanese are obsessed with everything US. Right? So go and look at the type of clothes Japanese people would want to wear, especially teenagers. They want to copy everything that's there in the US. That's your soft power. So cultural reasons for cooperation, soft power influence. Then role of institutions. An institution is typically a formal or informal, can be backed by law like a university, informal like, but important for society. Think of some institutions, large institutions that have impact. बोलो कुछ formal बोल दो. Formal institutions, your central bank, universities, right? All of those. Informal would be your NGOs, charities, not necessarily formed by the government. Okay. Then hierarchy of interest. National interest varies among countries encompassing goals. Some emphasize geospatial terms while others consider a range of interrelated factors, right? So, for example, Taiwan now, their priority is protection, right? But China might have different priorities. So that's a hierarchy of interest in terms of what's important, what's second important. Priorities are typically self-determination, survival, national border, economic and social consideration. Hierarchy dynamics, clear-cut elements, some aspects like securing access to food and water are straightforward. Now in India, see how is that dynamic important, right? So if you think about it, Trump is saying don't buy oil from Russia, right? Then I will not charge you these taxes. Now we somehow it would be nice for our country not to have those tariffs, correct? But the problem is that if we listen to what he says, then we are compromising our sovereignty. So that, because you're trying to signal yourself as the third largest, the fourth largest, superpower in the world, that's the ambition of the country. So if you listen to it, then probably you're giving a softer signal, right? Compromising because you're allowing someone to dictate how your national policy will be. So now you need to maintain certain balance. So now the hierarchy, at least right now, of the government is sovereignty number one, economic loss, okay. If that changes, then economic losses will not be okay. So then they will accept whatever the trade deals are. Okay. Then political non-cooperation versus cooperation, typically again on a spectrum. That's why you'd see countries never fight. For some countries, we've had dispute, China, we have border dispute, but the trade continued. Right? So it doesn't mean, like in geopolitical world, it doesn't mean that once I fight with you, you're my dushman for life. No. Right? There are multiple angles at the same time. Nepal, Bangladesh, all of these countries, we've had dispute, but we've still continued. Globalization, global trade cannot constitute 100%. Okay, this is just repetition. Then anti-globalization or nationalization or nationalism, which is where the world wave is today. In the previous 2-3 decades, the wave was towards, there's this book called World is Flat, very famous book, which was pro-globalization. Every country was opening up borders, trying to do trade. But now, the wave is more make in India, make America great again, right? Everything is trying to become domestic. Motivation for globalization, increasing profits, increasing sales, reducing cost. Consideration of potential gains, which will be access to resources if I globalize, then intrinsic gain. See, the whole main thesis of globalization, which we anyways will learn, was proposed by David Ricardo in his legendary paper, where he used the example of wine and cloth. Okay, and that was an example from that era, where he said Portugal and England. Now, in England that time was a leader of cloth manufacturing in the world. Portugal was doing great with wine. What he recommended is, he said, Portugal, you stop doing cloth. England, you stop doing wine. You just specialize what you're good at, exchange, right? Get into trade. That way everyone will benefit. I'm skipping through this. I don't see anything testable here. Cost of globalization, some people will benefit, some people will lose, even in India. When we globalized, we allowed the Chinese toys to hit Indian markets. Our toys industry was destroyed, right? Very few companies left. So some will benefit, some will lose. Political consequences, interdependence risk. They're talking about rare earth from China, right? Threats of rollback of globalization. CFA curriculum says it's unlikely. Deglobalization. Deglobalization means people will restrict to only their own country. Tactics for supply chain fortification. Supply chain fortification is, this wave started after COVID. In India, there was a theme that even I was very bullish on, but somehow it didn't work that well. It was called China Plus One. So, thinking from a supply chain head of setting in the US, of let's say Unilever or someone, IKEA maybe, they were sourcing too much material from China. So I thought that now they will want to diversify a little bit, and they will do a China Plus One or China Plus Two, where they'll buy a little bit from India, from Vietnam. So I did bet on a lot of these companies that I thought will benefit from China Plus One, but didn't play out as well. Okay, and that's because the cost of manufacturing in India is significantly higher than cost of manufacturing of China. So, and at the end of the day, economics always wins, right? So people will buy where it's available cheap. But some of the things people will do are reshoring essentials. Instead of offshoring, get them in-house, which is what US is trying to do. Re-globalization of production, doubling down on key markets, okay, in-country for the country approach. This is your Make in India approach. Then some international organization, IMF, World Bank, WTO, completely useless in current environment. World Bank, no one gives a, right, no one, people have even forgotten that these guys were so important. This World Bank, the job of these guys were, and World Bank and World Bank is again operates a little bit like NGO of sorts. They will give loan to developing countries. I remember my memory as a kid with World Bank was, I grew up in Aurangabad. There we have Ellora caves. So I used to go there, my parents would take me, and there I would always see a board saying loan by World Bank. Okay, and World Bank would give loan for a lot of these type of projects. WTO was responsible for international trade, if you and I, you're China, I'm India, you made some rules. I will add cons notes once my session is done in a few hours. What was I saying? WTO had certain rules for global trade. If you violated those rules, I could actually go and complain in WTO. Now, with all this tariff, Donald Trump, WTO is a forgotten organization, right? No respect left for them. IMF is basically a place for countries to go and beg if you need money. Yes, Pakistan has done that, Sri Lanka has done that. Believe it or not, now UK is talking about it. Can you believe that, right? The colonial power that ruled the world for so long, they are in trouble. So their job was to promote global stability and currency stability and whatnot. But all these multilateral organizations which held a lot of power at one stage, I think WTO has completely lost power. Everyone is on their own. World Bank maybe is still doing some work. And IMF obviously still remains important, but we'll see how their importance is over time.
Sir, does IMF have a decision structure?
IMF does have a decision structure, but the major contributory and the major voting power veto with IMF is with the US. Same with World Bank. World Bank head office is Washington DC. Everything is US, right? So, okay. Archetypes of country behavior: non-cooperation, globalization, nationalism, cooperation. Okay. So let's look at on the cooperation side, but anti-globalization. Then you would have bilateralism. Cooperation side, but globalization, multilateralism. Non-cooperation side, globalization, hegemony, which is US, the world's hegemon of sorts, right? Or at least trying to be. Non-cooperation, nationalist, your North Korea, autarky. So these are your spectrum of different countries that you can fit in different segment. Each of the X explored in this framework cooperation represents a spectrum. Rarely two countries represent extremes. Okay. Then tools of geopolitics, national security, economic tools, financial tools. National security, they're giving example of NATO. It's funny how, suddenly in 1 year, the syllabus doesn't make sense to me anymore. Right? This was okay maybe a couple of years ago, now it looks strange. Yeah, what national security, right? There's no, and I don't know if even NATO as a entity is useful anymore. We'll see. We'll see after Greenland. Maybe in another month's time, the syllabus will look useful or completely senseless. We'll see. Economic tools, cooperation, non-cooperation. See, US used that soft power, right? It always did sanctions on North Korea, Iran, all of those countries. And while it was not severe, it worked. I think where it actually turned, I don't think it turned in Trump era, it turned in 2021 when they freezed Russia's money. Right? First time they froze Russia's money, which was $400 billion or something. A lot of, think about it, right? It's your money, you've invested in US bonds. Now the government comes and says, we'll not pay you, and only you will pay everyone else. Think of what a lot of other countries would think, that if someday US is not happy with me, they will do the same, and that's where I think things turn for them. Okay, then financial tools, I think it's the same repetition. Alright, then the concept of cabotage. A system of political, economic, financial cooperation that can be intertwined. One interesting example is cabotage, the right of transporting passenger or goods within a country by a foreign firm. Allowing cabotage requires coordination on areas like physical security, economic coordination, and highly multilateral process. I think this this silk route of China going through your Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, that was, where it was easier to transport goods to them, right? They're building that whole corridor. That would have been an example of this. Okay. Then event risk, exogenous risk, thematic risk. Let's look at an example. Thematic risk example is cyber attacks. Exogenous risk, sudden risk, for example, uprising, invasion, what's happening in Iran as we do this class. Someone, my friends, my brother's friend, her sister, she was shot just some time back in this whole incident, right? And Iran right now is going through massive uprising. Currency value? Really? Compared to dollar? It's crazy, right? And at any point of time, though, you would see somewhere in the world something is always happening, right? Some war and some event is something happening, and I think in the last few years it looks like it's gone up. Then event risk, the difference between exogenous and event is known in advance. Okay, could be political events. 12,000 protesters dead. It's unfortunate. Okay. Geopolitical risk assessment. Likelihood it will occur, velocity of its impact, size and nature of the impact. 3 elements. Probability, speed at which it will move, how significant will it be. Signpost means like a North Star indicator, one piece that gives you a sense of what might happen. What is the probability of some sort of a political upheaval? So you want to look at 1 or 2 indicators that will give you a sense of if this indicator crosses this threshold, that thing will happen. That's just one number. Signpost means one number that you look at. That gives you a sense. Okay. Manifestation of geopolitical risk. I think we're done. This concept is okay. See, if a country is going through crisis, the problem is capital allocators will not be able to allocate money there because there's a lot of uncertainty. So very few people will do. But they will do only in the hopes of a very high return, which means higher discount rate, right? So typically, higher the uncertainty, you would see that always an increase in discount rates. All right, that concludes. Now we are officially in the last 2 readings. Last 2 or 3? 3, I think. 2. Oh, 10 more pages to go. Shabash. 10 pages nahi hai. This is page 47, 55. I think last 2-3 pages will be our advertisements. So we're close. Okay. Let's do international trade. It feels strange to teach this topic now, when the whole thing is kind of in turmoil. But the traditional economist always said benefits are more than the cost. Okay, what's the benefit? Specialization. Just one word. Specialize in what you do. US is not specialized in manufacturing, right? China is. So let them do what? Let India do IT. That's what we are, right? I mean, and so many jokes on Indian IT folks in the US mainstream. And you should look at. Like the perception in the US about Indians is, typical Indian is an IT guy who would come and repair your computers. Cost. What is the cost? Cost is borne by select few in the domestic space that compete with imported goods. Okay. If you take all the steel companies in India and add their manufacturing capacity, they're less than the biggest Chinese steel manufacturer. And if China decides that if India allows Chinese steel to hit Indian markets freely without any tariffs, without any taxes, Indian steel industry is dead. For sure. Indian paint industry is dead for sure. Indian auto industry will be dead for sure if you don't charge taxes to them, right? So you would want to allow trade, but in some industries in a very restricted way. That's the approach they followed. In general, benefits are more than the cost.
Especially in existing markets in India, right? Where the market already exists.
No. In existing market, you don't want to have so much of protection. You want to protect the infant industry, like the industry that's just coming up. There you don't want to allow the competition to come in. See, one problem with protectionism is it does not allow those industries to compete with global players. For example, Indian auto, look at where Chinese auto is. They're phenomenal. Their cars are phenomenal, right? Indian auto is nowhere close to them. So if we were to allow Chinese auto to hit Indian markets, your Marutis and Tatas and Mahindras will go through a shock. Some of them will go bankrupt. But the ones who will survive 10 years out, they will produce the best cars that compete with Chinese. Right? So the problem with protectionism is it makes people too comfortable, doesn't give them that competition. Okay, then different types of trade restrictions. Tariff, all of us know. Quotas means limit on how much you can import. Okay, so India has always had quotas on certain quantities. Typically, India is very sensitive with sugar. We're very sensitive with certain essential commodities. Corn, of course, we are not getting it yet. Otherwise, US will be happy to dump their corn on us. Then VR is another crazy concept during, I think, President Nixon's time. I don't remember exactly, but this was used by Japan. Where what Japan did is it actually killed the big three in the US. There were three large automobile companies, Ford, GE, or Equita. And when the US opened up the markets, these Japanese smaller car came, Hyundai, Toyota, and they were so good, better than Japanese US cars. So the US automobile industry actually started going down significantly. Their entire city, which was built for autos, there's a city called Detroit. That entire city actually went bankrupt because of the Japanese car came in. So when the Japanese understood that game, and they understood that now the government will impose big taxes on us, Japanese themselves went to the US government and they said, we are voluntarily putting up restrictions. हम खुद ही आपको ज़्यादा नहीं देंगे. Right? So that was a smart move, and I read an article somewhere. No, I meant Honda, not Hyundai. Sorry if I said Hyundai. There's an article I read where I read that Japanese actually, what they did is, when they imposed this self-restriction, it was imposed on the number of cars they would export. So they started exporting slightly more expensive cars. So that's why a lot of Camrys and Lexus, those cars went in the US. Then export subsidy is a very typical thing in India. If you export, like even us, we are eligible for export subsidy. So when the foreign students buy our courses online, and we apply to the government will give us a small subsidy, like an incentive for exporting, because we're bringing in foreign currency to the country, right? So some incentivization. In China, that's extreme. Okay, so what apparently I've heard stories like, let's say that this tablet now, it's actually China made, right? My writing tablet. If this were to made in India, it will cost 5,000 rupees. Okay. Now, in China, maybe it is made for 6,000, maybe. But what Chinese government will do is it will give them a subsidy of 2,000. So then the cost for them becomes 4,000. At 4,000, it will come to India. Now what India will do is, India will charge something called as an anti-dumping duty of 2,000. You're dumping on us, we'll charge you taxes, so that you give some protection to Indian players. Without anti-dumping duty, a lot of Indian industries will be dead, right? We have no chance. Then trade creation, trade diversion. Trade creation means, let's assume now India and Germany becomes best friend. Okay? And then whatever India is good at, we export to them. Whatever Germany is good at, they export to us. And we charge each other lower taxes. That's trade creation. What is a trade diversion? Let's assume India and Germany becomes best friend, and now India starts importing toys from Germany. But Germany is not good at making toys, right? So you are importing from someone who's not really a efficient producer. So overall there is a loss to the economy. Those are called trade diversions. Then this is important, trading blocks, FTA, now it's a news of the past. But NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, gone are the days when Canada, US and Mexico used to be friends, right? And they had in the agreement, which was very famous back in the day, free movement of goods. Then customs union, okay, free movement of goods and services, and same set of rules with non-members. That's called customs union. Why is that necessary? Because if Canada had a different rule with India and US had a different rule with India, then I can always use the Canada route to get my goods inside, right? So you set uniform set of rules. Then common markets, free movement of labor and capital. So they are additive. That means common market includes custom union. And then economic union, same economic institution. And then finally the highest level of integration is monetary union, which is your ECB or European Central Bank. One bank for all the countries, one central bank for all the countries. Okay, so make sure you're comfortable with this. And now we are in the last one. I want to say this, when we started the session, there were about 100 folks online. We still have 60 people watching the video. That's 56 right now to be precise, which is impressive. So proud of you. I'm guessing it's all the more difficult doing it on YouTube, because you're sitting back at home, right, watching a video. You're so tempted. I'm sure your feed has a lot of other interesting videos on the side. So impressive, and proud of you guys as well. You guys came in at 2 today. It's 11:30. It's how many hours? 9.5. Right? 9.5 hours sitting at one place, listening to one dude. It's not easy. अगर लड़की टीचर होती तो फिर भी मजा आता, है ना? ठीक है. All right. Last one. Is it the last one though? I think there's one more. That's what I was saying. There's one more after this, but they are similar, so that's okay. So let's get through this one. Capital flows and FX market. Someone from Nigeria still at, okay, nice. Huh? पाकिस्तान की कमेंट है, क्या कमेंट है? Actually, I'm in the library. Okay, nice. I can't see the comment. I don't know where it is. Yeah. Okay, fine. Spot rate. Kalo, chodo. Comment chodo. Focus on learning. Spot rate means today's rate. Forward rate means some rate in the future. Real means removing the impact of inflation. Leverage account means you're taking loan. How to calculate real exchange rate? I want you to look at this equation carefully. Nominal rate, if it's domestic by foreign, okay, you have to use CPI of foreign country divided by CPI of domestic country. I'm going to do one example for you, okay, which is going to look like this. Let us say rupee exchange rate a few years ago was rupees 7 for a dollar, few decades ago. Okay, so you could actually buy a dollar for 7 rupees. This is like 1970s or somewhere around that. Now, let's assume inflation in India, okay, is 10% and inflation in US is 2%. What will be the rate 1 year from now? Now what we do here, we use a theory called PPP. PPP stands for purchasing power parity. How does it work? So my expected exchange rate 1 year from now. So look at the sign expected exchange rate. Okay, so let's say expected FX 1 year from now is equal to 7 rupees multiplied with which inflation should I take in the numerator? The currency in the numerator. No, currency in the numerator is which one? ये rupees है. Rupees. So 1 plus 10% divided by the which inflation in the denominator? Dollar. So which one? 1 plus 2%. So 1 year from now, my rate will be how much? Can you please do the math? 7.54. Okay. Now this is called nominal rate. Nominal means after capturing the impact of inflation. What if on the exam they give you nominal rate, they give you inflation rates and you have to find out real rate? This is what this equation is, then you have to do opposite. What opposite? If I want to know real rate, then I will take nominal 7.54. This equation will shift on the right hand side. So then numerator will become denominator, denominator will become numerator. So it will be 1.002 divided by 1.1, that will give me 7 again. That's what this equation is about. That's why you would see the numerator currency, their inflation is in the denominator, denominator currency, their inflation is in the numerator, because we're going reverse from nominal to real. You don't need to memorize this. Just remember purchasing power parity formula and just move the number, right? Purchasing power parity will give you nominal is equal to real into the rate. So just move the rate on the other side, you will get real. That's it. Okay. Now, if my currency right now is $3 for a euro, okay, and if it becomes $2 for a euro, we say the base currency, earlier it could buy $3. Base currency means currency in the denominator. Now it can buy $2. So euros have depreciated. That means dollars have appreciated. Now earlier a euro could buy $3. Now a euro could buy $4. Euros have appreciated, dollars have depreciated. When currency moves from 52 African rands for a dollar to 57 African rands for a dollar, and I want to calculate percentage change. Now I want you to remember this, FEB candidates. If you want to calculate delta on dollars, always make sure dollar is in the base currency. So when you are calculating on the base currency, your formula is closing by opening -1. So 57 divided by 52 -1. But when you are calculating on the price currency means numerator, formula actually inverts. Opening by closing -1. So 52 by 57 -1. Are we okay here? Okay. Then two types of players in the market, sell side and buy side. Now in currency, sell side basically means your dealers. They don't need the currency, they're just trying to make profit out of that trade. Buy side means your typical users who want to use the currency for whatever purpose, right? Government, companies, investment banks, hedge funds, and all of those. So sell side are typically banks. They're trying to make money out of this trade. Buy side are eventual users of those currencies. Another interesting thing you need to know, in spot market, settlement is of 2 days. So one trick question on the exam, today is 10th. On 12th, you want to pay some US dollar. Will you go to forward market or spot market? You will go to spot market. A lot of people will think it's in the future, it's forward. No. If I buy today, it will take me 2 days to get delivery. Okay. Then FX market participants, we have buy side, we have public sector, we have sell side. We already discussed buy side are end users and sell side are typically these large tier banks. Then different exchange rate regimes. Okay. There are some countries, believe it or not, they don't have their own currency. They just adopt US dollar or euros. A lot of countries in the Caribbean islands simply use US dollars, don't have their own currency. Then there are some countries where 5-6 countries have come together and they have a single currency, euros. Then there are countries that have their own currency. Within them, we have these 6-7 categories. Okay, starting from left to right. First, look at currency board arrangement. Currency board means exchange the currency at a fixed rate. Exchange rate between my currency and US dollar will always be fixed. I think Hong Kong has that with US dollars. Hong Kong dollar is pegged to US dollar. There's a Hong Kong or Singapore, one of the two. They're fixed to US dollar, always fixed, same exchange rate. That's called currency board. Then a conventional fixed peg, it's a fixed rate, but I will allow it to move by plus or minus 1%. Then when I go to peg with horizontal band, I will allow it to move by plus or minus 2%. So little bit of higher flexibility. What you need to do is you need to remember sequence, like in terms of which is fixed, which is floating. It's a spectrum. You need to know which one is more floating, which one is more towards fixed side for the exams. Then a crawling peg. In a peg, you will allow it to move, but you will keep on adjusting it periodically. So that's why crawling. Let it move freely and then bring it back to the original peg, right? So periodic adjustment. Here, management within crawling bands. So you create a band, I'll allow it to move between plus or minus 10%, but within that you keep on buying and selling. So you try to manage it to some level. And then finally, manage floating, which is where India is. You must have heard recently, Reserve Bank of India was buying a lot of rupee. Now we know that rupee was depreciating, dollar was appreciating, rupee is already. So in these cases, central bank will come and they will buy rupee. By buying rupee, demand for rupee will go up. So that depreciation will curtail. US, Euro is complete free floating, independent floating. Even if US wants today, they cannot manage US dollar. Why is that? Because US government doesn't have as many US dollar, it's with the world, right? So these large countries, they have lost ability to manipulate or manage their own currency. That's called independent floating. So it's a spectrum. You need to know how the spectrum moves. Then capital restrictions, not allowing foreign folks to come and do business or protecting tariffs, all of it. One argument is infant industry. My industry is very small, therefore I need to protect. Another argument is national security, defense. Okay, so certain industries I need to do them in-house. Now, which arguments don't find support? One is protecting domestic jobs. Okay, so not well supported. Of course, people will lose jobs if you allow imported goods, but not well supported in the by the economist. And protecting domestic industries, again not very well supported. Then what could be capital restriction? Prohibition of investment in domestic country by foreigners. Okay, so that's a very common thing. Prohibition or taxes on income earned through foreign investment. These are typically called withholding taxes. Then we go to concept of balance of trade. Do you know what balance of trade is? What is it? Correct. This is where we talk about current account balances. Current account balance typically is what is the difference between your export and imports. Okay. So let me do the whole BOP for you. BOP is made of 3 parts. Current account, capital account and bolo? Financial account. Current account is typically your imports and exports. Capital account is investments. Money coming in, money going out. Typically physical money. I mean your FDI. That's called capital account. And financial account is your FII. Foreign money investment. The idea is the total of the 3 will always be 0. It has to be 0. A simple example would be Imagine we are a new country and you come to me and say, I am the central bank. You come to me and say, Utkarsh, give me US dollar. I need to buy an iPhone. Okay. Now, in order to give you US dollar, I need to have US dollars with me. So I will call some companies in the US and say, hey, I have a piece of land. Do you want to come and start doing business here? They'll say, okay. So they will come, buy a piece of land for $1,000. I'll take those $1,000, give it to you. You will buy your iPhone. Balance of trade, 0. Correct? Capital account, we receive money. Current account, we lost money. The total of the two will always be 0. That's called balance of payment. Okay, now finally we go to currency calculations. Let me set up some nice examples for you. इसको अच्छे से करेंगे? करना ना? Okay. So let's do some currency work. First example, it's rupees 50 for a dollar. The currency in the numerator is called what? Price currency. Currency in the denominator, base currency. Now I'll give you a trick. I'll give you a trick that you can use all your life. This base currency, think of it as an apple. Okay. The moment you learn to think of it, it becomes very easy. Say that one apple right now is priced at 50 rupees. Now, what if the exchange rate becomes rupees 60 for a dollar? Then one apple has become how much? 60 rupees. That means apple has become expensive. That means dollar has appreciated. That means rupee has depreciated. So, whenever you're dealing with currencies, always play or think in the context of denominator, base currency. That will make your life very, very easy. That's concept number 1. Concept 2. When rupees go from $50 to $60, okay, what is the percentage delta on dollar? What is the percentage delta on rupee? Now, notice your dollar is in the denominator. So, dollar is the base currency. When you're doing it on base currency, your formula is closing by opening -1. Rupee is in the numerator, it's price currency. When you're calculating delta on price currency, your formula becomes opening by closing -1. So here the formula would be 60 by 50 -1, 20%, and 50 by 60 -1, 16.66% negative. Base currency, closing by opening, price currency, opening by closing. Will you remember this? Okay, done. Third. Third is called cross currency. Okay, cross currency is, I'm in India, I will first buy US dollar, then I will convert my US dollar to, कहाँ पे जाना है आपको? Vietnamese dong. Okay, so I will have two exchange rates. Let's assume rupees 90 for a dollar. Okay, and then once I go there, I don't know what the exchange rate is, but I'm sure it's crazy. Let's say 50,000 Vietnamese dongs for a dollar. Okay, so then what is the direct exchange rate between a rupee and Vietnamese dong? Okay, and let's say if the question says, give me exchange rate in this format, rupee being the base currency, Vietnamese dong being the price currency. So I'll give you a trick, you understand how to do it. What you do is, you look at the quote and you ask yourself that I want rupee in the denominator. Right now my rupee is in the numerator. So step number 1, invert this quote. Inverting means take an inverse of it. Okay, so help me out. 90 inverse. 0.011. 0.0111. What is this? This is dollar for a rupee. Now look at this quote. I want VD in the numerator. Is it in the numerator? Yes. So keep that quote as it is. So VD by dollars. Now, if I were to multiply them, the rule is to avoid any currency squared. Okay, you never want to have a currency multiplied with the same currency. Now, when I multiply, see what will happen. Do you think I'll be able to cancel out this dollar with this dollar? Yes. So what will I be left with? VD in the numerator and rupee in the denominator. That's exactly what I want. So that's my answer. So that will come out to be kitna raha hai? 555 VDs for a rupee. That's how you do cross currency conversions. In this example, you invert the first and multiply the second. Technically what we did is I actually divided the second with the first. But I will always recommend you to invert and then multiply. That way you will not make a mistake in this process. And ensure that you are never getting a currency square. That's the trick. Alright. Next concept is pips. I think before we do pips, we should do forward rates. Now forward rates are determined by a theory called interest rate parity. Okay. So I tell you rupees rate is 90 for a dollar. If I go to a bank, I tell them I want to make an agreement. I will like to buy dollars from you 1 year from now. What's the rate? So bank will use interest rate parity. It will say, okay, let's find out interest rate in India. Let's assume 10%. Interest rate in the US, let's say 3%. My no arbitrage forward rate will become 90 rupees into 1 plus 10% divided by 1 plus 3%. Which interest rate in the numerator? The currency of numerator. Which in the denominator? The currency of denominator. Since it's raised to 1, I will do raised to 1 here. 1 year. And that will give me how much? 96.11. This is called no arbitrage forward price. Using which theory? Interest rate parity. Okay. Now once you know this, then this is my spot rate, 94.2030. This is my 3-month forward. Okay, a 3-month forward. Let's say a 3-month forward is given to you as just 70. And a 6-month forward is given to you as 130. Now, what do you mean by that? So generally, when rates are quoted like these are called pips. So 70 pips and 130 pips. Pips stands for what? Pips stands for points in percentage. Okay, how does points in percentage work? It works a little bit like this. A 3-month forward, okay, is equal to 94.2030 plus 70 divided by 10,000. 1 pip is equal to 1 divided by 10,000. So 70 divided by 10,000, whatever that number is. A 6-month forward will be equal to 94.2030 plus 130 divided by 10,000, whatever that number is. This is how you use pips. Pips stands for points in percentage. Generally 1 pip is equal to 0.0001, fourth decimal. Is it okay? Alright, forward rate IRP is also done. Now one question on exploiting arbitrage profit. This question is my 3-star. Let us say spot rate is rupees 100 for a dollar. Interest rate in India 20%. Interest rate in US 5%. Okay. Now a 1-year forward rate quoted by the bank is 102 for a dollar. Figure out a way to exploit an arbitrage. So I'll show you how to do it. First, I'll show you a regular technique and then I'll give you a magical shortcut. Okay, if you learn that, and I've shown this in my videos, if you learn the shortcut, you can do this question just like that. But let's look at regular technique first. A regular technique would be 4 steps. Okay, let me do it somewhere else. Wait a minute. Step number 1, borrow 1 USD today at, what is the USD borrowing rate? 5%. Okay. Then convert at spot rate. Spot rate is how much? Rupees 100. So you will have how many rupees? 100 rupees. This 100 rupees you invest at what rate? 20%. By the end of the year you have how much? 120 rupees. These 120 rupees you convert back at forward rate. Okay, what is the forward rate given? 102. So when I convert 120 rupees at 102, how many dollars will I get? Do the math please. 1.17 dollars. Take this 1.17 dollars to the US, pay 1.05. Why will I pay 1.05? 5% interest rate. What is my arbitrage? Arbitrage is $0.12. That's a crazy arbitrage, 12%. And why is that? Because your forward is incorrectly priced. Is that okay? How much should forward have been priced? It should have been priced 1.17. In fact, no, not even 1.17. It should have been priced in such a way that your US dollar after 1 year should be 1.05. Now, what is a shortcut? Shortcut to exploit this arbitrage is to actually make use of interest rate parity equation. Okay, how to make interest rate parity equation? Ask yourself, do I want answer in US dollar or Indian rupee? In this example, we want answer in US dollar. How do you know in which currency you want answer? Look at the 3 options. 3 options. Are they quoted in US dollar or INR? USD hai to USD karo. Okay. Now, write down your rates simple like this. Forward rate is equal to spot rate multiplied with 1 plus India rate divided by 1 plus US rate. Okay. Now, if you want your answer in USD, and I hope you're listening to me now because this is the trick. What you need to do is, you need to take that 1 plus USD rate on one side of the equation, move everything else on other side of the equation. If you wanted your answer in INR, what will you do? Keep 1 plus India rate on one side of the equation, everything else on other side of the equation. Okay. Also, because this forward rate is not an arbitrage rate, it's a non-arbitrage rate, that means it's not an NAFP. Therefore, when I'm using actual forward, this will not remain equal to, this will become not equal to, because that's why this is an arbitrage. Correct? So you set up equation like this. Now I hope you're listening, right? Yes? Which subject is this? Which one? Good, nice. I think the online audience deserves to see these brave students who sat in the class till 12 in the night. Okay. Someone on the chat box is saying eco. Okay, good. Very nice. So, so I'm moving 1 plus USD on one side. Okay. So notice now. I will move it on the other side of the equation. So this is 1 plus USD, which is not equal to spot. This forward will now come in the denominator because I moved it on the other side, multiplied with 1 plus India. Okay. Now just put in the numbers. This is 1 plus 5%. Put in the numbers here. Spot is how much? 100. Forward is how much? 102. Forward is 102. Multiplied with 1 plus how much India? 20%. Okay. Please solve. So this will be, left hand side is 1.05, not equal to right hand side 1.17. 1.17? Okay. This is your answer. That's it. This is your answer. What is the answer? This is the US rate. Okay. This is the US rate that you earn in US. This is the US rate that you earn through round trip. Round trip means borrow in the US, go to India, invest in India, convert in India, you earn 17. Notice how my 1 rupee became 17 here. So on the left hand side, US rate in US, on the right hand side, US rate in India. What is my profit? Difference of the two. Because at one place I will borrow and one place I will invest. So which one I will borrow at? The one which is cheaper. Which is cheaper? 1.05 US. Where will I invest? India, 1.17. What is the profit? 12 cents. That's your arbitrage. So this equation itself will tell you where to borrow, where to invest. It will make your life very, very easy. Just convert equality to inequality. Because there is a violation of no arbitrage pricing. हाँ ऐसे होता है मतलब arbitrage नहीं होता है but there is something called as a carry trade which is unhedged. Unhedged trading होता है ऐसे. Last one, last piece, okay. So your spot rate is 100 rupees for a dollar, and if I tell you 1 year forward is 105 for a dollar, then what is the percentage premium at which USD is trading? Same, closing by opening -1. It's not appreciation, now it's premium. What is the percentage discount on which INR is trading? INR is the price currency, opening by closing -1, whatever that number is. And we are done. Congratulations, that's super impressive. 2 full subjects of CF level 1 in 1 day. 11, kitna? 59. Someone on the chat box says good night, abhi jao. ठीक है, but very nice. Now, how many subjects done in this crash course? I think 5 are done? 5. What's the agenda for next week? Which subject on Tuesday?
Fixed income is one day.
Fixed income should be Tuesday, I guess. And derivatives and alternative on the last day. Okay. So again, both are long. I think fixed income would be okay. But I would like to cover a lot of that theory of fixed income with you. That will take time. Derivatives I'm particularly worried of. Derivatives and AI, we'll see how to fix it. If you're not able to do it in 1 day, for that session I might have to take one more. Yeah, I'll see. You mean instead of fixed income? No. You mean sequentially? Yeah, the problem with that is the second subject does not get the justice. And both derivative, of course we'll start with derivatives. We'll finish derivative, but then AI, we'll see how it goes. We'll see. Anyways, but thank you very much. I appreciate. I'm proud of each one of you. You guys have tremendous endurance. Very, very amazing endurance. This is a skill that will take you places in life. So keep up the momentum. Thank you very much. I'll see you on Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, some of you Saturday on the regular class, yes. Yes, I will upload both the notes before I leave office tonight. I promise. It's my mistake, not Vishal. I did not share notes with him in the last crash course. Before I leave office tonight, I'll make sure. I'll first wake up Vishal. He must be sleeping inside. And I will make sure I share both the notes. Okay, Jai Baba Ki Madhav. Thank you. Good night.